the Earth curve calculator, it should be 100% visible at all times. Observation distance, 333.33 meters. Now it could have been 35, but if I just walk a little forward, it'll be 333, which is more cooler.
You say 3.3?
Yeah, 333.33. Now I wonder how long that would be in ohms.
That's the spooky 33 music.
You have got me wondering way earlier. You said it. How did they find the circumference of Earth? And the only thing I can logically think of what got them to that answer was because of how long it takes for the sun to get back in the exact spot in the sky with the including time and to the equation.
Or you could do it with the observations of Polaris, like 60 miles per degree, and then just extrapolate that to 360 degrees by assuming it's a sphere. Then you end up with same circumference.
Yeah, just work backwards from an assumption. No problem.
Yeah, Polaris would give you a better number than what the sun would. But as someone just said, work backwards from an assumption. That is what it's being done. It's assuming that or just assumption is a problem in itself.
Well, that's the problem with the globe, is that most of the arguments require an if-then statement that requires the if.
Mm-hmm. That I was just thinking that exactly what you just said is that a lot of these problems have come from assumptions. They put assumptions that Polaris is at the North Pole. It's just an assumption, and then out of that they go off of all these other things, and then they start to say that these other things are a fact. Because anybody could sit there, in all honesty, anybody can go outside and look and see where Polaris is. So, for instance, I'm in Georgia. Polaris is up at this 40 degrees up in the sky. Yes, I can take out a compass, and I see that direction is north. However, we all know that, or I think we all know. So for instance, I live on a lake, and it's funny. So I'll go outside today and the sun sets, and then like 6 months later go by, can see that the sun is setting in a totally different spot. Not dramatically, oh my God, it's on the other side, but like a good 15-degree swing to the left. And then 6 months later, it's back at what you saw a year ago. Polaris does the exact same thing. 6 months go by, you see it, yes, you're still looking at 45 degrees up in the air, but 6 months goes by and you see that it's moved over to the left side. Even though it still holds true to being center at that point all night long. But the assumption that it's in line of what the North Pole is, for me, just begs a lot of questions.
Nice. Yeah, I've also noticed the sun position sort of changing in the same way. Find that interesting. Got to be really observant to catch that stuff. Can't be a
Yeah,
baller.
yeah, it's nice where I live. I'll go outside in a little bit. I'll take a picture, but I mean it's nice where I live because I only have like 50 feet of a walk, and I'm on this gigantic lake. So I think the widest point on my lake is a 5 mile shot. So have any of y'all seen the guy who is, I want to say somewhere in Alaska, possibly Canada, that goes onto a lake that's frozen over, and he puts a red light 6 inches off the ground, or maybe a foot off the ground, something like that. And he goes, I think it was 5 or 6 miles away, and he takes his camera to where it's only like a foot off the ground as well. And he shows that his camera can still capture the red light. Have y'all seen that study?
Not off the top of my head, but anyone else?
Seen one very similar. I think they were in Utah, though, where they were on two different sides of a really long lake with the lasers. Sounds really similar, but I don't think they were in Canada. I think they were in Utah.
The thing that was nice about this one is that it's ice, so you have no waves blocking. That's what was nice. Let me see if I can find it.
I've seen that one. Was it like 3 different colored lights?
Yes, sir. That's the
Yeah,
one.
I've seen that one. That's really good. And he gets in his car and he has his like the little mile counter, and he tries to leave like as little room for error as possible in the whole video.
Yeah. This is the things that I hate about Google. Is it literally tries to hide what you're looking for instead of just giving it. It you know, they ban so much content, and you sit here and the second it knows you're looking for flat earth, it gets pissed off.
You're not wrong. That's got to be such a tough mountain, a huge hill to overcome as a new person in this topic. If you're debating, quote unquote, debating a flat earther, and they're hitting you with certain points, but if you go to Google and it tells you a whole nother narrative, that's got to be really tough to overcome. Google doesn't lie, right? You know, so yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, because that's one thing. Whenever I know it happens for y'all, but you debate someone that is a believer in the globe of whatever percentage they are, and they end up saying, "Give me a second, let me go to my computer on the internet," and that's fine. However, that just shows that they actually don't know what they believe in. But the thing is that really sucks for people like you and I and everyone else that's in the chat, we can't go to the internet and type in the search simply because Google or whatever server we're on sits there and intentionally pushes our stuff way back so many pages that it's hard to find what we're trying to find, or they flat out just ban it.
Yeah, you just described a Google Earther or a Google as you go Earther. Definitely demonstrates that they don't know what they're talking about. But this also, it's like I've been talking about how they have the home court advantage, so to speak. So the part of that is like when you go to Google, there's the crowd there telling you, "Hey," they're like cheering you on and stuff. So like, yeah, they have that as well. Uh, but it's all right. The genuine, the smart ones make it past that gate. They're not kept at that gate. So that's why we're here. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, like one thing that like it's slightly off subject, and I think of this is when I realized the problem. I studied a guy named Carl Jung. He's a great psychologist or psychiatrist, whatever. And he got deep into stuff that isn't widely talked about. And eventually I sat there and I started seeing YouTube delete his videos without no reason at all. So that's where I was sitting there going, we've got a problem. Something is being pushed in this world. For whatever reason, not here to debate what their reason is and things like that. But there's an obvious thing that there's a problem. I'm still trying to find that video, by the way.
Yeah, I think people are catching on, and I sometimes wonder. I sometimes wonder. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, that was AI. But I sometimes wonder if it's intentionally bad. Some things are intentionally bad to lead people to the truth, so to speak.
Yeah.
Flat Earth Society clearly ridiculous. It's gonna divide up the dummies from the from the smart ones. Um, Look at Joe Biden. Just it's intentionally bad. So yeah, that's just a fun way to look at it. I think my little theory.
Yeah, see, if we didn't have where flat earth stuff was pushed down to the bottom, it's taken out, there's logical things that I like to know about, with, hey, how could this be possible without us being close? And you can't find that stuff, because it's so pushed down. And I know there's been really, really great content that's been out there. It gets shoved away.
Yeah, that's true. But I relish in the fact that this information isn't for everybody, and I kind of like it like that. Um, it's for a select, it's for us a chosen people to understand this information. So yeah, it's all good. We don't need to have all the numbers. We don't need the home court advantage. We're winning the game like
Right.
100-0. So who cares? We don't need the crowd on our side. You know. So that's just been my new attitude lately. So Like, we had this guy Branch in here earlier. I have all the confidence. Okay, well, like I literally picture us all here around a poker table. Why are you holding on to your cards for? If you have all the confidence, then you just play the hand. You don't need to tell us that you have confidence. You just play the hand with a smirk and you win. Oh, the reason you're not doing that is maybe because you're bluffing. So when you deal with a globe earther who has all the confidence, they come in boisterous on a high horse. Uh, they're just bluffing. And so all you have to do is pop the bubble, the ego bubble a little bit, and they'll realize, oh, wait, I don't actually have proof. So, yeah, man, it's always a
Yeah,
damn these goofballs.
yeah. The other thing that I've noticed is like sit there, think of like these apps, what's pushed as what the flat Earth looks like. They just assume that that is what it is, and it's like no, that's what someone put out, and it got pushed in that way. You know, uh, and that's one thing that hurts us.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to think of a way to like make it seem like it was a good thing, but really, it is annoying to deal with all these people coming in here telling us about this space pizza, this freaking flat
Right.
Earth ice cream cone. And so it's like we don't even we spend like 80% of the time dismantling a broken narrative like the flat Earth Society, and 20% of the time like debating like the actual arguments. So it is unfortunate the flat Earth Society stuff is out there, but what can you do? What can you do? You just got to be a good dance partner.
That's what I was trying to get at with that last guy, Snacks, is he was just repeating what he read in the book, and then he was putting into context that just wasn't even correct. And then sitting there being like, see, that's the globe is a fact. And it's like, man, you just spit a lot of gibberish.
Yeah, that's another phenomenon that like one of my pet peeves is how they'll just retell the story like no one has heard it before. Like, bruh, I know the story and better than you do. So like you just saying it one more time isn't gonna make it true. It doesn't reify the story just because you keep telling it over and over or asking for the proof.
It's more so where I was getting at with that guy earlier is what I was going to end it off is congratulations, you passed your fifth grade test, you know, of what you were told.
Right, fifth grade too. Yeah, it's, it's about all
And
these people know.
and see, that's why I appreciate Einstein. I can't remember his exact quote, but Einstein sat there and said something along the lines, it can't explain something in a fifth grade reading level, so to say, within, within a few paragraphs, then you clearly don't even know what you're, you know.
I can hear QE right now. You'd fail fifth grade or whatever, fifth grade geometry. Oh man, we've had such a good time in the trenches, boys. Like we can do a little we can do a little celebrating now. That's the way I look at it. Look at how quiet it is here in here from time to time. Like they're not coming in droves with evidence. They don't want to come here because you're gonna get like, what are you gonna do? Prove the globe? Like, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So we can celebrate a little bit. That's the way I look at it.
Well, I hate to say, that thing about the ice test. Maybe I'll get lucky here in Georgia, be able to get my lake covered in ice, and then I can do the test myself. like right now, I've got it to where I don't know. Maybe I could do the test in a way because right now the lake is very flat and smooth. I did have somebody tell me that is a globe believer that they were, I don't know if you're familiar with this. I brought this up to y'all the other night, but there's now like they've changed their numbers on what the curvature of the earth is. You know, like used to, we heard that it was 8 inches, and in 2 miles, it increased. 3 miles was something. It wasn't like it just doubled and doubled. But now they're saying that it's less than that 8 inches, and it's like dramatically less.
I had to go back and rewind that. You said they're saying that the curvature the rate is less than what they originally claimed, or
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's just a classic case of moving the goalpost, right? They already
Yeah.
said how big the globe was. Are you going to change it now?
Yeah. And see, that was something that I tried saying a long time ago, was that their numbers that they're showing, because for instance, I'm on a lake, and I was showing that 3 miles away that I'm supposed to not even see 8 inches. If I'm 8 inches off the ground and I take a picture of something that's 8 inches away, I can literally see it. I can do the experiment myself. And I was saying that, and it's now, and what I said back then is this has nothing to do with flat earth. This has more to do with your numbers of what you said the globe are completely incorrect, because I'm doing my own test. I don't do it anymore, but sometimes you get like a respectful globe thinker in here. And there was one guy that wasn't too far from me. I think he was like in South Carolina. And I tried inviting him down here so he could see it. He never took me up on the offer. But then I got to thinking, I was like, I should stop inviting people to my house, because one day I'm going to get a crazy psycho to show up. So
You never know, man. But some of these guys, some of these ballers, man. But yeah, that's cool. I've never thought to do it over ice. But that's cool though. I actually just wrote about that in one of my songs. I was like, water freeze, something about doesn't curve, and yeah. So that's cool. I'm curious to hear about that. How that kind of turns out.
yeah, I'd hate to ask my wife's friend. She lives up there in Alaska, but I'm sure she has never got into flat Earth. But I would love to get her to set up an experiment of an observation.
You know what? You should just do it. Do the observation and don't even link it to anything.
Yeah.
I've actually had a conversation with someone who was really against flat Earth, but they were really into the idea of doing a test. So maybe you could just pitch it as some sort of like, let's just go check this. I've been meaning to do this thing, and then
There you go.
don't tell her it has anything to do with flat Earth.
Well, I've been wanting to see the Northern Lights, so maybe it gives me a reason to head up there, and my wife, because my wife, she gets into the stuff like I do, because I have repeated a couple of things that y'all said in here, and that's really good. For instance, like Christopher Columbus, selling the Earth, and someone said it. I haven't heard anybody say it lately since I've been back, but the thing that I loved is that just because a ship went around the Earth does not make it round, because if you go walking around your neighborhood, does that mean that your neighborhood is a globe? No, it does not.
Right. Yeah, I say that all the time. Walk around your house. Is that a globe?
Yeah. And another thing is globalist. You'll ask them, hey, what is the shape of Earth? Is it a perfect 360 degree? And it's funny, they'll come back and say, no, it's not. Such and such says this. It's more like egg shape and things like that. You get those weird shaped circles. But then you sit there and say, well, you come at me earlier saying how all the other planets, that we're no different than they are. However, all of those planets are 360 degrees. So what makes yours different? Because you're claiming this egg, and you're coming against me for saying, hey, I think it's even more different than that. So I don't understand why some of these scientists have come out saying that their globe is not this perfect shape.
Seems like a bit of muddying the waters. Like if we send out a bunch of mixed signals to all of our minions, then they can't really ever pin us down on any certain thing because we've got 10 different stances out there. I mean, you see it all the time. You talk just random scoop up 10 globe earthers and ask them, at what altitude can you see curvature? You'll get one goofball who sees it at the beach. Another goofball saw it on top of his house. Another goofball saw it on a mountain, and so on and so
Right.
forth. So,
Yep.
yeah. So they're just sending out mixed signals anyway. It's at this point they can say anything and they'll believe it. I mean, I always type in the chat, if you can believe that the Earth is tilted, then you can just believe anything at that point. And clearly, it's worked. So
Yeah, see, like that's another thing. Like, why in the world do you have to believe that the Earth is tilted? You know, um, what is so wrong with saying that it's that the North Pole is in or whatever? I get it where our compass points to and things like that. I understand that, but I don't know. That would just lead me to a big experiment that I don't have the money of, because I would love to follow my compass all the way north and just stay as true to that compass as north would go. So and we obviously can't do it to the south, because clearly whenever we get close to Antarctica, the whole entire world freaks out because of their stupid treaty that says, everybody's off limits, pretty much. You can go to certain parts, but you're not going across it. Like, have you seen the guy who is a pilot that started saying he would I forget the way they said it, but he would bet anybody that they can pick any point in the southern hemisphere and he would fly to it. He would do the projected flight that we wanted and everything. And the second that somebody sat there and said, we want this flight from this place to this place, and he even put it up himself to where it was over Antarctica, and everybody was like, cool, great, we'll do that. We'll pay for our seats, whatever. And then he was like, well, we got to use a different trajectory. It's like, no, this is the path everybody wants to go. They want a damn straight line, man. Sorry, I didn't mean. But yeah.
Yeah, it seems like he knew something.
You know what's one thing that's funny is that so I'm big on have you ever heard of Flight Radar 24?
Yep. I have.
Okay. So when you go on there, you can see these flight paths, and because it's on a flat map, you see it, or I'm sorry, because it's on a globe, you see it arching. And so I would sit there, and I used to show people this, and I would say, here you've got this arching all the time in the northern hemisphere. You only got one flight that does it in the southern. And the thing that always got me was there's not a single flight that arches when you're coming from a southern hemisphere point up to the northern. So for instance, like here I am in Georgia. If I took a flight from Atlanta down to that southern tip of Argentina, which is a one-way connecting flight, it's a straight shot line. It doesn't arc. So if you're going north to south, they never arc. But if you go east to west, they arch 99% of the time to the north. Does that make sense, what I just said?
Yeah, I'm tracking.
So yeah, and I haven't had anybody answer me on that, because if it is a globe, okay, and you say, well, that's why they're arching. Okay, cool. Well, then why ain't they arching when they're coming over the equator, and things like that? They should be arching. They're not.
What would someone say as a response to that? Have you had
They
anyone?
don't. The funniest thing that I actually heard back to somebody who what was funny is I tricked them, and I sat there and I was showing them how what I did is I was like, it never happens in the southern. And I made them to where they ended up showing that one and single flight that does take place in the southern hemisphere. And I was like, oh, okay, so you actually believe that? Yep, I believe it. And then I sat there and went into, okay, now let's look at flights that are happening right now in Argentina to Atlanta, and they're a straight line. And what they would come back with every single time, if they did come back to it, all I ever heard back was that flight path isn't. And I'm like, so you're going to sit here and tell all these flat earthers that that one flight in the southern hemisphere is correct, but what I am saying now, you're saying is correct.
I love it. You honestly do have to set some traps because you need to get them to say it, because a lot of times they'll, oh, well, he's a flat earther, so he's wrong automatically. So you have to sort of get them to sort of find the answer on their own, but it's like playing a game of whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
They'll just pop into another hole, it's ridiculous, dude.
Like what I was getting at earlier with that snacks guy, when I was talking about a ball and spraying 71% of coverage on the outside of the ball with water, and showing that water sticks to it. And he sat there and wanted to go into all of this extra stuff of saying, well, can I make it ice? Can I do this? And da 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 da. And I'm like, see, therein lies your problem, because what I would say back to that is, well, if that's what you got to do in order to prove it, then is that what you're saying that we're living in right now is in a deep freeze world? Because I can go outside and I can witness here in Georgia that I'm above 100 degrees. I'm sweating like crazy. I can see water. I don't see ice. So, but I couldn't get to that point because he kept wanting to just interrupt and throw out these wild, obscene things. Argue.
Well, I'll give a little back context on that. That was actually a moderator. He was, I think he was just poking a little fun.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I definitely get what you're getting at. But yeah, I mean, I think he was just trying to make a point there a little bit. He said that your standards were kind of low because you'll get these weasel earthers. If any mods are listening, I've been trying to get that role. So, weasel earthers will sort of, oh, well, you said, because literally, dude, I don't know if you saw this. I posted in the chat. Someone DM'd me an ice sculpture as proof of curved water. So you you got to make it real specific about what you want sometimes because they'll weasel like that.
I gotcha. Yeah, I do hate that. People weasel. There is one guy that I listen to on TikTok. Claims that he's a physicist. We all know here. Anybody can, say they're in it. Anyhow, he does know his numbers and things like that, and he will get to saying to his point, we've got to make it complex, like you just said, and then I will answer your question. He doesn't try to answer the question with making it complex to where you're just going like, man, just do the first experiment. That's all I want you to do. Like, he sits there and walks you through on why he's going to end what he does.
Yeah, I also noticed that as well. People will like to frame the argument in a way that will benefit them, and usually that excludes a lot of important details. So it's good not to let people frame their argument in their own way.
Yeah, it would be nice if we had, or the biggest mistake that I see is people come to y'all on this Discord and they just assume that since it's called Flat Earth Society, that it's the flying pizza, and it's like, no, y'all are more so that of, hey, something's up with some of the things that we were told. Therefore, I don't know what type of world we live in.
I mean, it's true. It's true. I mean, yeah, they come here, they saw a space pizza, so they're like, ask us to defend it, and then once they figure out, oh wait, that's not it, and that's a crucial moment right there. Either they jump off, oh, this is stupid, I'm not going to face this at all, or you have to start, okay, so what is flat Earth then? Like that's an honest start point right there. So, it's rare though, but yeah, that's what we want.
Yeah. My brother-in-law, he's believed in flat Earth way longer than I. And I do remember that's exactly one of the things I went to. I was like, buddy, I can put water on a plate and watch it flow over. But he wasn't educated enough to be prepared for how to answer that. you know. But after some time, I eventually started sitting there thinking of things of my own. And before I knew it, I was like, you know what? If you throw away gravity, of this assumption of how gravity works, therefore, everything else that they include with gravity, you have to throw out because it's just an assumption of how gravity works. You start throwing out a lot of stuff, and it goes, what do you know that's actual fact? So,
Yeah, you do got to start with a clean slate. If you bring over anything, well, I mean, just off the top of my head, because most people bring over, first thing they bring over is outer space. So they come to the flat Earth argument. Oh, and their mind is in outer space. So they're trying to plug in flat Earth into outer space, and it doesn't work. So you have to start with somewhat of a clean slate. Start with then what do you observe? Oh, you see the sun moving, and then just start building from there. Stop working backwards from this assumption that people tend to do this all the time.
yeah, it sucks. It's hard. It takes time to process of your book or your knowledge and things like that. You just have to disregard it and build your building block. And I can say that even on a religious point, you hear all the time of like the second that you start to put if you're a Christian at all, they say all the time, dump your glass and start all over it. Because once it's mixed and tainted and stuff, that's the exact same thing with what you were told as a child. Once you figure out that like gravity is nothing more than just an assumption, but you have to throw it all away and start from your building blocks.
That's true.
Who the hell let fucking Kosho back in here? He was fucking.
What'd you say?
No, there's this fucking dude that's not supposed to be in here, but somebody apparently let his bitch ass back in here. So,
When is it that y'all do ladies' night? Or do y'all still do that?
It used to be pretty consistently on Fridays, but I think summertime, everybody's out having fun. So
I got you.
yeah, I think what we should do to not replace, but do in place of that, I guess we should do like article hour or something like that, where because there's so many ridiculous articles and news stories that involve outer space. I've been saving them because like Google, it'll just pop up on my screen. Hey, check this out. There's some stupid, goofy space story, and I just screenshot it and save it. There's so many. We could dedicate a whole like 3 hours or like 2 hours to just talking about the ridiculous stories that they've been telling, like marbles on the moon and stuff like that. It's just hilarious.
Yep.
That's what we should do in replace. But
yeah, see, I'd be up for that because I don't know if you were here maybe about a week ago, but it was right. It was maybe like an hour after they leaked the image of the James Webb, and I came in here and I was like, "Well, I'm a photographer, and I have 3 major problems with this."
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And like, so yeah, if there was an article night, even if it was Thursday night or Saturday night or whatever, I would love to do that because you're what's nice is you're giving evidence of something that's been, studied, and now you've got ourselves who are observing it, and we're kind of, building basis of other things instead of just, looking like all we're here to do is battle again.
Right.
Glow.
Right. Part of the inspiration too is like, it's not these guys these new people that join the server that we're talking to. They don't know this stuff. They never even heard this stuff. Like, they need to hear the ridiculousness of the thing that they believe in. They don't know anything about the globe, really. They heard about flat Earth and they just want to try and debunk that. They'll spend more energy trying to debunk a space disk than they will trying to go and test their own beliefs. So I think it would be really funny to highlight freaking marbles on the moon. I guarantee they're like, what? Like, they they don't realize that this is coming from your people.
No, hold on. This cannot be something true.
Dude,
Where's the article? You need to post the article.
I'll post it right now.
And what's the source of the article, please, sir?
I got you.
And how would they? And so, what satellite took these images of the marbles on the moon? Was it a satellite, or was it the Hubble telescope or the James Webb? How did they find this information out?
I mean, if you're asking me, they can just say whatever they want at this point, and people will believe it. So, but let me pull this up here. Give me a sec.
Huh. I'm actually reading the article before you even post it. This is a new one.
All right, like I said, I'll screen grab the things. Sometimes I don't even click on it, but this one I just posted in the chat. China, right? China just discovered strange glass balls. Yeah, China discovers strange glass balls on the far side of the moon. Yeah,
are we talking the dark side? Is that what they're saying?
The dark side.
Yeah. There's a light on it, but it works.
So did they provide an image, or they just letters telling us what's there?
There's an image. Go check it out. But it's
dude, I'm gonna do it right now.
Like they've been getting away with these crazy stories all year. Last year, like there was a mysterious, some unknown rocket. No one knew whose it was. SpaceX is pointed at China. China's pointing at U.S. NASA's pointing at over. No one knows whose rocket it is, and apparently it hits the moon. And dude, it's just crazy theater at this point. And yeah, no one. It's just going under the radar. So we should highlight this stuff for sure.
So if they can take a picture of this dang marble, where's the picture of like the flag on?
Yeah, point that James Webb telescope at that Tesla car that's just floating around out there somewhere.
Hold on. You know that they've actually started saying that the Tesla car is now just spiraling through space. And I'm like, but you claim that the moon is held to a fixed distance. Like, wouldn't that have made Tesla's car that fixed?
Right. It would be decaying. It wouldn't be catapulting through space. If they didn't put it out further than the moon, it would fall back into the Earth. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah. See, like, they sit here and they talk about these satellites, which is pretty funny. Sometimes you hear that, eventually satellites come back to Earth. And it's like, well, apparently y'all been doing it for a long time. And apparently there's these X numbers that are released every single year. I've yet to see a satellite hit my lake. Or someone to be like, hey, I'm in Atlanta traffic right now, and I just had this satellite come down. Like they said that one of Elon Musk, one of his satellites. Did y'all hear that one?
Nope.
Give me a second. Let me find the article. But yeah, so his came back to Earth, but all these other ones, you just never see them.
I just posted some articles in the chat. Just if anyone's curious, you can take a look. But I guess I'll read them out. Abandoned rocket hits the moon from scientists. New scientists. We don't know whose rocket is about to hit the moon. That's a problem. And Elon Musk space rocket on collision course with the moon. So a bunch of rockets hitting the moon here, fellas, and it's just hilarious, dude. And Glad Nails, he said, "How the hell are people still buying this? I have no idea." Honestly, that's why we should do this, because I don't think they would buy it. That's another way to trap them. Like, this is the worldview that they believe and they're defending, but then when you present it to them, it's as ridiculous as it sounds. So
Yeah, that basically coincides with what you were just saying with the collision of the moon. Coincides with exactly this SpaceX Falcon, hit the moon and came back to Earth. Literally, I'm not crapping you, man. Literally in the article, it sits there and talks about that that this hit the moon and came back to.
they're literally playing friggin' what's that one game? Pinball. They're like playing pinball. It's just like, come on, man. It's so ridiculous. But I sort of wonder, like, the deeper agendas. It's clearly it's reinforcing and reifying this idea that the moon is like a physical object and that we could go to it and land on it and stuff. That's man, it's so grabbled for these people that because you get here and you talk to flat earther and we're like, well, obviously we don't know what the moon is, but all the articles there's a rocket crashed into it. Like, oh god, so we're like constantly debating or like trying to dismantle these broken narratives. Freaking moon being a rock.
Yeah, like there's to figure out how this should.
Usually I keep it real simple though. If you see me in the chat, I'll say, "Bro, there's no land in the sky." I love saying that. It's like because then they have to say, "Oh, there is land in the sky." That sounds ridiculous. That sounds so stupid. And if they don't like that, I'll be like, "Well, you like there's no rock balls up above your head." Okay, just make it sound ridiculous, but that's what they believe. It's
Yeah.
great.
So here's a report of the satellite that was launched by SpaceX that came back to Earth. Came back to Earth at 17,500 miles per hour.
And what did they say? It landed perfectly on one of their. Like, come on.
No, I do think that this one they did say went out into the ocean somewhere.
Yeah, I have a funny clip of Trump saying that. He's like, "Oh, Elon's got those rockets that land with no wings or anything." So funny.
Oh man.
I think he knows. I'll play it really quickly.
Comments on Elon Musk? Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets. He does good at rockets too, by the way. I never saw where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and they're landing. I said, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, yeah. I think he knows something. Yeah, I mean,
He has to know something. Look at his latest tweet that happened just a few days ago. I posted it in the voice chat for anybody to see. He literally was posting the joke around that this James Webb telescope, the image that they released was fake, and he's showing, a countertop in a kitchen, being like, "Yep, there's the image that it took." It's freaking hilarious.
yeah, that one's been going around, the picture of the countertop.
But I said it, that they have to watch how they're, upsetting Elon, because he's a guy who's got all this money, claiming that, he's done all of this stuff, like sending his car in outer space, and you got all of the, headlining government being like, oh yeah, that car really took place and everything, blah, blah, blah. I'm just like waiting for Elon, because now they're ticking him off, about the Twitter thing, how they're going after him and constantly. I'm just waiting for him one day to be like, just to let you know, everybody, the car thing was 100% fake. And like, dude, it would demolish everybody in the world. Would be like, wait, hold on, wait, what?
That'd be epic.
Why did
But
y'all push this out as a... What did you say, Simon?
And I was gonna say that would be really funny and epic, but I'm sure even these like dedicated ballers would find some way to be like, "Oh, he was just joking," and you know how they always do.
Oh yeah, then he'll be dead within 24 hours, and they'll be like, "Yeah,
It
his
doesn't.
mind
Yeah,
was messed up."
it doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. If Elon faked what he was doing, does that mean that space isn't real? No, of course not. So why would that ruin the proposition for everybody?
Oh,
You guys got to wrap your minds around that in the general ethos, this proposition is unfalsifiable. Like there's nothing that can be said or done to disprove it in the general population.
yeah, I feel like it's like concreted in their minds, which is crazy because it's not real.
Yes, the entire mainstream paradigm status quo has to shift together, and then people will change en masse. Like until all countries admit, yeah, we've all been faking space and it's a big lie and we all know the earth is flat and here's a picture of the flat earth from space.
Right.
Holy crap.
There was one picture that I seen one time of where somebody was showing it was a shot and had an airplane in it, and then it had the curves on both sides, and someone replied to it. They were like, just go ahead and finish out, what that circle would be like. Hell no, they don't want to do that one.
I don't think they get it. Like, they're not willing to look that deep into it. That's why, like, a quick Google search and they're comfortable. But if you have to go deeper than just that quick, oh, I saw curvature from an airplane on a picture. Well, did you complete the circle? What would that look like? Oh, Eratosthenes. Google says Eratosthenes. Well, what did he do? They don't. These people, they're not deep. Y'all ain't deep.
No, it's like it's why I bring up Einstein all the time, because I'm like, everybody fed off of what Newton said, just 500 years ago or whatever, and went on a rampage with going into believing that. But you even have people that are hardcore, way smarter than Newton was, that has a totally different idea of how gravity works, and literally it pushed to underground. Like, it won't be long. I'm telling you. So I'm 40 years old. I guarantee you, by the time I reach 90, that no one is going to be able to do an internet search on Einstein's theory of relativity. You know, like it's not going to be there. It's not going to be found. Why? Because it hurts Newton's law of gravity force, and that's what they built everything off of. You know, like when, I don't know how old you are. So I'm 40. So I could have a conversation with my grandparent when I was a kid, and I could have a conversation. They would flat out tell you that, hey, back when we were in school, you know, for our grandparents and stuff, the globe wasn't something that was pushed on y'all like it is now. You know.
Yeah, it's really strong today. It's really strong today. It's in everything, commercials, movies, freaking
Yeah.
in the mall, everywhere. It's got to be hard to get away from that. I don't know why people can't just enjoy it as like people enjoy like a superhero movie. Like they really want it to be reality. Imagine you have a friend who's like, dude, like, maybe if we just shine a bat signal tonight, like maybe he'll show up. That's like the kind of mindset that these people have. Like you're mixing your movies up with reality.
Yeah.
Okay. Shining a bat signal, he's not going to show up, dude. That's from a movie, you know. So, like, why don't you
Yeah.
just enjoy outer space in the globe like you would, you know, Superman or Batman or whatever? Just enjoy it. It doesn't have to be real. It's fine. But
Yep.
it's,
I don't know. Maybe, you know, and I do have that complex myself. I do really enjoy being right. However, I do pick my battles on what I'm right on. And if it's something like physics, so to say, I'm not going into the battle of, yep, I'm going to explain, you know, somebody who's anti-physics that they're wrong. You know, I'm not going into that battle.
yeah, that's wise. You don't want to. That's that whole saying, right? You don't want to cast your pearl to swine.
That's right. Exactly. And you know, that's a good point. You know, and I will admit, majority of the time when globalist and I are talking, majority of the time it feels exactly like that.
Yeah, yeah, it does. That's why I'm just my mindset is more like put yourself in the maybe you've heard of the show Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's what this is. We have been dancing, we know the moves, we're the experts, so to speak. They come here with two left feet, they don't know how to do this. So all you have to do is teach them how to dance, really. But yeah, it's just funny, man.
Yeah. You know, and you get some people who feel like that a religious topic. And I get it, you know, on both sides, but to me it's not really a religious topic, you know, because I am very Christian and things like that. And like I've read the Bible in Hebrew, you know, I've gone down that spiral, and it's like I can't find anything in there that's like God said the earth was flat. You know, it's where people take something that was said in a scripture or even a passage, and they turn it into, you know, something else. And it's like, things were said different. You know, for instance, like the four corners of the world, that was said in the Bible. However, back in the time that book was written, for that section that was written, that was a thing that kings said a lot, you know. So that doesn't mean that we're on a square planet, you know? So I usually try to steer clear as much as possible when people sit there and want to get into it. Seems like you get some people who want to sit here and prove that it's a globe just so that they can say that the Bible's wrong, you know. And you get some people who sit there and they want to get into proving that it's a flat earth just so that they can say the Bible is true, you know.
What's funny is you see that and the reverse on both. Like, I've presented a flat Earth to someone who's claims to be a Bible, believer, and they're like, they were like very against that idea we also have some people who are into the flat Earth and not into the book as well. So it's kind of interesting that you see
Yeah.
works vice versa on both sides.
Yeah. You know, if you got something that's like Scripture says Earth is not a globe, will never become a globe, and it's going to be a flat Earth, then give me that. But sitting here being like, the four corners, no, that's not one. Or sitting there saying, "Oh, I peered down from the heavens onto the circle of the Earth." Well, you can see a circle so many different ways. I can literally put a plate on the floor and be like, "That's a circle, is it not?" You know. Or I can put, a basketball on the floor and be like, "Is a circle, is it not?" So, to me, when religions, and I know I'm honing in on Christianity, even though there's other religions that do talk about this stuff, it's not like a directive, of it. This is how it looks, you know. They're just going with the common language that's being used at that time. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on.
No, you're good. I was just thinking in my head, like, some people want it to be spelled out to them in, clear letters. And
Oh yeah,
I don't share that same sentiment. I think there's a really cool saying, and I don't know who said it, but it's something along the lines of, it's not nature who is mute. It is man who is deaf. And I've always liked that. You have to listen you have to read between the lines and that kind of stuff. It's not always going to be obvious to you, but
I like that. I've never heard that.
Yeah, I don't know where I heard it from, but it's a great saying, and doesn't even have to be like a Bible based thing. It's just, like, wake up. Nature isn't as quiet as you might think it is. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Going back to the globalist earlier, he just wanted to keep on talking and interrupting people, and it's why I kept sitting there trying to tell him, just breathe for a second and just listen. And even when Kiwi was trying to explain the how cell phone towers work and things like that, he couldn't take it in because he was so close. That he literally thought Kiwi was about to throw him with like a left, this curveball coming at him and being like, "That proves a flat Earth," and he wasn't. Kiwi was just explaining that, hey, what you're trying to get at is completely wrong. So you need to rethink how to say what.
Yeah, well said. That's part of being a good dance partner.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it's really tricky, man. I just thought of this the other day. Like, we don't have a package deal. You know how you have these guys that go knock on doors and stuff. They have like a package. We don't have something to sell you. There's nothing. When I show you my
That's a
fist,
good point.
and yeah, like it's like that. You give a kid a fist, and you tell them like they say open your fist, and there's nothing there. I don't have anything to give to you. It's up to you. You have to. That's why, like, Kiwi. That's what you have to do. You have to sort of lead them without, you know, providing them with the answer. You have to come up with the answer. It's a dance, man. It really is. You have to be a great dance partner. And this, when you get someone new to this topic, you can't just bang them over the head. You have to sort of dance with them, but also like show them the way. Lead the dance. And it's a tricky thing. There's no one way to do it. So that's just sort of my the way I've been looking at it lately.
Yeah. See, I feel like a good bit of us, that speak in here and I listen to, it feels like majority of the ones that are speaking are what you're getting at, which is they're more realist. They're not Homer, meaning like they didn't read a book and that's what told them these answers, or it's not what told them to be against the globe or before the flat. They're just realists. We go outside, we look, we open with our eyes, we do our own observations, we do our own testing, and we see what resonates with us. And it doesn't really matter.
Way to do it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and it doesn't really matter. I mean, someone could shoot me down on something that I did, and I would go back. Guarantee I would retest it over and over again. Be like, well, why did it work this time and now it's not working this time? I'm not going to lose my marbles just because someone tells me I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think we could honestly get away with changing the server name to Change My Mind. That's the goal. Bring us something. We're willing to shift it. I don't mind being wrong. Come in and prove me wrong.
Yeah.
That's a good attitude.
Yeah, the first step that they have to do is don't come in here talking about what you read in your science or what your teacher said, or whatever level degree that you have. Come in with things that you have done or that can be done. Then I'll listen.
I saw a funny video on Instagram today. People these days are always doing video. They're mouthing over a little clip, and the clip that I'm playing was like Denzel Washington or somebody. Maybe somebody don't get the movie reference, but he's like talking about shoot. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. I sort of remember more about that now. Um, he's saying like what he's basically getting away with stealing something, I think, and he's like, but it's not about it's what can you prove. What can you prove, man? Something like that. So I think that's a good attitude for these anyone new listening. Like, it's not about what you know. I think that's what it's saying. It's not about what you think you know. It's about what can you prove. And yeah, that's a big part of this server. We want to be able to stick to things we can verify. And if you can't verify it, then we have other rooms you can speculate in. But yeah.
Yeah. speculation. That's one thing, but I guarantee you, every one of us in here would be able to pass a test of, that the, what is the globe and things like that. If every one of us went into school, into college, for the, Earth being a globe, I guarantee you everyone would pass, because I swear we know more than what globalists. It's funny. I was actually having a conversation one day with one about the curvature of the Earth, and they came back and they were saying, how it was 8 inches, and I was like, okay. And I sat there and said what it was at 3 miles, whatever that was, in the curve calculator. And they were like, no, it's only 24 inches. I was like, wait, what? I was like, no, it's this. And so I was like, wait a second. What do you think it is, in 6 months? Oh, it would be 48 inches. And so they just kept multiplying. Like, are you sure you actually believe in a globe? And they were like, yeah. Like, so you think that we drop 8 inches every mile? Continues on that way. Yeah, I know. It's like, so do you either A, believe that the Earth is a downward slope, or do you B, believe that you can just go all the way down to the end of the slope and you can touch your butt, going to the other side? that it's a parallel universe. I don't get what you're saying. I'm like, what you're presenting to me is just a downward slope of a hill.
We actually have a role for that. There's a role in the server called a slope earther. For those that don't get it.
See, that's perfect. Or you get people who will sit there and say how how Polaris can be seen after it's revolved on the sun during the summer and the winter. You get globalists who can explain that, and they're like, see, that explains that flat Earth is wrong. And I'm like, no, that doesn't. That's just your observation based upon what you were given. That's not a fact, but they're just saying that Polaris is the North Pole. But if you're in the winter, you're looking out on the right side of the dark side of the sun. And when you're in the summer, Earth is to be on the left side of the sun, and what they tell y'all. Therefore, you're looking out at the left side of the star. So you should not be seeing the Little Dipper 24/7. However, I can go outside and I can see it just moving this 15 degrees back and forth all year long. So, and then I'll come back, they'll try to coax me into, well, how's this work on a flat Earth of seeing, like the Southern Cross in the Southern Hemisphere? I'm like, that's not where I'm at. I'm at it, saying there's holes that are littered to us of this globe that just do not fit.
That globe got more holes than some Swiss cheese.
Yes, it does. Like their projection of how close the moon is to the Earth, to the sun. Like, have you ever put it down into a scale? So, for instance, if you did their math, and what they say, if you made Earth the size of a basketball, therefore the moon would be like a tennis ball. And then the distance of that would be from, I think it's like 10 feet or something like that is how far away it would be. And when you sit there and you think about it, that the moon is always facing us. Think about this for a second. Moon's always facing us. Why does it have as many craters as it does? And we have so little. Because it's to say that a meteor just sits there and curveballs around the Earth and is what hit the moon. Okay, I get it, 1 or 2 times of this and that. But when you sit there and have as many craters that we can see with our own naked eye, you see it littered with hundreds of craters, and then you sit here and you look at Earth and go, why don't we have all these? You know, we only have like 3 major craters on all of Earth, while the moon has over hundreds of major craters. You ever thought about that one?
Well, the ones on the moon are from a magic speed, so that's what we would expect to see. I'm sorry. Have you guys heard about this? The magic speed?
No.
John, they're telling that Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and said that the reason why, because somebody asked like, well, why are the craters all look pretty spherical? Why aren't they like at angles and stuff? And he's like, well, they come in at a magic speed. Here's him just saying magic speed.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
So he goes on to say that due to this magic speed, the craters turn out to be perfectly spherical or whatever. It's some more nonsense as well.
I don't even want to look that. But yeah, I'm gonna have to, because that's a great point as well. Why are they all, all direct hits? None of them are side hits, which would imply then that a meteor not only curveball around the Earth, but curveball and then went straight. So what if they say that it curveball because of gravity to making it hook? Well, then what made it end up curveballing back to going in a straight line?
Well, that's the magic speed right there.
Yeah. See, you just opened up another paradox of a problem.
Do we actually have any proof that those so-called meteorite craters on Earth are actually meteorite craters?
No, this one I do know for a fact. Out in Utah, they have not found a single a single meteor rock for the one that hit out there in Utah.
Sounds like a plane that might have may or may not have hit somewhere on a 7-Eleven date.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Don't speak so loud. Yeah, the Tatuska or whatever it is. You have some people that say that Tesla calls that one, and then you got other people that is a vast majority that will sit there and say that a meteor did. But then you have people that are like you and I that will sit there and go, well, where's the meteor? And, I don't know. There actually, I heard one theory to that Tatuska or whatever it's called, that it was actually a meteor that skipped in the atmosphere and caused a sonic boom. Yet it caused a crater down in.
So you believe in flying rocks in a closed environment?
I mean, you can't, because, you would sit there and beg the question of what would be on the outside, and then what hold was, But yeah, to answer that person's question earlier, the one in Utah does not have a single meteor rock. Then when you go there to the museum, they have meteor rocks that are in there. And when you discuss this was the meteor that hit, they will tell you, no, these are other meteors that we have found, but it's not the one that hit. And you go, oh, well, where are they at? Well, we can't find them. It's kind of like now. Go ahead.
That's funny. We've got one in Australia that they've always called a meteorite crater until recently, and now they call it a natural formation with a spring at the bottom. So I'm not sure any of these meteorite craters, because then you'd have to where do you go with space? I know there are burning things that float across the sky occasionally, or something, but are they really rocks coming from outer space? That seems absurd.
Yeah, because I've always more so as a religious standpoint that whatever you believe, your own belief, regardless what you see, and I always sit there and present what you just said. I'll sit there and say we can all lay outside in a field, and one of us will see a shooting star, but you can't prove that you actually saw it. Unless you recorded it. But if we had no recording device or anything, you sit there and go, well, what was that? And the rest of everybody else is looking at you like an idiot.
Okay, so wait, are you saying that we do see things flying in the sky, or we don't see flying things in the sky?
We do, however, we do not know what it is, and we do not know if it was entered in through, or if it came from outer space.
Yeah, flying rocks versus ignited farts going across the night sky. I totally understand what you're saying, my guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's all gets to that assumption until someone sits there and says, hey, I saw this rock do a shooting star, and here's where it hit. You do have that one that hit in Russia, 5 years ago or so? But you have no videotape of it actually coming. Yeah, it does come from the sky, but there's no one that's recorded it from entering through this atmosphere. Also, by the way, that one did not even make a crater and created a double sonic. Just a side note to why I question, just like our Australian guy here sitting here talking about, are these craters actually meteorites? So yeah, it would be nice if there was someone that we could all agree on, that we trust and like that, and go buy, an airplane and let them go as high as he can, But that's never going to happen. We're all going to always disagree with who went up there, and that's happened on both sides of the table. You get someone who sent up a balloon from a flat earther, and they say, "Hey, look, I recorded it with my iPhone, and it spins around, and you see it's flat, and 50,000 feet in elevation." And then you have a globalist who goes and does it for the Red Bull, the guy who jumped out, and for a glimpse of a second, it's not in their live video. They intentionally show this over dramatic globe, and like I said, just go ahead and connect the lines on what that is, and that would let you know of like he's crazy far away to where even the ISS has admitted that they have to take 32 images in order to capture the globe. So he was so far away, he was 30 times further than what the ISS was. But you know, they have their people that sit there and say, "Hey, that was a globe." We're always going to, you know, what is real and what is fake.
So NASA's lying then, is what you're saying?
Oh, heck yeah. And see, I have my reasons I nationalize. For instance, this James Webb telescope. I mean, it didn't even take me but 5 seconds to sit there. Something's up, and it's just because I was a photographer, and then my eyesight messed up. Ended up with double vision, so I basically retired altogether. But yes, I know deep about photography and tons of things in that image that is very questionable. That is impossible for me to
please fucking share.
Do what?
Please share your knowledge, sir.
Give me a second. So Uncle heard me the other night talk about this. So give me a second to upload some images for you. And then once they're uploaded, then we'll have discussion.
If NASA had to take 32 satellites and sew them together, they claim it's raw data. I'd like to see this raw data. I'd like to see myself if it makes a globe.
Well, do you know?
Can we take that data ourselves and determine for ourselves without them telling us what it is?
Exactly. And see, that's a good point to something. So you can right click on an image and you can do an inspection and you can pull out the metadata on it. Yet when I pull out the metadata on it, I get 0. So for instance, when I put out an image of my work, let's say I went and shot a wedding, okay? Then when I go and pull that picture off, even though I've uploaded it to the internet, someone can right click on that image and see what the metadata is, unless I go and upload that image without the metadata in it. And that's what they've done with. All right, so not sure who it was that asked me the James Webb, but if you want to go and take a look at what images I posted, and then we'll start the discussion. So you still here, boss?
Yep.
All right, so the first image is the new James Webb telescope. It was the very first image they put out. I am a photographer, but doesn't matter if you believe me or not. In the second image is something that I can recreate, done it several times.
What it is, the spinning looking circular shit that we were talking about?
Yes, sir. So in order for me to capture that right there, I have to do a long exposure. What long exposure is I've got to open my shutter for like 30 seconds and it'll capture the trailing lights. Now, with me being zeroed in on Polaris, with it being, fixed in the sky at that night, that everything revolves around it. So I can recreate that and make it happen. what's funny is that when you look at all of their stars, they're all spinning, okay? But when you look at what James Webb put out, if you actually zoom in, you see where it's like a good 20% that have that little bit of spiral to it. Do you see what I'm talking about? If not, I'll.
Yeah, you're gonna have to fucking dude. But think of me as a moron, okay?
You're good, man.
I have no idea what's going on, so you're gonna have to be really descriptive of what you're talking about.
So cool. So, all right. So I just uploaded a new image. Do you see that? I've got 5 red circles.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, so when you click on that, you zoom in on those red circles, you can see where you've got galaxies or stars, whatever they may be, doesn't really matter. They are all warped, just like in that second image. My question this is my first question that I have for the James Webb, is why does that not happen to all the rest? What you get in a response from them is that it's a Lynn gravitational pull, which means that an object is in front of it. However, if you noticed, they are all warping for a convex, meaning that they're going to the outer edges. There's not a single one of them that concave. Are you familiar with those two terms?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because if you look at the 4th image that I posted, that is actually a lens gravitational pull of a object crossing, and you see that, hey, sometimes it's concave, sometimes it's convex. Not a single one of those James Webb images are going the other direction. So they're all spiraling, which therefore would mean that something is very wrong with their telescope, of why 20% of these are sitting there doing a spiral motion and the rest are not. So that's problem number 1. Problem number 2, James Webb telescope is going 1,700 miles per hour. That's faster than a speeding bullet. So when I am capturing in light, okay, when I'm doing astrology at night, I have to do the long shutter order so light is brought in. There is no dang way that, that you're going 1,700 miles per hour and you're not getting anything trailing. For instance, the 3rd image, you should see something like that to an effect on some of them, or not. I could literally take my camera outside and I could do a zoom of just going like 5 miles an hour, and I can stay fixated on Polaris or whatever you want me to. And you will see that you get a trailing motion. And well, it's not. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying it's good to have people like you, because for those who are illiterate in this world of photography and trailing lights, it's good to know that there's people like you out there that notice these things.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just state my 3rd issue I have real quick. My 3rd issue is you see like that big bright star that's in the middle of their image? It has 6 points and then a line through it.
Yeah.
You can look this up yourself if you ever wanted to. Anybody out there says, I don't believe what this guy's saying. Anybody who's listening in off of YouTube. All you have to do is go in and say, what creates starburst in DSLR or in a camera. And it's come back and it'll say that what creates it is based upon your aperture number. So how many points are coming off of a star state how many, what the aperture is. So for instance, there's 6 points. And then if you zoom in, you have like a line coming across the middle. So more than likely, this was something at like almost an F7, somewhere around there. An F7 aperture is something that is crazy for the amount of light that's brought in. So for instance, for me, when I go outside and capturing stars, I have to be at like a 1.8 or a 2.2 in order to bring stars in. Now that doesn't matter if I'm trying to do it in the city, Atlanta, Chicago, wherever it may be, or if I'm out in Utah at the Grand Canyon and there's no lights around for 80 miles and it's just completely, and it has to be in that low aperture in order to bring in light. So to say that they captured this at an S7 means that they had to increase their shutter speed, and then they also had to do a shutter speed with this insane 1,700 miles per hour. I can't even take a picture that fast, at night. I can't. So if I go at night and you got me in a car that's going 90 miles per hour and I zoom in on something with just my 200 millimeter lens, by the way, you have to understand that this was zoomed in 32 million light years away, is what they say. Which obviously I can. But so for just bringing it down as small as I could, I should be able to recreate it. And it's impossible for me to, because if you got me going 70 miles per hour at night, I would have to be at my lowest aperture and I would have to be zoomed back with a fisheye lens just so I could capture something. However, I'm still going to get you're still going to see trees trailing. The only thing that won't trail at me would be what is dead in front of me. So,
Can I just ask you something, mate? Do you so are you saying you believe in space? Is that what you're saying, or?
I do believe.
You do believe in space?
I do. Now, that does not mean that I'm right or wrong. It's just a personal belief.
So do you believe these photos are what they're saying they are?
I do not.
You do not? Okay. All right.
We should ask that in a different way. It's the vacuum of space. Do you believe that the vacuum of space is a real place?
Yeah, correct.
And that's where I would say I just don't know.
Okay, that's a good answer.
I wish I knew. I have my feeling on it. Whatever I feel does not matter in my answer.
So,
John, do you agree that gas needs a container?
That gas needs a container. I do believe that gas needs a container.
So
go ahead.
We get into the idea gas needing a container. So we're in a closed system, therefore removing the idea of space, would it not?
I
don't demand an answer right now. Just something to think about is all. Have a blessed night, guys.
Yeah. No, yeah. Now that is something I've thought about. But I don't have an answer. The main reason I don't have an answer is because it's something I.
Also, do you think that this James Webb Telescope is in the vacuum of space?
I do not. I don't even think there is a James Webb Telescope. Because here's another thing that's funny. Let me post this image for y'all. Because this is something that is absolutely hilarious to me. This is from their own NASA's website and everything. So if you look at the image on the left, they claim is James Webb's telescope. The image on the right is Hubble's telescope. Now, can someone explain to me why they are sitting there saying that James Webb's telescope just went into outer space, traveling 1,700 miles per hour, and it's captured, this is their own words, what they captured is just a grain of sand. Why is both of those images identical to one another? They're James Webb is more enhanced. How in the world did they take the exact same image?
Because it's CGI.
There you go, Ross. I mean, literally all they did, if you look at the other images that James Webb has come out with, they go hand in hand with what Hubble's is. And I'm sitting here going, what was the purpose of this whole entire project if you're just putting out enhanced photos of Hubble's telescope? It's not showing anymore. And here's another fact. You can look this up on your own. If you looked in James Webb telescope, is it an infrared sensor? And it is an infrared sensor. That means the image that it puts back out to you is just this gray and white and black. They have to include color. And color is not something that you can say what it is in an infrared image. You can say it like in old school photography, for instance, like if I did film photography, I come out and I have a yellow film. Yes, it's yellow and black, but I can literally sit there and I suggest a color to one point. Now, see, that's one thing. I have to assume that one thing is a certain color, and then the rest. But in infrared, you literally have to go and change every single little point to saying, oh, this tone is this color, and this one's this color. So every bit of that color, 100% made up.
Mate, all you need to do is just go on that James Webb Facebook page and look at all the comments they're saying. They're just so full of shit. It's so funny.
Can I ask a question about the photography?
Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay, because I have a question in terms of like when you're moving and something else is moving. Is that a way for them to say that the reason that they don't have as much movement in the photos is because the stars are moving at the same speed as, like, do you know? I maybe I'm
yes, and also being far away is a big deal. Like if you look at a distant mountain and you're driving a car,
yeah,
the mountain doesn't move much.
When you're driving down the road and like an airplane's like flying next to you, and all of a sudden you look out the window and it looks like the airplane is like still, but because you're moving and the airplane's moving, right? So they say that something like that is happening in those photos, or how would you?
But the shrubbery close to the road, that's moving fast, but the mountain and distant objects are moving slow, if at all.
Yeah, but I'd like for the guy who like has the photography background.
Yeah, see that's one. So to answer your question, to the best of my knowledge,
yes, thank you.
The only way that it could be possible is exactly what you said. That would have to mean that James Webb's telescope, they gave us the number 1,700 miles per hour. Therefore, in order to do that with all these stars and galaxies, where they're not coming at us doing that trailing in the image, therefore that means that all of those stars and those galaxies are heading the exact same direction at going 1,700 miles per hour.
Thank you. That was my question. You just answered it right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So basically, that's not impossible.
Yeah, because I mean, the thing is if if James Webb Telescope panned 90 degrees that way, I guarantee you they're not going to see trailing. They're going to sit here and put out another just like, and then you would sit there and be like, well, are you saying that we're all that Earth is the center of the entire galaxy? Everything is pushing away from us at 1,700 miles per hour.
Yeah, I keep saying I'm going to bed, and I keep saying, but it's the symmetry that you're illustrating, because again, light in the picture of the James Webb Telescope is showing that all those stars are traveling to and from you, so to speak, in one axis, the z-axis, if you will. Right. Though, if you change the orientation of the telescope, as you just suggested, 90 degrees, it's then going to attempt to elongate the star's path's travel versus it traveling strictly on the z-axis towards you.
Yep. So, if you pan 90 degrees to the left and right, they better have stars trailing. If you pan behind you, they got to be going twice as fast. So it definitely would have a trail at all three angles. The only one that would stay fixated would be the ones that are in front of you. But again, they all have to be going 1,700 miles per hour.
I disagree with you, especially on distant objects. Like, you can have a distant object, and because it's so distant, it doesn't look like it's moving at all. And you can be like in a car going 100 miles an hour or fast, for example, and not have to worry about the shutter speed because you're filming or you're taking a picture of an object that's far away, let's say a mountain, that doesn't really move at all relative to your speed and distance.
Give me a moment. Let me see if my camera has a battery in it. I'll take a short video for you, and I'll actually demonstrate it. I actually have so I'm on a lake, and I can demonstrate a light here at night that is standing still. And I will show you what takes place the second that I'm just moving slightly towards it. And I can even do the moon.
Over water, that's got to do with atmospheric refraction as well. So that's kind of, you're talking about an atmosphere and then apparently no atmosphere. So there's a big difference in the photograph there that you'd be taking.
I'll be happy to see what you have, but also furthermore, if you're talking about a distant galaxy, let's just say there was a distant galaxy, these James Webb pictures. Even though you're going a million miles an hour, you're relatively still, relatively to the distance. So because we're moving, for example, the James Webb Telescope is moving, doesn't mean they'll need a shutter speed or they'll be trailed, because those distant objects won't move in comparison, whether you're still or moving.
So are you saying that
of the distance?
The reason why some of the stars are moving in the photo and some of the stars aren't, like he said earlier?
Yeah, they're close. What should happen is the closer stars should be moving more than the farther galaxies and stars. Yes, so it's like if you're on a highway in a car, the shrubbery that's on the side of the road, that's going to be blurred, 100% blurred. But the long distance of mountains, for example, way back there, it's not, because it's moving relative to your distance and speed. It's not moving much at all.
But if you're looking at it straight on,
I'd agree with.
Now, if you turned it 90 degrees, like he said before, then that would no longer be true, correct?
To some degree, but again, if it's far and you're even though you're moving alongside of it and it's far away, it would relatively move much less or not at all, depending on the distance. And they're saying these galaxies are light years away, so they wouldn't move if you're going fast. Not as far as I can tell.
And they also say that it's expanding in all directions, so it wouldn't matter whether you change it 90 degrees or not. So they'd all be moving apparently away from you at all times.
They're expanding in all directions. However, they're not expanding or moving relative to your observation where you are, because it's so distant.
Yeah. So then, if that is what
you're saying,
the camera itself is moving.
Should have parallax.
So one thing is, if everything is then I would sit there and beg the question of, does that mean that they're trying to say that Earth is the center of all of the galaxy?
And
If
everything
they're
spinning out from around us, yeah. I get what
if they're willing to admit that, they're going to concede everything at that point.
I think it's proven that Earth's the center of everything. I think the Copernican principle proved that, but a lot of
Not according to
don't
their
like that.
model, it's not.
Correct. That the only thing that they say is that the sun is the center of our solar system, so to say. But for the center of the entire galaxy, there is no center point that they found the smoking gun, so to say.
Yeah, there's no like.
Well, they haven't.
What? How does Polaris exist
They
in their
haven't found
system?
anything. That's the whole
All right,
point. They
so-
haven't found anything.
So, give me maybe about 5-10 minutes. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to set my camera up so y'all can see this. Also, I got something better for y'all. I actually have a star that I can fixate on, and I can show you what happens just at me moving the slightest bit. And you're gonna sit there and see trailing stars coming at me.
Here we
that
go.
was
I
for
love it.
example, yeah. Thanks.
So, give me about 10 minutes. I'll make a video for y'all.
Appreciate you, John.
Awesome.
Good one.
Yeah, and all that I said, I'm not a photographer. I'm just talking out loud. So I'd like to see what you
No,
got.
you're good, man.
We know.
This is the only way that we get to learn, is actually showing physical evidence of an observation or an experiment. This is the only way that we're going to grow as a society. And it's what upsets me with globalists. They sit here and talk about gravity as if it's a fact that I can recreate. I can't recreate it. They can't recreate it. None of them have a ball that they can sit there and recreate that has gravity to where water sticks to it. You know, if they could, cool, we can have that conversation, but they don't. So, all right, I'll be back in a minute. And ladies.
And also, like, you look at that picture, right? I know it's not a real picture, but if they're all moving away from us at the same rate, and those spiral galaxies are circling around something, wouldn't we see all those spiral galaxies from the bottom? Because they've got a main point going away, and then the spiraling around it. I know we're looking at a silly image anyway, but theoretically, wouldn't that image work in anyone else's head? Or no? Am I just off the point?
When you say see the bottom of the galaxy, yes. If you take a ball,
like a whirlpool,
and you push the ball away from you, you call the piece that you're looking at the bottom. Then yes, that would just what you'd see.
Yeah, because some of them you
away
see them
and also
sideways.
expanding at the same time.
So they should just be going in all different directions.
Now, if it's expanding, understand that
points.
It's very slow. Like, it takes a lifetime for Polaris, for example, to move 1 degree. And I don't think Polaris moves at all. I don't think it's ever moved. But they say it moves 1 degree over a lifetime, 69 years. So that's how slow it would be moving away because it's so far distant.
Apparently.
Supposedly the Georgia Guidestones, before it blew them up, supposedly they had Polaris in a little circle. And since it was there for 40 years, should have moved 1 degree. And I heard that it didn't move 1 degree, and then they blew it up. So they just the proof out the window.
Oh, so you think that's why they blew it up? Because it disproved the globe?
It disproved Polaris is moving, yes.
Interesting.
conspiracy theories. There's no way we can know for sure.
Oh yeah, no, of course it's all theory. I thought maybe they wanted that time capsule that was in there, but
I don't know who made it. I don't know who blew it up.
exactly.
Okay, I'm back. Y'all still here?
I am.
So I uploaded one video through Discord, and then the other one I had to do through a YouTube video. So feel free to watch them. But I posted the image just along of what it would look like, and you can see, that all the stars are trailing at me, and I'm only moving a hair closer to them.
Are you sure is that due to you moving forward or a little bit of a handshake?
That is me moving towards. If you watch my second video that I posted with the YouTube, I show you detail of how I can.
So how you keep the camera still?
Yes. I mean,
I'll watch it.
I literally show you that I lunge towards it.
Lunge?
Yeah, I'm not talking like I lunge like I was jumping like a frog at it, but I moved towards it.
Okay.
Just like
what is it zoomed, and what lens is on it?
it's a 200 millimeter, which is something I also described in the video as well as earlier. That
okay. All right. I'll watch the video and I'll stop asking.
No, you're good. That's not stupid questions, man. Not at all.
Yeah, because I just is it zoomed in? Because obviously when you're zoomed in, any little shake of the camera gives it a kind of a trail.
Correct. Yep. So, and that's something that I go on to explain too, is that I usually use a wide angle lens, as well as I keep this on a tripod, so I don't have this moving in or out or camera shake or any of that.
I'll watch the video. I'll come back.
You're good.
Yeah, there's no way those pictures are real. There's so much shaking and bleeding from just that small movement that I can't believe that they could capture. There's no way that they can capture something.
Yeah, so here I am only moving up towards it, at 1 mile. And this thing's traveling 17 per hour. Plus, it has an insane zoom that can go 32 million light years. I mean, my 200 millimeter doesn't even scratch the surface of how far apparently that goes.
Yeah, after watching that, it's just impossible.
Yeah,
can't do it.
Yeah, I used to have a Meade telescope, MEAD, and I could capture, distant things far away. But again, that's here on Earth, and that's completely still, and having to take a long exposure.
You said it, mate. Still and stationary.
Yeah. I did have one person on TikTok who thought they were going to come and debate me without having any photography. And they were trying to tell me that James Webb has become stationary. And I said, how did you become stationary in a zero gravity with nothing for it to fixate onto? And they said, oh, well, it just stopped moving. I said, even if you have it stopped moving at 0 miles per hour, there is still going to be twists of that thing taking place. I don't care if they put on, 100 oxygen tanks to where, it gets it centered up and shoots it out. For me,
watching too many movies, and they think that they can actually maneuver in space the way that they do in the movies. Oh, we need to make a right turn that left thruster, and shoot it a little bit this way and shoot it a little bit that way. Like, that people are starting to believe that the stuff that they see in the movies are, like fact.
Well, see, what's funny to me, because I agree with you, they look at movies as, oh, that's the fact. And I sit there and I'm like, look at y'all's own ISS thing that y'all believe in. Y'all got an astronaut here that is in the International Space Station. And when they're showing us stuff, they're still free floating. They're still moving. There's not a single one of them that's stationary, fixated to where they can stay still. They can't. There's always some type of movement. Whatever movement they started off with, they continue going in that direction.
I agree. If they told me space was just another giant ocean, I'd believe that before I'd believe that they're putting down. At least you're like, oh, well, that makes a little bit more sense. There's water up there. That explains your bubbles. That explains you floating around. That explains a little bit more.
Yep.
Like, it's just, there's just so many other things that you can say it is that would make more sense than the nothingness that you claim is there, that you can just fly around and float around and light up light up things with next to a vacuum and be able to get out of there and to come back home.
Yeah.
That part really doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't know. I don't like, and most of you guys say, I don't know what to believe, but I do know that I don't believe that.
Right. That's how I am. I'm, when someone asks me, are you a flat earther? I'm like, I don't know what I am, but I do know that I have so many questions about the globe that I've debunked on my own with doing experimental observation. And I have to throw everything out of the picture that people say, well, why do you say NASA's a lie? And I point to something like this, and I'm like, once I catch someone in one lie, that's something. But I've caught NASA in so many lies of stuff I've done on my own, or stuff I've observed on my own. You've got, people who came back from the Apollo mission being asked, did you see stars? Nope, you can't see them. And then you've got people that are up there in the International Space Station. They've come back. They'd have a kid ask them, "Oh, did you see stars?" And they come out with all these obscene things that they've seen. And it goes, well, which one was telling the truth here? You know?
Yeah. Well, I 100% agree with you. That's what happened to me. After looking up this stuff with NASA, I was like, all right, this is all BS. I don't know what to believe, but I just know that I'm not believing that anymore. That's what ended up happening with me too. So I'm right on the same page with you on that one.
Yeah. You know, there's questions that I have about flat Earth that I do not like the answer that I got back. But that doesn't mean that flat Earth is wrong or right. You know, just means that, hey, there's a couple of things that I question that did not fit what I can observe and things like that. And that's left alone. But there's things that I can sit here and observe on the globe model or observe with just NASA alone to where I say, this is a lie. You know, why would they need to lie about showing, you know, the globe of the Earth? You know, one lie, okay, I'll give someone a pass. But after so many times, it's like, if you're going to lie that much, I just have to disregard everything that you've ever said.
Yeah, I just NASA's just full of lies, lie on top of lie on top of lie, and like you said, once what is it? You know, I always use that saying, like, I'll accept, you know, one or two lies, but after the third one, now you're just a liar completely, and I'm out.
Sure. Yep. Or, you know, even if they came out and they said, you know, something to like,
we made a mistake.
Yep. You know, or say, hey, I was completely wrong with what I put out. I could go with that, but they have not once come out and said something like, I guarantee you're never going to hear something about the James Webb is completely a lie.
Oh no, they're just too vested at this point. Like they have to keep the narrative up, otherwise people are going to start asking, well, then where did all that money go? And when people are asking where all that money went,
yeah,
you know, things are going to start really becoming clear to everyone on this planet, and I don't know if they're going to be able to keep everybody, you know, checking in line after that. So when you start talking dollar bills, you know, that's when people start going, oh, wait a minute, did they do this to rob us? Oh, now when you start talking about money, then people start listening. So that's why they have to keep up the narrative. Like, it just there's no other reason at this point, but they want to keep getting the money, and they need to make sure people didn't find out where all that money went.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I do want to go and meet a long time ago. So, for instance, I captured the Milky Way with my camera with no telescope. That was really cool. Even if you ever travel out to Utah to where there's no lights, you can see the Milky Way with your own eye if it's up in the sky at that time. Very fascinating, beautiful to see. But there was a group that's down here near me that's kind of close to Augusta, Georgia. And I kind of want to go to them and say, hey, y'all do the same thing, astrophotography, and y'all have y'all's telescopes and stuff. Here's my questions. So
that would be cool. You want to see if they can get the pictures that you're looking for you on your behalf. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yep. Recreate it. Just show me. No. And I have no problem saying, hey, I was wrong.
Yeah, no, but that's a good idea, and see what they can get for you, and just don't tell them what it's for. See if they can just do it.
Yeah, because when you do tell someone what it is for, they'll be like, "Oh, you got a crazy person." You don't have a person. You got a realist. So
Yeah. As soon as you start putting out that, you're not quite sure anymore, people are like, "What?" They start looking at you a little different, start questioning your sanity.
Yep.
I just want to go back to something about you believing in the vacuum of space. What's convinced you that it exists?
With that Meade telescope, I could see, the Saturn. I could see the rings. I could observe it, months later, and see, that the rings are gone. I could observe Jupiter and see that spot that Jupiter, and several months go by, and you see that spot is moved. I could see nebulas out of other people's telescopes, not mine, because mine wasn't powerful enough. So that's why I'm like, hey, there is something that's out there.
So don't they look more like lights to you than actual physical objects? Because when I've seen pictures and like pictures of people taking them with those, fancy cameras and stuff like that, to me they look more like light.
Also, if you're looking through a telescope, it's only one, so you can't see 3D in the telescope. How do you know they're just
those fancy cameras that actually like take the movement and stuff like that? Have you seen those photos?
Yes, I'm familiar with the telescope that's able to move, and the one of my type of cameras attached to it that can stay along with that movement. So I'm familiar with what you're talking about.
Do you think Saturn and Jupiter are terraforming planets that you can land on? How do you get a planet anyways, ever?
Well, I mean,
I'll give you it changes over time. It's colorful. It's something there. But what do you think? It's a planet like they say you can land on it with a rover?
Well, okay. So there's a good question. So I can observe that something there. What is that something? Could it just be? Could it just be gas? Could it be water? Could it be land? Could it be smoke? Whatever. No, I could not tell you. It can't be a light because I can see something physical there. I can see, like I said, I can see that spot that's on Jupiter, and I can see that it moves.
How do you know that's physical? Can you check that?
No, you can't. So I'll agree with you on that, but I will say it's not something like a light, because a light, if you try to check something that's physical in a light, it's over bright. You can't see any foundation or anything like that.
So you think that the stars look like lights in the photographs and the planets look like something you would consider an object?
Correct. Okay. But now what that object is, I don't know. It could be an infinite possibility of what's there. What that object is.
I'm still back to my question. What convinces you that there is outer space? Because you just said you can see this and see that and see that, but you can't confirm what they are. You said you can see nebulas, everything, but you can't confirm what they are. So what convinces
know what it
you
really is?
with a?
You said Saturn. Can you confirm the distance to Saturn?
Correct. See, that's something I cannot do. I can't say what that distance is. I mean, for all I know, it could be, a small basketball that's just, 300 feet in the air. There's no way for you to measure off of a telescope alone, or off of a camera of what the distance is. Not that I know of.
So basically, you just think that there's something out there. You just don't know what it is.
Correct. Yep.
But you can see there's something. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's a hard.
Yeah. Is it space? Is it inside our firmament or inside our atmosphere? Whatever you want to call it. Is it inside or outside of that? I couldn't tell you if it was, because honestly, I don't know where that is. No. It's not like I can throw a rock into the sky and see where it bounces off at and be like, yep.
Yeah, well, at this point, then you're asking someone to give a belief, right? Like, you're asking what he believes, and you guys like to stick to facts, so then you're just asking him to believe, to bring his belief into that, and then you're going to just attack that, right? Because everybody's belief can't be proven.
Yeah. I wish I did have where I could factually test a distance. I think that would be a great thing to have, of saying, hey, whatever it is, if it's, what's it called? Solar radar or whatever it is that are sound waves that bats do, hey, you can do this test and see how long it get back and yada, yada, yada. But there's nothing that I'm aware of that, says, hey, this is something we can do on our own for how far away something.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't even know where to begin with that.
No. And when you get into it, of where they get those answers from, it comes into NASA. And you already know my answer, because it's the exact same as yours, which is NASA has lied about so much, we just have to credit everything that NASA said.
Yeah, because at this point, they're just a really nice movie studio.
Oh, they are. I've seen better movies that have put out higher quality stuff than what NASA.
Yeah, I was pretty much about to say that too. most of the movies about space look better than their photos of space.
Yeah. Do you remember? Well, I don't know if you're as old as I am, but when I was younger, there was the Twilight Zone. You ever heard of that?
Yes, sir.
So Twilight Zone had an episode that was about an astronaut who thought that he went to the moon, but all in actuality, all that happened is he landed back on Earth, and he was documenting everything to NASA what he was seeing. And it was just, the Twilight Zone of this guy landed back on Earth, and it's like, and literally in that episode, everybody was believing this man telling the truth. And all it was is the truth that he was telling was something he believed, but he was wrong in what he believed. And what it was is he was just on Earth the entire time.
Yeah. I actually believe that what they do to the astronauts, I have a feeling that they kind of trick people. I mean, obviously they trick everybody, right? So, like, I really think that people go into wanting to be an astronaut with, like, a pure heart. They believe they're going to go out into space. They believe they're going to do all these things, and they take their, they work for their whole life to become an astronaut, you know, like it's not an easy task. It's not an easy feat. You have to, you know, dedicate your life to the military and coming up through the ranks and all that stuff. It takes years, and you have to be in the ultimate physical condition and all of this stuff. And then after these people go into space and come back, you know, they end up drunks, alcohol, like kind of like crazy a little bit, you know, like pissed at the world. Why? Because if you've sacrificed your whole life to become something, and then I'm gonna say that I've said this. I think I might have said this here before, but you know, like I worked in human resources, and I'm the person that used to hand you that contract when you got a job, that you were just happy to get a job, that you just sign all those papers before you even read them, or you don't even read them.
Right.
You know, so I believe they hand them over a stack of NDAs before they're about to be an astronaut, and you're thinking, hey, I'm just keeping my top secret stuff like all the other military, you know, part of the
That's right.
that I've been in, so I'm just signing what I've always signed. You know, I'm not going to talk about top secret. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, like, because you're excited. You're about to be a fucking astronaut. You know, like you're about to go into space. You fucking sign anything. You worked your whole life for that.
Yeah.
And then imagine signing that and then finding out that it's all bullshit, and that you can't tell anybody or do anything about it because they're going to take your whole fucking life from you.
Yeah. Well, see, here's another thing to think about. Okay. These astronauts, think of it literally. Have you ever been to the Epcot Center down in Florida or anything like that?
When I was like 8.
Okay, so when you go into the Epcot Center, they can have this projection of 360 degrees up and down and everything. And they can make you feel like you're on a roller coaster and all this type of stuff. And your mind will play tricks on you of, this is real. So if they sat there and literally put someone into a space shuttle, they've learned all these buttons and everything, and say this and this happens, this is what's taking place, yada, 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 this is how you adjust. They can literally be like, I feel like I'm going to outer space, and believe it, because everybody is telling them, oh, it's really happening. And the people that are inside NASA Center that's documented saying, you know, oh, to turn this dial to such and such and all of that, they can be believing it just as much because they're watching a screen. They have no idea that these astronauts are in a simulator. And the astronauts have no idea that they're in a when people
there
ask
was
me,
a show in the UK. They did that to a group of people. I watched this show. They did that as an actual show, like a reality show in the UK. They convinced these people that they were going to space. They won a trip, then they won a contest, and then they all had to compete on who was going to get to go to space. They took them in an airplane. Allegedly, they were taking them to Russia, but they faked that too. They just put them in a plane, flew them around for a couple hours.
Yeah.
They docked at an airport, at a base here or in the UK. They used an old base in the UK, and they just changed all the sign to Russian sign and put Russian food and told them they were in Russia and training for this event. And then they picked a few of them out of like a group of many to actually be the ones to go into space. They literally tricked them, and these people thought they were in space for quite a while. And even the people who were like not in on it were like, you know, who they thought they were in Russia. Like it's freaking mind blowing. Like after you do it, you're like, yo, like, can you imagine? And there was a few times like during the thing where people are like, it's weird, we haven't been weightless, and we have, you know, like they had little things that they queued, and they just told them, oh, we pressurized the cabin, blah, 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 so you'll never be weightless, yada, yada, yada. They just made stuff up. and they had actors in there mixed in with the regular people, convincing them, moving them along. No, this is what really happens, blah, blah, blah. It's insane.
Yep. So that's why
season though, I think we know why.
Yeah. So, when people sit there and they ask the question of, oh, you believe that there's just 1 million people that are in on it that are lying to you, I'm like, no, it's only like 5 people who actually know the truth, and and the rest don't realize that they're in a simulation.
Exactly. There's just those couple people that are lying to you, and they're keeping you strung along for the ride. And the worst part about that was like listening to the people. And I understand why they only did that show for 1 season too, because like listening to the heartbreak of the people who thought that they were in space was like devastating. Like hearing, like this one guy was like literally crying. Like he's like, I thought I was never going to be anything or anybody, and here I am, one of the first, regular people in space type of thing, and he like had this pride, and he was filled with like all this emotion. My parents said I was never going to be anything or do anything with my life. And then he turned out to be an effing joke, like I was devastated for the kid,
Sad.
I'm like, this is so sad. Like, and this is something they haven't worked for their entire life. So can you imagine the actual astronauts who have worked their entire life for something like that? Then just to find out it's bullshit? Like, God, like, it has to be like, no wonder why they're so miserable and, alcoholics and all. Like, you can't blame them.
Yeah, because think about it this way as well. Even if they sat here and started going, you know what? There's a chance I was in a simulation. They have to go back to everything that they signed that says top secret. The second that they talk, the second their act and their families,
their whole life will be exactly. Their whole life will be ripped away from them. That's what I'm saying. Like they can't even say anything if they wanted to. NDAs are like really powerful documents. People don't realize that, but they are, and a lot of them are like ironclad. Like
that's a good point.
You don't understand what, like, they can literally like take your life away. Like take everything from you, everything you own, everything you've ever owned, like just snatch it right out from underneath you.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not just snatching away your physical self, but they start to go after things to care for. And everybody.
Let me ask you guys something.
Yeah.
You know who Bob Lazar is?
I do not.
I do.
Okay. You do?
Yes, I do.
What do you think of everything he said now? This supposed whistleblower, oh, they found UFOs. Like, now what? Like, do we believe this guy?
I think he's probably another one of...
Another shill? He was on Joe Rogan, so I don't know.
He might be. He might. It's hard to say, because is he a shill or is he someone who stumbled on, who just stumbled onto all of this stuff and just made assumptions, right? Because if you are working for this part of the military and you stumble upon these flying things that don't look like anything that have ever been on this planet, and they're using an element that we're not supposed to have, you immediately think alien, because you have that globe mentality since you were born, and we have that stuff fed into us, so your mind automatically goes to, this is off planet, it's off world, that means aliens are real, that means space is real, that it just backs up everything they've ever told you if you stumble upon that. Now, did he stumble upon that? did he stumble upon that legitimately, you know, like, or was he pushed into stumbling upon that? And I think some whistleblowers, I think they actually wanted them to see it and start, you know.
That's what they say about Alex Jones. He was invited not knowing that they wanted him there. He thought he was part of some undercover, I got to sneak in this place, I'm going to expose these people.
Exactly.
But it turns out, they actually wanted to be exposed. That's just, I don't know how much of that.
Sometimes they will. I do know one of my friends. He was in the Marine. What it was doesn't matter. Anyhow, when he got back, he was actually I forget what it was, but one of the UFOs that was captured in Arizona. And he was reading about it, and what he told me, he was like, the funniest thing is that the military literally had told him that if you ever want anybody to not believe in something, you give it to them and let them go off in conspiracy thoughts, and that will end up being what kills the thought that anything ever happened out there.
Give them a little bit of a truth and send them on a wild goose chase.
That's correct. And when you get so many stories of so many wild goose chases, what takes place is you sit there and it's like, oh, there's way too many conspiracy thoughts in this. I'm just going to say the whole entire thing didn't.
Because you give up because you can't find the truth. Because there's 1,000 different truths. So you can't know. And that's why discernment is so important. You have to go within yourself and decide what truth is.
That's a great word you just used. Discernment.
Yeah, because there's just so much BS that I don't know. That's how I do it. What feels right? That feels wrong. Okay, next. I mean, at the end of the day, that's all we're all going to be able to do, because we're never going to be able to 100% know until it's too late for anyone to come back and tell us, right?
You know what? I'll just be frankly honest. Whenever I die, now I am Christian, so I believe I'm going to heaven, like that. Once I'm in that state, I'm here to tell you, I'm not coming back to be like, hey, you know what? I'm up here in heaven and I viewed it. This is what Earth looks like. I'll just be like, whatever.
Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, so.
What do you care anymore?
Exactly. Like, I'm out. That's it. And they're coming back.
We would be so much better in a society. I truly believe this. If we could be just realist. And by what I mean, I'm not talking about religion, because that still is a belief. I'm talking about, this globe and flat earth, many other types of things, even going down to physics. If people could be a realist and just admit that, hey, you know what? We don't know what gravity is. We don't even know if that's what is causing this. And start the building blocks. I really think that we could become like a really good advanced civilization. But because we have so many holes in all of these other things, it's just constantly keeping us as, bottom feeder.
I agree. I think that it's gonna the system itself and how it works is probably beautifully simple, and I'm sure at one point it was commonly known, and when it becomes known again, everyone's gonna be like, oh wow. And that's gonna put it's gonna put everything into place where, and it starts to open up 1,000 other doors for all the other stuff that people can't quite figure out. We can't quite figure out how to do this and how to do that and how to cure diseases and this and that. And I think that just that knowledge would put so many other things into perspective, and everything else will fall into place. That exactly what you said will happen. An advanced society will rebirth from that because a lot of holes will be filled, gaps will be, and questions will be answered, gaps will be filled.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring this up. This might pertain to the conversation. You know how billy goats, they could stand on the sides of cliffs, right?
Yeah.
Like mountain goats can literally stand on steep inclines. They gain this ability running from predators like tigers, mountain bobcats, whatever, right?
Right.
It's almost like if there wasn't an imminent threat against their survival, they wouldn't develop.
Good point.
They wouldn't develop this ability. It's almost like, the things that challenge us and threaten us and oppress us is what's pushing us to evolve, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's a good point. I never thought about that. Yeah. We could.
That's the chicken or the egg. The chicken or the egg.
That's the final clear thought you're going to get from me. I'm getting high as fuck now.
Hey, I love when people spiral out of control because there is always something that they end up spiraling out of control on to where you're like, you know what? That actually makes sense. So continue on, man.
Yo, I'm from New Jersey. We're the spiral masters.
I'm from New Jersey too.
Oh shit, we spiral together.
That's why that just made sense.
My bad. I'm a Southern boy. I'm down here in Georgia, so I can't be in y'all's clique.
Are you by Atlanta?
I'm about maybe 40 miles away from Atlanta, but I live on a lake. I'm in the boondocks, so I am not considered whatever that is.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, I like when we're down here, I would say the vast majority who live on this lake, like we have a problem with city down here.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, in Jersey, I think we're all a little crazy. But
there is no normal.
no, there's a fine line in Jersey. It feels like there's South Jersey and North Jersey, and there's kind of like a line between the difference.
Yeah.
I'm in Newark right now.
Really? You were very close.
Oh shit.
Hop, skip, and a jump. I live in Roselle.
Oh shit. Wait.
Yeah.
Roselle? Is that shit. I'm not even 100% where that is.
Right next to Elizabeth.
Oh, okay.
I'm surrounded by Elizabeth, Union.
Oh shit, you are that like right there.
Yeah, exactly. Like literally. I used to live in Newark. My cousin lives on Summer Ave right now.
I used to work in Linden every day.
Yep, that's right next door. Literally, Linden's on one corner, Elizabeth's on the other corner, Union's on one corner.
Are you a flat earther though?
I do not believe in the globe, but I don't know what the earth really looks like. Let's put it that way.
Word, that's cool. So it's cool
Very
to know
nice.
people around here are actually turning onto this stuff.
Oh yeah, that's good.
How did you come upon this?
In 2014, I had a friend's cousin come out the hospital after he was paralyzed from the waist down. He was in the hospital for a year. And he comes out I'm like, yo, dude, I'm so glad you're better. It's so great to see you. Da-da-da-da-da. He's like, yeah, whatever. The Earth is flat. He like didn't want to talk about it. So that was like my introduction to it. And then my brother put me onto it in 2018. And then it took me 4 years to finally get on this side of the fence.
Yeah, I think I started researching it about 2017. At first as a joke. I was like, this can't be real. And then when I tried to find the proof that the Earth was a globe and you can't find any, then you start, going, am I losing my effing mind?
That's me recently. Recently, I'm trying to find out how much of these satellites are actually real. It turns out that a lot of these satellites are launched by balloons, stay in quote-unquote orbit because of fuel and thrusters and short bursts to keep them suspended. But then I have a friend who actually, his company is like involved in quantum computer technology. They have patents for this certain laser beam data technology that they're installing on satellites. So his job is literally to canvass areas that manufacture satellites and go to them with his technology and propose that they use it and they license it to them. And I'm like, this is like a good friend of mine that works in this field. And he has a big problem with me talking about this type of stuff.
Because he probably doesn't know how they actually ask him if he's ever been to a satellite launch. Like, has he ever been to one? Has he seen them go up in there? Like,
he said he has.
And what did he say? How do they launch them? What was his...
With balloons. Helium balloons.
But yeah, he still believes that they're up in space floating around.
He believes that they reach a point of orbit. Like they get launched into the sky high enough that they're not affected by gravity anymore and they could stay suspended around the Earth in a perfect geocentric orbit around a sphere. So we could perfectly pick up the data being sent from the satellite via triangulated Wi-Fi signal. Like, it makes no sense.
So the balloons are able to fly up through the atmosphere into the space vacuum that's out there, just float around, no problems. Just
I would love to get him in here, but
wow,
I don't know how that's gonna go. I know
I'd like to hear
on this topic.
Yeah, no, listen, I know it's not yours. I'm just laughing, and like I'd really love to hear his explanation of how that works.
Have you told him about the highest balloon launch, or?
Yes, I told him about the Red Bull jump. Told him about the ISS not being real and whatever else I know about it. No, what else is there to know about that highest balloon launch? I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure. I'd have to have another look, but I think it was at 140,000 feet. Am I wrong on that?
Give me just a second. And I hate to say it because I'm using words I hate to, but let me Google search that.
Yeah, sorry, I'd have a look, but I'm using my hands working.
I've seen one 180,000 feet. Red Bull said they did one 63 miles. I don't know how many feet that is.
Good Lord.
Red Bull just said, see, they just claim this stuff. Who knows if they really did that? They go up there and then they show you a fisheye lens camera. Like, who knows how high they really are?
Yeah. 123,000 feet.
Hey. A person up there?
Yeah, and here's what's funny. Now that I see this image, okay?
123,000 feet in the air, bro. Yo, after that, I'm good. Like, what else you want me to do?
I don't think they're manned. That's not manned, though, is it? That's
my bad.
No, that's with just a camera and a. Is that correct? Just with a camera, it's not manned.
Yeah, if that's just a camera, then there's one higher than that I'm aware of.
I saw this video where they were talking about G forces, right? So these people, when they launch these rockets and stuff like that, are they? Does anyone know if they still are under that same like? Do they still be under those G forces on those like high jumps that you're talking about now, as they are on like the rockets, quote unquote, to space?
I don't
I
know
heard
if
about
it's
this
G
G
forces,
force.
but
I don't know what it
it's
means.
acceleration deceleration. When you spin somebody in like some sort of centrifuge to test G force, you're constantly accelerating and decelerating. So I guess they use that to test how your brain and your heart would stand up to G force. But I don't know.
Well, yeah, because looking like I was watching the video and they were saying like most people would pretty much pass out from the G forces of like being launched into space, right? So, and not saying that, astronauts are obviously trained, for those things, not saying that they're not or anything like that. However, we're talking about those, like, let's talk about the civilians they just recently launched into space and stuff like that. Like, William Shatner should have freaking died if he, hit with some G forces. Like he's an older person who has like, he's overweight. He's not, they're not, and but he's not in his best physical condition to be, being put under that type of stress, his body, and nothing happening to him. See where I'm going with that?
They got another problem if they're trying to travel in space or the ISS and do spacewalks and things. Is they cannot. There's no evidence that we can contain that vacuum. They would die.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I'm just saying, just to get out of this atmosphere, like allegedly, you'd probably have a freaking heart attack. And if you watch some of these launches, the people look like they're just hanging out in that little capsule, just like high-fiving each other left and right. Like, no, where's the pressure? Where's the,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure underwater, when you're dealing with non-breathable conditions, you're like switching tanks, wearing a mask. These guys are just doing backflips and laughing in the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Sidestepping 1 second, like when y'all, I showed an image. If you look in the text, the text for video chat, this voice chat, it's where that Red Bull guy is standing outside, and you like the curvature of Earth, and I'm one of these. It's like, just finish the circle. And you can tell if you finish that circle, all it's going to take is, maybe about 4 more images and you could complete the circle, which would signify that it's a crazy small planet with him only being 130,000 feet in the air. While, I should have done this right before I started talking. Well, the International Space Station is 254 miles away, which would be miles to feet.
180 miles. I don't know how much that is.
So, oh, good grief! It doesn't calculate. It's whatever 5,000 times 200. Hold on, let me see if I can do it this way. Do it on my own.
Well, 5,280 feet are in a mile, so 10 miles would be 52, 100 would be 528, et cetera, et cetera. So,
Yeah.
like 5 with some change or something like that.
Yeah, it comes out to 1.3 million miles away. 1.3 million feet away, while this guy,
Really?
yeah,
Wow.
one point. Anybody that's listening to this on YouTube, or anybody replaying. So the guy on the International Space Station is 1.3 million feet away from Earth, and they are documented with saying that it takes 33 images for them to complete to showing the circumference of Earth. While this guy, of the image I just shown, is only 130,000 feet, yet you can tell that that's only going to take about 4 to 5 images to complete that circle. Now, that should not be. It should be vice versa, is how it should.
Wow.
Yeah, agreed.
So, again, here we go. Which one's the lie? Neither one of them want to come out and just be clean and say, hey, I lied about it. Throw their hands up. They both want to say that they're true. Therefore, leads me back to my point of saying, if you lie and I catch you in a lie, which this is a lie, one of them is completely a lie. Therefore, I have to completely throw it all out of the way until I can get up there and document.
Yeah, that's logical as fuck.
Agreed.
You know what's funny is that's literally 10 times less the distance of the International Space Station, yet less to capture the whole entire globe. That's physically impossible to do.
Man, yesterday this dude Bro Sanchez had a fucking 7-hour Glober versus Flat Earth debate. This shit was wild, bro. This is I should watch that again, man. That shit was funny.
So I'll read this off because apparently this guy in the chat is muted. Whatever reason, I'm not here to debate about that. However, he says, here's the distance obtained using data directly from the nautical almanac, using the distance of the stars GPS 10 minutes apart, and then multiplying that distance for the total 24-hour distance. I'm so confused.
I don't
Has
understand.
has Kosho been talking tonight?
No, he put that in the chat. He said that he's been muted for the last 2 days.
Okay, I'll unmute him then so we can talk.
Just be cautious, because he did say that when he was muted, he easily overtalks or something like that. So you may be having to throw him right back on mute if he gets way too crazy.
And I know Kosho.
Okay.
Hey Kosho, how's it going, bud? You're unmuted.
What's up, Napalm?
How's it going, man? Did you get muted a couple days ago or something?
Yeah, last time I was here. I mean, I pieced out just because I don't feel like getting aggravated. But
unfortunately, if you get server muted and you take off, then you remain server muted. So
yeah, of course,
you're off mute now. Just in case you wanted to say anything.
No.
What's up, Kosho?
What's going on, guys? I was talking to somebody in the chat. That's why I posted. I think somebody brought up what I said about the almanac. Actually, I'll go ahead and respond
you
to
can
that.
describe it better than what I did. Go ahead, boss. You had the mic. Sorry.
Oh, no, you said. I agree. It's not thorough in explanation of the image. But yeah, all I did was the celestial or the nautical almanac. It has the GP for any star for any given moment, right? So I just used the GP for said star, and then the GP for that same star 10 minutes later, because I understand that for any given day, these stars are going to travel along a single latitude line. They're not going to travel back and forth between latitudes. They stay on a single latitude line. And so if you were to measure the distance it travels in some short time interval, short enough such that you could multiply it out and it somewhat estimate the circumference of that latitude, which is what I did. So I multiplied. I took them for a short interval and then multiplied it out by 144, which is the amount of 10-minute intervals in a given day, which would give you the path the stars travel on any given day, which would give you the latitude distance.
I got you. Okay. Yeah, I respect that. Yeah, I entirely took that wrong. I thought it was the distance of how far away they are from.
Oh, right, yeah. I should have put units in there or something.
Nah, you're good. Yeah, I do like the other thing that you said because you were on point with what I was. With the Felix at 130,000 feet, you did the correct math. 24.6 miles. So yeah.
The problem is those images have curvature in them, so some people think it would seem dishonest, like they're trying to say like they can see like the curvature of the Earth, and it makes it look like the Earth is, like you said, planet New Mexico. But I think that's just an issue with the what do you call them, the fisheye lens or whatever.
Well, I can be fair to this because that's a good point. You use a fisheye lens versus a 50 millimeter lens. That can change something. So to give everybody an example, I could take a picture of my dock on the lake, and I could use a 50 millimeter lens, and you would see that the chairs and everything underneath my dock look like they're up. But then I could go and move back 200 millimeters, and I could put a 200 millimeter lens on there and zoom in, and then it would make those chairs look like they're far away. I understand that. However, I do have a problem because Felix came out and they said what lens they used was a wide angle lens. In ISS, when you look at the cameras that they use, the lens that are on them are a wide.
You said they're both wide angle? Sorry, you cut out for me for some reason.
I don't think any of us can hear him anymore.
Oh, my bad.
Can I ask the people that are using fisheye to take pictures of the stars? Like, Why are you using fisheye?
So the reason to use fisheye is because if you're the further away the lens is, so to say, your one thing is you're able to capture more. Another thing is because you can leave your shutter open longer due to not having to capture trailing stars. So imagine it like this. If you were on a flat road that has this stretch of 50 miles, or I wouldn't say that, but 10 miles away, just a straight shot road, and you see these mountains really far away. You would be like, am I really moving close to the mountains? You would be unsure. But if you sat there and used your, lens that could zoom in on those mountains, you could tell that they were coming closer at you, which would make them trail more, which then would make you to where you cannot use a shutter that stays open as long, because you would end up having too much trails. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for that, man.
Yeah, I'm. Anybody who ever has photography type questions, man, I can explain it on a 5th grade level, hopefully.
I figured things about like exposure and star trails, and I figure a lot of that stuff. But the real use of fisheye is good to know. Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting how, they claim in these supposed models of our universe and our solar system and our galaxy, all these speeds, all these angles that we're flying at, we're spinning, we're revolving, we're going around the sun, we're in a oblong elliptical orbit, like all of these supposed trajectories. And when you point the camera at the sky for 24 hours, it just spins in a circle. You can't see any of these things. As if, all these supposed trajectories we're moving at are so synchronistic, even though they are supposedly different speeds, different angles, different directions. But they're so synchronistic that you can't see it. All you see is a circle. When you want a, time lapse of a star trail.
But magic isn't real. It's crazy, the stuff they want you to believe.
Yeah, why wouldn't Earth's alleged orbital motion around the sun be captured? Why wouldn't that movement be picked up, even in star trails?
That's right.
Wait, say that again. Sorry, I was reading something.
I said, why wouldn't Earth's elliptical orbit around the sun be picked up in star trails?
Correct. Yeah, if they were, because they have an image of where they were standing on the moon, and they've got a picture of Earth in the background. The only thing that I would say that goes into their pocket for them is they could, because of the Earth putting off such a brightness, that they could use a faster shutter speed. Therefore eliminating, the speed that it's, traveling around the sun. So for instance, when I captured that star picture that showed the stars traveling or trailing tonight, that was at a shutter speed of just 1/100th of a second, which is still crazy fast, by the way. It's like a slow snap of the finger. But when I go to do something on a fisheye lens, and I want to really capture these stars and stuff, because I'm using a fisheye lens, I therefore don't have to worry about the stars trailing as much because I'm so far away. So when they move, a few hairs from far away, you can't really tell it because of how far my fisheye is. So that's what's happening there. But because it's such a dark setting, I have to use a slower shutter. But while they're on the moon taking a picture of Earth, they could say that, hey, we got away with this for taking a faster shutter. Therefore, we didn't have to worry about trailing.
Okay, so that can be explained away.
It can be explained.
Well, my question was more my question was more regarding if you're on the Earth taking star trail photographs, right?
Mm-hmm.
We do have places that receive days of darkness, right? So you could do time lapse for days in theory.
Yes, sir. Yep.
So the Earth is not only allegedly rotating around its axis, it's also allegedly orbiting around the sun. So these would be multiple vectors. Why wouldn't that second
I get what you're
motion be picked up in a star trail? Yeah.
Yep, correct. Why don't you see an east to west movement after 3 days of?
Oh shit!
Now you've just opened up a new can of worms.
I've never heard that argument. Interesting.
Because now you're making me where I really want to go to Alaska and do my ice picture of 6 miles away of showing a light. But now you're making me want to sit there for 3 days and do these 30-minute exposure time and leave my camera going for, what would that be, 48 times 3? So, 150 clicks. If it does not show going left to right, we got a huge problem.
I would agree, unless there's something I'm not thinking of, or unless there's an explanation as to how subtle that movement would be over that specified amount of time.
Well, see, and that's where I would sit there and say, I don't have to use a fisheye lens. I can use a zoomed in lens that can pick up on that hairline movement.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, nice.
See, this is also my, when people talk about something like a ring laser gyroscope is measuring the rotation of the Earth, there should also be a measured movement of the Earth orbiting the sun as well, because that is a movement that the Earth is allegedly doing. You know how the ring laser gyroscope picks up a precession of 15 degrees per hour, roughly, at sea level. I mean, I'd say there's another explanation for that. But my question would be, if it's picking up that rotation, but there's also the movement of the Earth around the sun, that motion should be detectable as well. But it's not.
That's a dang good one. I haven't thought of that.
Yeah.
Give me a couple of years, I'll figure it out. I'll give you a real image.
The sun's like going around the Milky Way.
You know that is a fair. Go ahead, finish. I'm sorry. What'd you say on top of the sun's going around the Milky Way?
Yeah, I mean,
You're kind of cutting in and out, Lumpy, and your mic.
Okay, I'll just
background. I think maybe what Lumpy is trying to say is there's also a third motion there.
Yeah, because we're apparently traveling through space on a Z-axis, so to say. We've got our X and Y stuff that's going on, but we're also heading towards something, and we're all staying along with the sun. So there should be, again, stars that are trailing at us or away from us on that Z-axis plane.
So we shouldn't be seeing stars that are just going in circles.
Correct. Yeah. So to Napalm's point, we should be seeing stars. So you've got Polaris that stays in the center, but then you've got other stars that are further away. They get away from Polaris, the bigger swing Polaris they go. Though the furthest one away, you should be seeing the left-right movement. Because we're apparently supposed to be going around the sun. And then to what Lumpy was saying, what Napalm was saying, Lumpy was correct in saying that. Anyhow, if that point is correct with, that we're apparently going with the sun, through the galaxy, as well as the speed of traveling with the Milky Way, there technically should be 4 movements that are going on. So you have your X, your Y, your Z, but you also have another movement of the Milky Way.
Yeah, I like to think of it this way. If you had a camera that you put on a merry-go-round and you slowly spun it around with a long exposure, it would give you something similar to the star trails that we can see, right, when we do long exposure photography. Yep. But the problem with that is not only is that merry-go-round spinning around its axis, you'd almost have to put that merry-go-round on a vehicle. And even if the vehicle's traveling ever so slowly, it would mess up your long exposure that you're getting from the merry-go-round going around if it had any type of movement in another direction.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking in my mind as you were speaking. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So think of it this way.
I was happy I was on the right trail in my head.
Yeah. Or think of it this way, just taking a time-lapse photo on your phone, but putting it on a Lazy Susan that turns slowly. Right? You get the circles that you're looking for. But if you took that Lazy Susan and you put it on a skateboard, not only would you have the rotation of the Lazy Susan, then you would also have the movement from the skateboard. So your trails would deviate from just perfect circles.
Yeah. I totally understood that. Wow.
Now put that skateboard on a truck that's traveling in the other direction. You just keep adding
we
these
got
things.
a problem.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, all these supposed speeds and directions we're moving in was imagined. There was no observation made for these theories.
Correct. No experiments to show the rotation either.
They're just assumptions.
Correct. The only thing that really the globe side would have to try to prove rotation is right. We see the star trails, right? We see the stars move. We see the sun and the moon move.
Yeah.
So they could equate the movement of the sky to the movement of the ground. Can't prove one or the other empirically. the only way that they have any sort of movement detected by any type of mechanical device would be through like a ring laser gyro, which utilizes the Sagnac effect. But now
You know, the
you're
Mike Morley experiment, of course, right?
correct. So what's coming into play with that is you're dealing with the light. So you're dealing with electromagnetic properties. So if the lights in the sky are moving with some sort of electromagnetic medium, for lack of a better term, and that electromagnetic medium happens to rotate at 15 degrees per hour, just like the stars do, then you could see interference within a device like the Sagnac, like a Sagnac effect within the ring laser gyro. Now, if you got detectable movement from like a mechanical gyro, that might be something different. The problem is we have no good definitive proof of precession of a mechanical gyro. Only the ring laser gyro.
Conveniently.
Wow. Okay.
Man, you've got my brain thinking too much. I'm literally now,
that's for sure.
I'm literally now just discovering that there should be also a 6 movement that I should be able to capture if I was able to do a 3-day, long exposure.
Yeah, because when you think about it, it's the rotation on the axis, the orbit around the sun's movement around the center of the galaxy's movement around the great attractor, I think is what the galaxy would...
There's a supermassive black hole at the center of this cluster of galaxies.
Okay. So would that be the great attractor, or is there something else that's allegedly central to the universe that may have another rotation?
If you just threw in a black hole, then technically for a black hole, there should also be lens gravity in its place.
Say what now?
And there's supposed to be like the slow, ever growing expansion or ever slowing down expansion from the Big Bang.
So let me show you in the text of what I'm getting at. This is another thing. So, all right. I'll put that picture later. Let me just talk about this lens gravity real quick. So this goes back to what I was saying about why I didn't believe the James Webb Telescope. So in that image, okay, if that was a black hole, it would do the exact same, which would cause a lens gravity as well to warping. See, there's so many factors here. Okay, so you've got the factor that we're doing this. You've got the factor that we're going 1,000 miles per hour within 24 hours. You have that factor. This tilt, what takes place based on 365 days. Now, it won't be as dramatic, but like I said, when I zoom in, I'll be able to see that hairline fracture. You also have where we're traveling through space with the sun, so you have another axis there. What else?
So the sun around the center of the galaxy, and then the galaxy around the great attractor.
Yeah.
The sun is causing Earth to go on an elliptical orbit in the model. So we actually are like an oval and not a circle. That's another one.
Yeah, which when you think about devices that are able to detect motion, we should have a speeding up and a slowing down within an elliptical orbit. That should be detectable by something.
So wouldn't the stars then not make a perfect circle?
Yes, they do, as long as you're fixated on Polaris. Polaris is the only one that doesn't move. However, after about 3 days, you can see it going to the left or to the right.
Okay.
If you did it that long, you could see that move. So, for instance, you could do this on your own. If I hate using the word Google, I literally despise it. However, they got a really nice program. It's called Google Sky. You can download that and you put in Polaris, and you can view it tonight. You'll put in Polaris, it'll show you where it's at. You can sit there and look at it tonight, hours later, the next day, and things like that. And you'll be like, hey, it's always in that same spot. And then you can view it like 6 months, really dramatic. And you would see that, hey, this thing used to sit on top of my neighbor's house, on their chimney. And it's now, it's no longer above them. It's like 5 feet away from that spot. And you can see that Polaris is going left to right over the course of 365 days.
They call that the wobble, I think, right?
Is that what? Okay.
I just watched a very confusing video explaining. I'm just going to put this video in the chat. This stuff is too complicated for me to even get into right now.
What was the subject matter?
Why the heliocentric model actually doesn't support like these lunar eclipse cycles, and how there must be another type of third sun called Rahu. I've never heard of this until like a couple days ago. And then automatically this video pops up. I think this got uploaded, basically a day or two ago.
Yeah, so some other cultures had what they called Rahu and Ketu, which were basically invisible kind of black body, if you want to call them that, invisible things that were in the sky that they thought caused the eclipses.
Ooh, I'm familiar with this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if I have much more information, but
no, because it does make sense. Now, Helioskeptic, he hates it when I talk about the solar eclipse, because I actually have a picture that I took on my own of it. Let me see if I still have that on my phone, because I also had to back up to Helio that I was the one who took the picture. Give me a second. But yes, it is a strong possibility, in my opinion, that you can't say that that's the moon. Or I mean, you can say it's the moon, but you also can say that it is another object that crosses in front of. In front of the sun. So, yeah, because here in Georgia,
Oh, that's some scary shit.
it's my. None of this
know what the fuck that means, bro.
None of it's like actually scary. Dagny. I must. I'll show you the image that I did. And I have to do a screenshot.
When you look at like a regular, what they call an eclipse, like the moon being in front of the sun or whatever, it looks just like an eyeball, like it's bugged out. And now they're saying like, oh yeah, it's just like this other guy. It's like, what? Tell me that.
So there is one of my images. That was here in the North Georgia mountain. Probably 5 years back when that solar eclipse happened. And I will be attending the one that is going to be like going through Texas to where you can get a solar eclipse.
Nice.
So that's one that I actually have invited Helio Skeptic to go with me on, because he's one that is telling me that I have to use a filter, which I don't understand why this matters. It matters greatly to him, but he's saying that I cannot capture that without a filter. And that's just raw camera right there with my 200 millimeter lens that y'all saw me use. So.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely capture a solar eclipse with a regular camera, for sure, without a filter.
Yeah, you just have to make sure that, like, what's crazy.
Not all stages, though. If you wanted to get all stages, yeah, you would need a solar filter.
You don't have to. What ends up taking place is you end up killing. That's what you destroy if you do that, because of so much light. It will kill your camera. So that's why a lot of people will sit there and say, hey, I'm using a filter. And the reason they're using a filter is so they do not destroy their sensor. So
I'm just learning a lot right now, man.
So see, like, Glat Flobe is bringing up a great point. Okay. And this is something, so I've got who have taken, during the solar eclipse when this happened. So they'll have like telescopes that are dramatically and, like crazy zoomed in. And what Glat just said is a great point. Why can't I see the ridges and the bump like I do on the moon's surface? No one that I ever know has ever been able to capture a solar eclipse. So that's one point towards possibility that this is an object that's not the moon that's crossing in front of the sun.
Yep, that scares the shit out of me. Sorry.
Don't let it scare you, man. This is all fascinating stuff. Yeah, I don't
understand it. I gotta really look into it. This is my first time really hearing about this, dude.
Oh yeah? No, so
I've never heard of this.
So there's a possibility of two celestial objects that are indivisible, so to say, that cannot be seen until either A, they cross in front of the moon, or B, they cross in front of the sun.
Let me roll another blunt.
But yeah, I'll announce on here when I'm heading out to Texas, because that line. So, well, let me say this first. So, when you go to capture the solar eclipse, you want to make sure that you are in the direct path, because even if you're 1 degree off, just a single degree off, you will never capture an image like that of what I have. It looks dramatically different. I mean, it's more
Not
so
to
you're still.
mention, you will fry your sensor on your camera as well.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. You will kill your sensor unless you. However, I don't use a filter. So one day I'll kill my sensor. So, but this would be when I go out to Texas. That would be my second time. So.
Have you thought about getting a solar filter for the solar eclipse?
Yeah, I have. But my only reason why I would not on the next one would just to be proving a point to what's his name, Helioskeptic, just to prove a point that I can capture this without a filter. But it's not like, I mean, so what my camera's worth. So I bought that camera brand new, cost me what, $5,000. But it's been probably a good 5 years since I bought that thing. I could probably go and buy another D750 for maybe $500 today. So it's not like, ooh, I'm killing something that's worth a lot of money. What is worth a lot of money is the lenses. So like my 200 millimeter lens that I purchased for about $3,000. Maybe 15 years ago. No, it would have been back in 2008. Doesn't matter. Anyhow, I purchased it back in 2008 for about $3,000. That 200 millimeter lens to this day is probably still worth $3,000. So the money is in the lenses. What's in the camera diminished dramatically after a year or two, and it's just because of cameras are coming out left and right, while lenses rarely come out with something that's dramatically better.
Wow. Cool.
Which is why you pick a specific camera brand and stick with it. Because your lenses are expensive.
Yes, sir. Here's why there's 2 potential celestial objects that are invisible. So if you see, you have a total eclipse and then you have an annular eclipse, and you can see that the size difference is there. Don't pay attention to the partial eclipse, because that's standing off, X amount of degrees of why you see a partial. But yes, there is annular solar eclipse and there's total solar eclipses, and the total is what my picture was, is a total.
So what is the globe explanation on the difference between the annular and the total?
I don't know.
Does it have to do with what time of the year that the eclipse is taking place, meaning we are either closer or further away from the sun in our alleged orbit around it?
So let me say this, because you're opening up a can of why there's another celestial object out there. So we have all heard that, it seems every year we always hear, oh, the moon's going to be at its closest point to us, that tonight it's going to be a supermoon. So begs the question that we've always heard that from the globalists, they say that the moon is in a precise distance from the sun, which gives us, this total eclipse, it's just a hairline fracture close, it would not be seen the way that it does. And if it was a hairline fracture back, the sun would overpower it like it does in its annual solar eclipse. So for that to happen, and you sit there and go, wait a second, the moon is always moving closer and further away, and it's continuing to move further away, is what they say. Yet this has been documented ever since, we've been documenting stuff. You go back to the Romans, if you believe in Christianity, you go back to the Bible of a solar eclipse captured then. So yes, you have things that have been at least documented back to the Egyptians of solar eclipses happen. So 6,000 years. So it should not be happening.
Wow. I kind of understand everything, but not everything. Oh, it's just another can of worms that I gotta open up, bro.
I was going to say greetings a little while ago, but I started listening to the conversation. I'm like, what can of worms did I get into this time? But I didn't mean it in a bad way. I mean, just greetings, everyone.
Hey, buddy. Yeah. Tonight's a fun conversation because we're all being an open book.
I had a fantastic, exciting day today. I had a great day, exhilarating day today.
Good. What happened, man?
I got up and made my coffee, and I look out, and there's these people I know at the coffee stand right down below. I can see them out my kitchen window. So the last 2 days, I've been going down there and playing songs for about an hour. And I went down there today, and I had my shit better together, had better songs, I had it more organized. It was so much fun. What a blast. And then later I got my bike all geared up, and I rode 8 miles to the beach, to the food co-op, which is like an organic food co-op that I've actually been going to since, get this, when I lived in Ocean Beach when I was in the Navy, since 1985, 1986. I lived in Ocean Beach here and went to that food store. So I rode my bike, got my organic honey, some kale, some organic coffee, some turmeric root, and some ginger root. Then I rode down to the beach about another mile, half mile maybe, and set up my little tarp and sat down on the beach. Most beautiful place. And the waves, I was up the river, kind of up the river, like it's this little area where the river goes up inland. So it's you get less wind and stuff, and it's really nice and calm and nice flat beach, and the water is warmer. But the waves today were 6 to 8 feet, huge walls of waves rolling in today. Just like you look out by the breakwater, it just looked like giant waves today.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to start spending more time down there. I'm going to actually gear my whole thing up. If I hadn't had my tent, I would have easily could have spent the night there. So I'm going to just gear everything up. Next time, I'm going to gear it all up. I'm going to have everything, even a little barbecue grill, and take it on my trailer and put everything and have some chicken to barbecue when I get there.
Go. Pick up your food at the market, grill it up.
Cruise down there, have everything ready, have all my gear. Like it'll be awesome. I'm just gonna start spending more time.
Mm-hmm. To talking about the annual versus total. Man, I can't talk. That is because the moon is moving further and closer to Earth. So yeah. However, like I said, in 6,000 years, the moon is always said to be moving further away to us. 6,000 years ago, what their closest distance was is not even close to what it's supposed to be today. So we shouldn't be seeing. However, we still do, whatever reason, don't care. But Bendy Water posted a picture of it, and that is what they say that takes place. Also, Roche 2.0 posted a picture of what a 96% eclipse looks like. So you can tell, like, that's what you capture. So you have to be in a total eclipse line, which is this thin line that's, I mean, literally just like a mile wide on the road. Once you go too far, even though you're in that 99%, you do not even get an image close to what I. So
that seems like
yeah, to get my
very short.
Get my 90. Well, to get my 96%, we were in about a 80 or 100 mile strip that went across the United States, and it was very, very rare, and it just came right over the top. And it was. I've got the whole video. That was just a picture, a snapshot I took so I could show you guys. I literally have the whole video of the entire eclipse from start to finish, and I mean, it went dark. The day went almost completely dark in Boise. I was at the Boise Fair, the big fair they have, and that was just a couple of years ago. It was absolutely stunning. You can see it's a very clear. I did it with a really, really good camera and took the whole video. I don't know where I could dump the video if anybody wants to see it, but.
I'm good just because I've seen it. But yeah, I think it's cool to definitely see. If anyone's interested, and if you're wondering how to upload it, whenever it's a long video, I just upload my stuff to YouTube.
Right.
By the way, in 2024, here is the path of what the total solar eclipse is. And you better be within that area if you want to see the eclipse like I do, or like I capture. So, you can be in.
Are you talking about the 100% totality?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I actually went to Colorado and saw it firsthand, and I made sure that I was directly in the pass and saw the whole 2 minutes and like 15 seconds of the totality. And I was as high as I could get on a mountain in Colorado when it passed by. It was awesome.
Did it feel like weird to you? Like this was just like a special moment in life?
Instantly. I felt like it was a different place, like it was a different feeling altogether, like as in it started getting really cold. And the degrees literally went 7 degrees lower. We had a thermometer and it went 7. It's like it just kept going down and down and down and down in degrees. It was so crazy amazing. But the feelings
that's
were
awesome.
so powerful. I felt like in the know. It was just amazing. It was.
I'm getting chills with you just even talking about it from what I remember, because there was people that we didn't even know. There was probably like a group on this lake, maybe 20, maybe 30 people all across this lake. And I just remember one person started it with howling at the moon, and the next thing we're all doing. But dude, I'm right there with you. It felt like something of it felt like something was touching my soul, so to say. You know, it's amazing for anybody who hasn't.
Very spiritual, yes.
Yeah, there you go. That's the word. For anybody who hasn't seen the totality, however you say it, sorry, who's never seen it, what's crazy is when you see it with your own eyes, you literally can see other stars in the sky show up. So it's not a lot, but you see, you know, like, I don't know. I think I know I recall seeing 2 or 3 stars. And yeah, like he said, the temperature drops. It's awesome. But yeah, so in 2024, anybody want to tag along? I'll definitely be going out to Texas to get my images.
So in Texas, that's where the track is going to be, where you're going to get the best view?
No. Texas, Arkansas, on up to outside of Detroit, outside of Toronto, on up to Montreal. So it's all of that path.
Right. The closest place to me would be just northwest of San Antonio or just northwest of Austin.
Is it coming from the south, from Mexico? Is it coming from Mexico and going up through Texas, up through the East Coast?
Yes.
Yeah. If you look
like it's making landfall. It's making landfall in Mexico. Let me take a look real quick.
If you look at string voice text, I put an image up of the projected path of what it should be.
Right at Mazatlan. That's where it's coming on shore. Mazatlan. I've been there before.
All right.
Well, that'd be a beautiful place to see it.
That would be beautiful.
Little south of St. Louis, there's a place. It's just south of St. Louis. That's pretty close to where Jenny is. Jenny Lou, who Jenny from the block. Anyway.
And
my cousin has some family upstate New York. I think they're actually right there in that area, and they have an amazing backyard.
Burlington, near Burlington. Let's see. Is that New York? I think it is. Right
Buffalo will be in the dead center of it, so they should get a 100% total eclipse.
What is that?
They're doing the research, find out if she's got it in that area.
Rochester, it's going right over dead center over Rochester.
Yeah, so one thing to know, everybody, if you are like sitting there like, oh, I'm in 99%, it does not look even remotely like me and this other gentleman are talking about. Have to get 100%.
I witnessed one when I was a little kid in the 60s in the suburbs of St. Louis. But I was young, like 9. I think I was 9 years old.
Yeah, I think that's when I witnessed my first one. I was a young buck, and the same thing. I was not even in the total area. I was just in, a percentage. So. Yeah, I wanted to go see the one that happened in Chile. I think it was maybe 2-3 years ago. I wanted to see that one because when it was happening there, it was actually going to be when the sun was setting. However, with that being in the southern hemisphere at that time, it would have been summer for us. It would have been winter for them. It would have been freezing freaking cold. But what had been cool on that is because the sun would be setting and the total eclipse would be happening. Therefore, you've got where the sun, if this is the moon, you have it so big that, what I would zoom in on would be dramatically bigger than what that picture is that I captured. Which you could do that with this one, by the way. The only thing is that you would need to be, like all the way out at your furthest point of you could capture that sunset.
I'm trying to find Niagara Falls is in the path or not.
What'd you say? Your mic was breaking up.
I'm trying to figure out if Niagara Falls falls into the area.
It does not.
No. Would have been a nice spot.
Yeah, I'm just north of Toronto, so it'll be like 99% for me.
Yeah. So when you're in Toronto, just move your butt over a few miles so you can get in the 100. My advice, regardless if you're there to document it or just experience it, or you're using it to, observe for, flat versus globe or whatever I suggest taking friends with you, setting up a video camera so you can watch it, you can relive the moment. But just like that other gentleman was talking about, I mean, it's a very spiritual thing.
Random ass thought I just had. I'm new to all this kind of stuff. If the sun is local and you can't see it when it gets like to that certain distance, who knows how many fucking suns there are? Like there could be a sun that we never see because it's just like a little too far away. Like why the fuck not? If it could disappear, like once it gets a certain distance.
Well, see, you're opening up the can of worms of another possibility that outside of this ice wall is other land. And there is people out there who say that the moon is a reflection of our Earth. And they have that stuff to back up their theory. But yes, they are the ones who will go into exactly what you're talking about of having multiple suns out there. And that's how they say that why places like Argentina can have 18 hours of sunlight.
It's too late to get into all that.
My bad.
No, I'm joking. I'm just
Argentina. That's because it's close to Antarctica. So what other countries would be like that? Like Australia?
Yeah, so Australia, the southern tip of Africa, they have, where the sun is in the sky for, at least 14, 15 hours. But down in Argentina, that tip is the greatest one. And they have the sun, it's not exactly the sun, they have daylight of 18 hours. So, like when you go to Alaska, or you go moving up further into Canada, that sun you can see for 24 hours, or 20 hours or whatever. You see the sun, but when you go to Argentina, you don't see that sun for that complete 18 hours. You still only see the sun for X amount of hours, and then it's just a dawn look.
What the fridge?
Yeah, I was up in Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. I would go just below the horizon for about 2.5 hours.
Your phone was breaking up. Say that again, boss. Bufu, can you say that again? Your mic was breaking up.
Yeah, I was up in Northwest Territories, north of Yellowknife, back in 2009, and the sun would just dip below the horizon for about 2.5 hours, and that was around the solstice. So, like, it was daylight all day, all night.
Yep, and you were able to see during that daylight time the sun, correct?
Yeah, it was just as if the sun went below the horizon, like it just dipped.
Yep.
And then an hour and a half, 2 hours later, it's coming back up.
Yeah, so in Argentina, what they're saying is that, hey, you still see the sun that we know orbiting, but that there's another sun that is on the outside of these ice walls. And that's what's giving this light to where they're having daylight for.
I get it now. That's some shit right there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, if you weren't so tired, I would show you the way that these other people believe. And I mean, it's interesting. But the only thing that they have that you can observe is looking at the moon and putting it in a mirror. And you can see bits and pieces of like, hey, yeah, we could say that's America and that's Africa and that's, this continent, yada, yada, yada. And then
that's what you're talking about. I've seen that.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yep. Again, that's
Kiwi's done video on Killian. He's done videos of that on his YouTube page. He has something that he did on his page about that. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, he would be a good one to correct me if I'm saying something wrong, because I haven't looked much into it. I just looked into, hey, this is the only thing that is a potential of factual information.
Yeah, no, he presented something kind of from another page. It's been a minute, so I'm trying to remember. But I do remember that moon, and they flipped it and mirrored it, and then they turned it from like the black and white color to like green, and what the areas they thought were land, and then the area they thought was sea, and they colored it all in. By the end, it was kind of crazy. They had actually lined up like actual cities and towns, and like they did a whole freaking map on the moon.
Yep.
I was like, what? Like, at the end, I was like, wow, that's a little crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, you guys talking about the reflection of land masses? This story about land masses on the moon. Is this?
Yeah, we know it's fantastic.
They're not land masses on the moon. It's just kind of like a reflection of Earth. This is a story. We can't prove it or whatever, but it's really
yeah.
It's kind of a thing. Oh, that's cool.
I'll say this: I do respect them more than I respect globalists, though.
Well, hey, their story is pretty standard. I mean, all of us used to believe that. So I mean, it's like, hey, the moon is this. It's
I found it. There you
it's
go.
a rock flying around the Earth. We all believe it. We used.
Thank you, Jackie.
You're welcome.
Hey, if I'm in the
That'll link you to his page. He has a longer one, but I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
I apologize.
No, don't apologize. I actually want you guys to continue. I was just trying to add to the conversation.
Yeah, I do kind of stay away from these subjects. I mean, it's fun to discuss, but I do know that this Discord tries to stay on a tried and true of staying factual and not going off this offbeat. Yeah.
Even though I always say that I don't mean to interrupt, but I also always mean to interrupt if I come in. So what really captured me about what you guys were talking about is, different parts of South America, what you might observe about from the moon or about the moon and the sun and everything. I mean, it's completely different than what we observe in the northern hemisphere. So, like Argentina and Chile. I mean, you're going to observe something completely different, right? So.
Yeah. Have y'all ever heard of the pillar of light that you see in the northern and some southern hemisphere when you go to the extremities?
Did you say southern pillar?
Yeah, the pillar of light. That doesn't mean that the southern.
Well, is it observed on Earth or in the sky? Or you talking Sigma Octantis?
Yeah, you can observe it in the southern of Argentina. I think that is the only place to view it at. I don't think Australia or South Africa can observe it.
I don't know. I've heard people from Australia say they can observe, Sigma Octantis, and if we're talking about the same thing, Sigma Octantis. But they actually can't visually observe it because you have to have a powerful telescope to see Sigma Octantis from any point in the south. And I mean, it's really a calculated value, and it doesn't necessarily work out that way for them, but they'll claim it all day. But anyway,
yeah, it's a guesstimate.
Guesstimate. It's a guesstimate, John.
Yeah. Right. Hey, by the way, anybody who's curious of what I was talking about with the pair of lights, that's what they look like. It's weird.
What? Nobody ever sees that. Wait.
Yeah.
Who took that picture?
I do believe this one to be true. But now this is in the northern.
From where?
Hold on. Let me go and see where they say this one happened.
What is this supposed to be a picture of?
The pillar of lights.
What's the explanation?
If somebody actually observed this on Earth, I would be very surprised because I don't think that. I mean, it might be a time lapse or something, but I wouldn't think anybody on Earth would be able to take a picture of that?
So this was in New Brunswick, Canada, back in 2017.
What's the explanation for this?
Send us a link for it. Send us a link for it.
Yeah,
I got it.
So the explanation is one that I don't buy. I'll say it like that.
Okay.
I don't buy it either because I don't think that's possible.
Because it's such a rare thing that happens. So that's where I sit there with a logical, realist mind and say, well, it's such a rare occasion.
I mean, it could be a time lapse, you know, but I'm just saying it's not an actual picture. Like one shot. Somebody, just like the NASA images, they create an image, you know.
What do they say is the explanation?
Let me go read it.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and read it. Let me pull up the.
I think it's like ice crystals or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're gonna say like water in the air, like optical illusions because of water in the air, right?
Yeah. Whenever you see the, I actually shadow was behind the clouds, way before I ever got into thinking like how I do. And I captured it and I went and Google and they were like, oh, it's because of ice crystals. And I was like, that doesn't make sense, but whatever. I mean, it makes sense, but it's always, have you ever noticed that whenever you Google something, they give this scientific word to everything, like they've discovered everything?
Yeah, sure, but at the same time, that particular image looks like time lapse. I mean, they may be able to capture some of this stuff and then put it all together. All right. You're never going to see like something like that in one image.
So here you go. Here's their excuse.
Thank you.
Just like someone said with crystals. Here you go. It's throwing it in here. It says, light pillars are an optical phenomenon that typically occurs in the Arctic region due to the temperatures required for such an event. When the atmosphere becomes extremely cold, flat ice crystals from the air close to the ground, these crystals reflect natural and artificial light, taking on the color of the light, which I sit here. And I'm like,
sound right?
No, because I mean, dude, think about logic. Okay. If they want me to agree that there's crystals up in the air that are doing this, should it not be like a rainbow? You know, one side being
Right. I mean, did anyone ask you that question? So what you found is this article from Forbes, and but Forbes is a very prominent news source. Hey, check this out from NASA.gov. Everybody's just like, but this image from Forbes, it's impossible. It's fucking impossible. And they're trying to feed a line of bullshit to everybody, like, you know, just like they do with all their freaking articles. But anyway, that's my opinion. But this is just it's an image they captured probably from a NASA freaking thing, you know, that they put as a picture for their article, which they really don't have any evidence that actually happened. That anywhere you could observe that on Earth, you can't see that in real life. You know, just like all the space shit they put out the other day about, you know, the swag space videos. Swag. Is it? What was the other one? What's the name of it? Really,
So far, I will say this in Helio's defense. So far, because I'm looking for YouTube videos, I am only seeing pictures. I'm not seeing any videos of.
Yeah, but it's not about videos. It's about it's about the confusion and lack of common sense of really just like, hey, this is Forbes and they're a reputable site. And so when they put this image up for everyone, they're like, oh, someone on Earth saw this, which nobody on Earth has ever seen something like that.
Yo, I feel you. You're right.
So yeah, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. So I mean, it's like, do you believe Forbes or do you believe me? But in Forbes, they might give a recitation or some source. It's like, this is where my source is from, and you're going to find out that it was probably a time lapse. Maybe if they actually gave it some consideration, they didn't take a picture of that.
Well, there is one guy who has a video, but he does say time lapse even in his video.
Yeah, I could tell right away it was time lapse. So anyway, and it's also manipulated. So anyway, but so yeah, I mean, hey,
see,
who is it? The new guy I'm talking to that posted up, John. Yeah, this is what they do. I mean, it looks pretty. NASA's images look pretty too, but they're not real.
It looks so pretty. I'm gonna cry.
Yes, I would love to actually see this. However, the thing is it rarely happens. You cannot say that, hey, this is the time that it's going to happen. But I would love to see something like this. I mean, I will go up there because you can plan close to about a time the Northern Lights taking place.
Well, check this out. Even John, I don't know where you live, but if you see how the Earth, like I see some amazing sunrises and sunsets from where I live. I can't record them all, accurately. I don't have a freaking P900. I can capture them with my freaking Samsung phone, but they look pretty badass. But and I've seen some crazy shit, when it comes to sunrise and sunset.
Right.
Never seen anything like that. I don't know where that was supposedly taken from, but bro, man, just look at the Earth for yourself. Earth is the only place that it currently exists. So if you're like, oh, I'm trying to disprove myself, or which is that's what we're supposed to do. Just like, why do these flat earthers out? Why are they always here 24 hours? We're here to actually disprove ourselves. It's like if the globe Earth exists, help us out, because we've been looking at this for several years and we can't find the globe.
Looking for some curvature, man. Anybody got any curvature, man?
Yeah, I mean, sure, that's a fantastic picture, but from when you do research on how they came up with that picture, it was time lapsed, and I could tell right away by looking at
the not the Sundog, the other one.
Yeah, those light pillars. Yeah.
The original one he posted.
Yeah, nobody's gonna see that with the naked eye. Fuck off.
I thought I heard that Orange County dude. Fuck off.
Fuck off.
I mean, but when you observe sunrise and sunset with your own eyes every single day, doesn't it look beautiful? You don't even have to capture a picture of it. You can know that the Earth is the Earth, the only place that exists.
I was up.
Beautiful.
I was up for sunrise Sunday, and I was like, "Whoa,
nice!
It's so bitching out here." I don't like.
Hey, Flatter. Hey, dude. Just wanted to thank you again for that case, man. I used it today. I played a short little gig with my acoustic down for some people down at this little coffee stand.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, it works because I can put everything I need in there, including my sheets of music in
Yeah.
there. Like, everything is badass. It's better than a regular case. Like,
Tell us about it, Sonny. I want to hear about that.
yeah, man.
You
It's a
went on
fun
the street
place
and
to-
played some music? Cool.
Yeah, I go down and just play it. I play a bunch. I play like a couple of Bad Company songs, a couple of Emerson, Lake and Palmer songs, a couple of like Eagle songs. Like I mix it up. But I played.
Did you get
6 or 8
some donations?
You know what? I had the money in there. These people, I guess, are a hard crowd, but you know, it's not about them. It's about me just being ready, and I was ready, and I had my dollar and some change there. But these are
Did
like
you put some money in there just to act like, you know, it was like somebody already donated?
That's what I do.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Put a $5 bill in there.
Put more money in there. Yeah, that might work.
Put a 5 in it. That's cool.
Yeah, at least start with 5, and it's just like
It makes you feel guilty. Be like, oh shit.
Put a $5, $1, and 35 cents or something.
Yeah, something. It's like, dude, yeah, I mean that's cool. That's cool. So you played some Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and that's cool.
Yeah,
Man.
I played I played some Baroque music today to warm up.
You got next time you do it, you better take some video.
I played some Fleetwood Mac, and then after I did that this morning, then I rode my bike 8 or 9 miles each way out to Ocean Beach.
Damn, that's a long way, bro.
You went down to OB today?
I went to OB. I rode about 20 miles. I went to the food co-op there.
Fuck yeah, there you go. Yeah, that place.
And I got some organic local honey, which I wanted to get. I bought some kale. I bought some organic coffee, some turmeric root, the actual root, and some ginger root. And what else did I get?
What you gonna do with the kale?
I'm fixing to put it in my freaking NutriBullet and freaking.
You don't say fixing if you're from California.
Fuck
no,
yeah.
I'm just fucking.
You know, actually, like here's what my wife used to say.
Because I don't like the taste of kale. I just think it's kind of gross. But I'm wondering what you're going to do with the kale.
What did
I'm
you
gonna make a big smoothie out of it, but I'll eat a small handful of it and just chew it up.
Really, you just chew it, so it tastes good to you? I think kale's disgusting.
No, not necessarily. It tastes nutritious though.
I like to throw a little in with the salad or something. It's kind of I can't just
I don't even eat salad. I don't even eat salad anymore. I can hardly stomach any vegetables. Like I like fruit, but
I can freaking
I only
eat a
can
whole
eat
bowl of
raw,
salad.
like food from like. I'm used to eating wild flowers, I guess. I can't stomach regular stuff from the store anymore.
How's the Sonny?
Yeah.
How's that wild fruit this year?
Oh my God, it's starting. Actually, I'm gonna make a mash. I'm gonna distill some of that shit. I'm gonna make me some quince liqueur.
Some fucking prison hooch.
Yeah, dude. No, this is gonna be high class distilled liquor. This is gonna be moonshine.
How you gonna distill it? Yeah.
That's some sipping stuff.
Oh, you do have a still, huh? Shit. Yeah.
You can do water or liquor in there.
It's running right now. I'm making water.
Oh, still that shit. Yeah, hell yeah.
Cool.
I got the best water now. I got that. I even use it to boil my noodles. Like I won't touch that tap water anymore. Like I hardly even bathe with it. I washed my face with my eyes with the distilled water this morning. My eyes felt so cleared out.
Really?
And when I wake up in the morning after just regular, because I'll take a shower sometimes at night, but usually in the morning, my eyes are all crusted over, and that distilled water just completely, the water by itself just took away all that crustiness.
That distiller you have, was it, how much did it cost you?
It was only $150.
$150.
Electric.
So
no,
I got a question about that. Are you going to mix any honey in with the mac?
It's stovetop.
That honey you got?
I'm going to make kombucha with the honey, green tea kombucha, and I'm already making my own kefir. And I have kefir grains that Gospel Bear sent me, and I
guys talked about kefir for like 4 hours earlier.
I made my own sauerkraut. It's delicious. I'm going to make more of that soon.
Oh,
and
sauerkraut.
And then
Yeah,
kombucha. And I'm going to have my own booze. I'll have jars of moonshine.
Wow. Damn. I love it.
Booze from cabbage.
I'm gonna go
I'm
into
just fucking
business.
with you. The best booze comes from freaking corn. Anyway, or weed, mostly corn, but apple. You can make you can make some apple jack. Yeah, there's
some of that.
Cool.
Like make my own beer. I can make beer if I wanted to. I'm drinking some beer right now. A blonde Belgian. She was so cute. I'm only kidding.
Sounded like he was across the room, but hey, a lot of blonde Belgians probably are really cute.
Yeah, I bet they are. But the beer isn't bad either.
No, they make really good beer in Belgium. Yes.
Yeah, tasty. I don't drink beer. I don't drink much actually at all. I was drinking about a week ago for pain, but now I don't need to. So I figured I would just drink for the enzymes.
As far as in America, a decent Belgian beer would be.
I got a stomach ache, man. I'll drink a beer, man. I'll be like, I can feel great. Shit, this is good. Good stuff, man.
Yeah, that Belgian beer that I drink sometimes.
So yeah, I plan on. I think I want to do a get together here in San Diego on the beach with like dozens of tents on the
There are
beach.
shitloads of flat earthers down there, man. You got to find them.
The fucking tents on the beach. We're just gonna have a badass, full on beach. They're not gonna say anything to us. Like I know the best places. They're not even gonna see. Like, they hardly even.
That's kind of like where I am. It's just like I know where I'm gonna do flat earth.
Here I was all worried about camping on the beach, and I go there. People got tents up. Like once it goes dark there, and you're out someplace right on the beach, like slightly up the estuary where I am, and up to the side, and you're covered by the wind because there's dunes. So the main part of the beach, you're blocked from that main part of the winds that are coming. So it's a great place to like camp.
So do you have a big tent that you can set up and set up a flat earth meetup and shit?
I don't have a huge tent, no, but everybody could have their own tent.
Right.
Sure. I mean,
you could have a big thing in the middle, or
blocked from the wind, and you could have like 30, 40 people there, just flat earth.
Yeah, man. No, you could have 100. Like, there's a lot of room.
Wow.
It's not like a small place. Like, it's way out.
Sonny, you got to get it going on, bro.
Yeah, you have to hike
I've had
out
a lot of flat earth meetups here, but
you got to hike about a mile in the sand or something.
No, fuck that. No, you have to be able to drive there if you're going to get people.
No way.
To come to the meetup.
This is a minimalist meetup, man.
It's a minimalist.
There's parking lots close by.
Yeah, close by.
Do they have to walk like 4 miles to get there?
No, it's probably, I'm exaggerating. It's probably a quarter mile. You have to walk through trails in the sand till you get over
maybe
to where the river is.
They might do that.
It's nothing, man.
I'm sure they would. This is not for the faint of heart.
Yeah.
Cool.
but it's going to be right.
Talking about like 3 miles walking across the beach.
No, but it's going to be right.
We're going to find this meetup somewhere.
See, look, it could be done in the daytime, right? And then there could be the nighttime crew that decides they want to stay. They could stay.
So it's like a camp. You know where to go where you can just like set up tents and camp out and be like, like an overnight meetup where you just like, fuck yeah, this is the
like. Technically, it's not allowed, but you know.
I know all you men ain't talking about. We're trying to walk a quarter of a mile. You should all be ashamed of yourself. We're survivors.
Listen,
we're survivors. Walk.
I pushed my 70-pound bicycle with all my gear strapped to it on my bicycle through the sand, but I have electric, so I have assist.
Dude, you gotta do it. You gotta do it, bro, man. Set up a
You
meetup
do it.
there.
Everyone will show up for you that can.
We'll figure it out.
They'll be
I'll shame
walking.
them.
It's just like if you know the right place, you can set up a little freaking fire. Freaking everybody sets their tents around.
Yeah, there's rings out there. There's actually you could just have all your own little barbecues and stuff. But listen, there's other options out here. There's the San Onofre campground, and that place is really cool, and you could have literally like a couple of dozen of spaces, and think how many people you could have. Like that would be awesome.
Look, I've had several meetups in my area, but it's usually at a restaurant. And I would love to have one, at a because I live in Northwestern Arkansas.
Camp
There's
out.
several camp places. Just like
because
show up
like,
right here and just like boom.
Listen, when I'm talking about camping right on the coast here, you can have days where you can see like you could have a great possibility of seeing things really great.
You can't do that in Arkansas because it's just rivers and lakes and shit.
I mean, if you could see like San Clemente Island, like on certain days, you can see San Clemente Island from San Diego beaches. Like that's like 80 miles.
I mean, right in San Diego, you're near the Baja and shit.
Yep. Pretty amazing.
San Diego's pretty nuts. But yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yep. And see, I'm just
I ain't gonna make it there because I'm way too far away, but do it.
I'm pushing myself to see how long I could actually stay out there myself with everything I need and make it. And now after going
ain't no cops gonna fuck with you. You're gonna be like out there.
Yeah, what are they going to do with someone on a bike with all their gear in a tent next to it? Like you're resting after you're a traveler. They're not going to fuck with someone like me. Okay, fine. Okay, I'll just
so then you invite 40 people. You invite 40 people. You set up freaking camp on a beach.
We're a place where no one can even see you. Like it's going to be like
it's like cops don't even know you're there. You can't even see.
I mean, they can see
so it'd
it
be hard. It'd be hard to get there, but once you get there, it's just like
from the other side of the channel. From the other side of the channel, they can see that you're there, but it's in the dark, so no one cares.
But the people on the other side of the channel are partying too.
Exactly.
So like, shit! I hardly ever see anybody over there.
And listen, when that place used to be a swampland, people used to be able to go hunt duck right there where I'm talking about, and it used to be campers along
ducks over there too.
There used to be campers along that a long time ago. It was called False Bay by the Spanish, like Cabrillo's group.
So it's like the mystery. It's like the magical mystery tour of Flat Earth.
It's an amazing fucking place I live. I can look right where I was sitting on the beach. I can see the Presidio up where the Spanish had their first fort here, the first mission. I can see they built a building there in the 1920s, but I can see where that place is down the freeway in the valley.
Is it kind of dead? Like it's a historical monument, but hardly anybody visits it or anything.
No, a lot of people visit it. A lot of people.
So there's a road up to it, but
that's way out. That's down the road. I'm just saying how far I can see just from sitting on the beach. I can see way down the freeway to the Presidio, out to the valley and the mountains beyond and to the east. It's amazing. There's amazing views. Like it's
you
like
should do it, man. Just set up do it. Like in September, October when it's
too fucking cold at the beach then.
Oh shit!
It's too cold at the beach then. You don't want to be at the beach then. You want to be at the beach now when it's like 70 degrees at night.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say good night,
cold at the beach in California.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Hey,
good evening,
Jackie. It was great speaking to you earlier. So I'll stay. I'll try to stay around more often and stuff, but. Yeah, when it gets closer to 2024, I definitely look forward to a lot of people going to seeing the total solar eclipse.
Just a few million. It'll be all right.
Road trip to Texas.
Good night, everyone. Good night. Rest well. Bye.
Just a few million. Yeah, I'll be heading over there to Texas.
Really, man?
I'm gonna do a meetup in Arkansas pretty soon. So if anybody's near here, we can.
Well, let me know, Helio, man. I'll get.
You ain't coming from freaking LA.
No. I mean, I can help promote it, man. I can get
All
the
right,
word.
cool. Yeah, because I've been talking about my other buddies that we do this meetups sometimes. But yeah, we will probably have one within a month or two. Do another one.
Sorry.
Let me know, man. I'll get more people out there for you, man. I'll promote the fuck out of it. We'll send.
That'd be fun as hell, man.
Fucking squeak it out. Let everybody know.
It's always fun. Every time we have a meetup, whether it's 8, 15, we had one meetup where it was freaking 80 people. Oh, so anyway.
Oh shit.
We'll have the flat Coachella.
You said 80?
Yeah. Rob Skiba came for a conference in Fayetteville, and it just so happened that we were. I talked to my friend and I was like, "Hey, let's do a meetup since Rob Skiba's gonna be here." And then he called me and was like, "Bro, I think we're gonna get a lot more people than we thought we were gonna get." So, yeah, we had like 80 people. We filled an entire restaurant with flat earthers.
That's great.
It was freaking awesome.
I did that once. I filled an entire bar full of flat earther. Which is awesome.
Well, it's just like even if you have 8 or 10, you can get the entire restaurant talking about flat Earth.
Yeah.
So it's just like, and then
just get
I've
two
had
of us.
people just come over. It's just like, you guys are flat earthers. You have people random from the restaurant.
Yeah, it's great.
Just two of us. Just two of us together. Just two of us together, like Kenny and I in Orange County when he was driving me back to the train station for me to come back. Like we stopped in this AM/PM or something gas station and flat smacked the guy in there. Like no one's safe.
What's like? Do we talk too loud? Are you guys flat earthers? It's just like. People. It's just like I guess we do talk too loud. It's like, we talk about flat Earth, but people just random people just like, hey, you flat earthers. It's like, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? It's like, well, here's why, and then it goes from
why
there.
Why did you find out the Earth measures flat every time? Also,
Sure. Yeah, I mean it's really cool. Like you can have freaking 5 people and at a table in a restaurant and just have a meetup, with the people from I've had meetups where people drove 4 hours to come to a meetup and it always turns out really cool. Everybody in the restaurant knows that's the flat Earth meetup table, right? Because everybody knows.
So tell Helio the setup. So the setup is this, Helio. We walk into the store and dude goes to the person sitting in there at the the register or whatever behind the plexiglass. He's like, dude, you got to help me out. My friend here thinks the Earth is flat, and I'm trying to find things that I can counter his argument, and I'm coming up with nothing. Can you help me out?
See? It's like, well, sometimes we'll set up a meetup at a restaurant. We're just like, it's like we don't make a reservation.
Wait, Helio, I wasn't done. So that was only the setup. So the thing is, he throws me into a position where I automatically have to provide flat smacking immediately on the spot, unrehearsed, without notice. So this wasn't planned. He just did it. So I can just pull out. Yeah, man. I said we went out. People gone out and measured. They've made these observations, and there should be a drop over distance. And people are doing line of sights with observation long distance cameras, lenses, and infrared and laser. And they're finding that the curvature they're required for the globe Earth, blah 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 blah, has never been found or observed or measured. And I just leave it like that. And then Kenny looks at the dude lifts up his hands like, what am I going to do? I can't.
Yeah. Basically what he has to do is be like, I met a flat earther.
It was great. That's basically it. But you know what the guy said? He was pretty smart, pretty wise. He goes, well, that's a controversy that could go on forever. Didn't he
How
say
can
that?
it go on forever? If the Earth is flat, it's flat. If it's not, it's not. Right?
Yeah, but he was right about the argument. Think about it. It's been going on for a long time, man. It's not a new argument.
Well, it's about 100 years old, but other than that,
No, it isn't. I bet when it was first introduced, people were arguing about it then. People were actually being burnt at the stake. It was a little more higher stakes. No pun intended.
Where in Greece?
Wherever they were liking to burn people.
Russia,
from them, the Catholics,
Japan, China.
Took 27 years for Copernicus to come up with this shit, bro. 27 years, bro.
The only ones we argue is pretty much Grecian arguments. I mean, I don't really know where. I don't see where the Chinese or the Russians are arguing about this.
I got a couple of questions I'd like to put on the table. Okay.
Yeah,
The first question is: in 500 years, why haven't they come up with a story that everybody can follow? That's the same story. Oh, that's question number one. Question number two is: let's just assume I'm going to strong man the globe for a second here. Okay, it's a globe. Yeah, it's clearly a globe. Everybody knows it's a globe. All the experts say it's a globe. All of our pseudo-science says it's a globe. Everybody, it's taught in schools it's a globe. Then my question is this to everyone.
Sun goes down.
Take it as rhetorical as you wish. It could have a graduating rhetorical scale if you want it to. Why isn't water paying attention? Water's not giving a shit about this globe thing because it's not doing what a globe requires. So my question is, why isn't water's fucking off the reservation, huh?
The waters went full Bentard, dude. Bentard. Hey, nobody's ever said that. That's pretty funny. Anyway, repeat the first question again. I wasn't sure I got.
So the first question he asked is why within 500 years are we not all agreeing on the same thing?
Yeah.
Or that why aren't the Globers? Why aren't the Globers? Yeah, why aren't the Globers basically? More specifically, why aren't the Globers? Why don't they have one story that they all follow instead of just making shit up as they go, putting these loose ends all together in any fashion they choose, in any order?
Yeah, because
on that
one
point,
thing that
water do what it do, don't it? Water do what it do, don't it?
What is a major problem to globalists that a lot of them do not understand is Einstein's law of relativity versus Newton's law of force of gravity literally contradict one another. And so that's someone, 500 years back versus someone that's just, 100 years back to where they're battling each other. Right. And globalists don't even realize that their gravity, a force, was not even agreed upon with someone who has a greater, knowledge and IQ and everything than they can even vastly understand. And that guy can't sit there and say that, the force of gravity is what makes us a globe.
Right. That's a good point.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer with what Sonny's getting at. I'm a firm believer that so I'm 40 years old.
Right.
If when I reach the age of 90, I really think that they are going to push Einstein's law of relativity underneath the table so much that my grandkids are not even going to know what that is, only because it contradicts the force of gravity that Newton talked about, which proves their globe. So they have to go off an assumption in order to prove their globe. You know,
that's why they keep trying to go to Newton, because it's like balls. So as funny as that sounds.
You know, Newton, what he proved is that, okay, if he's going to say it's a force, okay, because of a dang apple falling off his head, if that's what he's saying, then he should have also said that something had to put that into motion. For instance, the tree did what? It grew. It grew to what? An X amount of feet above his head. Then what happened? The root had, or the tree of what the apple was holding on to eventually snapped, and is what put the apple into motion. So that's not a force. That's not, you know, Darth Vader's force, you know, of him sticking out his hand and choking somebody. That's literally putting something into motion. Again, something that globalists cannot understand, that things have to be put in motion. There is nothing that is proven out there of an object that can be planted in the middle of nothing without being put into
good point, man.
Yeah. So there's no force that just sits there one day and says, you know what, I'm pulling this. You know, it had to be put into motion. So Einstein's law of relativity sits there and goes into what? It goes into buoyancy and density, which contradicts the act of force. And the way that it contradicts, everybody can do this. This is what is great about every single law that Einstein came up with, or just about every one of them, is that you can literally do this yourself. Yeah. Even a fifth grader can. They can go and take any ball, any mass, any volume, and they can put it into water, and they'll what? They will observe that those objects with different mass and volumes, they'll observe that the weight changes in both of them.
Right.
So was Einstein a globalist or a flat earther? Doesn't matter, because what he was proving is that there is a problem with Newton's law of gravity, which suggested a force, which put this whole entire crap into motion. That, oh, we're in a globe. So they literally based everything of their globe off an assumption. You break down any dang globalist out there and you tell them that, look, you can't say gravity is a fact because you don't know what causes it. So you got to disregard all of that crap. Now show me your globe. And they get lost.
Yeah.
They sit there and jump into, oh, well, you can see a curve. Well, let's go out here. I live on a 5 mile lake. Okay.
Right.
So in 1 mile, it's 8 inches, and 3 miles, I forget what it is. It's like almost,
6 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 5, 6 feet or something.
Yeah. So when I know this one. When I'm 6 foot tall. If something's 6 miles away and there's another object that's 6 miles away from me, I should not be able to see that. But I'm able to capture that.
Oh, yeah.
You should only be seeing the head. However, I'm seeing the dang body. You know?
Yep.
Now, if I took my camera away, yes, I'm not seeing that distance with my naked eye of 6 miles. Nope. But when I use my camera and I zoom in, guess what the heck I see?
Zoom, zoom.
So, sorry, I didn't mean to go on the rant. I know that we all understand this, but just wanted to say that in 50 years, I think of what Sonny just said is going to happen to us. That they are going to push all of this Einstein stuff underneath the table. they're going to push flat earthers so far underneath the table because they're already doing it. If we go to Google and we're debating a globalist, I think we all hate this. When we debate a globalist, they can go onto Google and search something and find an answer. But us, for flat earthers, we can't find an answer because Google and YouTube has admitted that they push stuff further down the pages where it can be 10 pages later before we find what we want to see. Furthermore, they also have deleted and certain videos, certain content. So it's eventually going to become this world of like how we all hate North Korea because they sit here and preach this, America's bad, bad, bad in their social media. I mean, not in their social media, in their main media, that America's bad. They tell everybody what to believe. Well, I'm here to tell you that's what's going to be happening for the rest of the world on this flat versus globe.
Hey, John, don't be discouraged because we're doing this every single day. So if your spirit, don't let them break your spirit. I love your spirit right now.
Yeah, man, you're good.
Man. Don't let them break your spirit. We're doing this every day, and so I mean, just keep doing.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
don't
do
feel like they're of course they're oppressing us, but we're gonna just keep on doing what we're doing.
Do more fun and creative than those.
Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Don't get mad, you people. When the globe comes for your money and your job and your property, because the globe is coming to get your property. It wants all of it.
But the other thing that they do that does kill me is that they will sit there, and I have full belief that they'll sit there and make someone say something retardedly stupid and then be like, oh, I'm a flat earther. When they're not. They're just lying about being a flat earther, and they make up something totally bogus. And then they have all of these people. Have you ever noticed if you watch TikTok videos?
Yeah,
they always go after
we get a lot of like fake flat earthers in here sometimes, but no, as far as TikTok goes, I don't know what's necessarily going on there.
But they go after people who are saying complete nonsense. They don't say anything like even.
They're like 20-second videos. I mean, how can you get really anything across from a 20-second video?
Well, they get across the fact that flat earthers are stupid, and here's how they do it. They took a clip of Witsit going, there's no pictures of Earth. Just that little clip of him saying that. I'm sure he had a lot more to say than just that. They're all CGI or something. And the guy cuts to goes, hey, man, I Googled it. Here's all the pictures, dumbass.
Right, and that's just pretty much where we are. It's just like what? It's idiocracy. I mean, I hate to make the reference again, but pretty much we're there. It's just like, hey, stick this in your mouth, stick this in your butt, and we're gonna. Not sure. It's like, what's your name? Not sure. And it's like, oh, well, now it's your name. This motherfucker, not sure, is gonna save the world. I mean, come on.
If you don't want to reference Idiocracy, I just watched a movie last night that reminds me a lot of Idiocracy. It was made in 1999. It stars Bruce Willis as the main character, and it's called Breakfast of Champions. Watch that movie. It's kind of like Idiocracy because in the movie he's having an affair with his secretary, and both his secretary and his wife, they're both like ignoring him and watching TV while he's trying to like talk to him and make love to him, but they're just ignoring him and watching TV, and it's just like bothers them.
Well, I think if you guys haven't seen it, that Brave New World, it was on Paramount, I think. Paramount. No, not Paramount. Whatever the Peacock. No, it's Peacock. Peacock. They had a series, Brave New World, which it's not exactly the same as the Brave New World. We played it the other day, but it's just it's sort of the same thing. What they anticipate. I mean, you can already tell they're trying to just make gender not a thing, and like procreation only by the system, and that was the same in the Matrix and a lot of sci-fi movies. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, in that movie, Breakfast of Champions, there's this scene where he gets tired of his wife paying too much attention to the TV and not enough attention to him, so he pulls out his gun and he shoots the TV.
That makes sense.
Cool. What's
the name of it again? Let me finish.
Breakfast of Champions.
Yeah, could you imagine if the whole entire internet and the television shut down and you try to have a conversation with these globalists face to face?
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Also, they have this new movie. I'm just looking at it right now. It's called Ascension, or it's a series. It's like Mankind's Last Hope, and I guess they're going to Mars. This is their TV shows now. It's like Mankind's Last Hope.
They're trying.
We can't actually live on Earth as a peaceable people. So we have to leave here.
So is America the only one that's going to this Mars? I put that in quotations, by the way.
I like that. This Mars. Because this Mars, if they pretend to go there, they're going to be on this Mars on another portion of the plane, and they're going to send us, images of these, astronauts, just like they do with Hollywood. With Matt Damon was, and he already did Mars, right? In Hollywood.
Maybe
I'd love to see that.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'd love to see that Martian studio set, like in that movie Capricorn 1. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
It's free on YouTube.
Yep. That's a good one.
Or at least it was. Hopefully it still is. I don't know.
O.J. Simpson.
Do y'all remember the that Twilight? What is it? My mind just went like the Twilight Zone or whatever it was called.
Yeah, the show, the television.
Yeah. Do you remember the one about the astronaut who is said to go to the moon, but his space shuttle just lands back onto Earth, and he's telling them all of like what he's seeing and how it is. He has all of these people believing him because he actually believes it.
Right.
And so the entire world is in this believing what's being told to them because of what this guy is saying to the rest of his team.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. There was a TV show they made a couple of years ago where I
gotta look that up.
They recruited, just like it was sort of like a reality show. And they recruited a team. It was all actors. But they told them they were going to Mars or whatever, and they what was the name of the? Do you guys remember the name of the show?
Jackie was talking about it earlier, and that's something I was getting at.
So it's like they like when somebody was acting up, they'd throw them out the airlock, and then they realized that, like, holy shit, they're inside of they didn't actually kill them. They realized, and once they were thrown out of the airlock, they
were just
the whole entire crew was being fucking faked. They were being faked out.
Yeah, they were living in a simulation.
Yeah.
And what Jackie was saying, what was heartbreaking is when they got to the third episode, there was one guy that was like, I went to school and everything to working to be an astronaut and everything, and I legit believed this, And you know, so when people sit here and they ask the begging question of, oh, I guess you think that 1 million people are just into telling us it's a globe and everything. No, I don't. I think it's just a few people. And I think there's a lot of people that, you know, go to school to be an astronaut, go to school to study, you know, the instrument panels that are on in these simulations thing, and they legit believe it's real.
That's true, and oh man, no, we have no evidence of outer space, and the nobody's a bigger fan of science fiction than I am. So, and I promise you that, because I love spaceships and all the stories, but I don't think that's plausible. But I still love the fictional stories. So,
Sucker. Fucking sucker.
Hey, man, fuck it. You know, I mean, I'm a fan of fiction. I can't help myself. But I don't think it's plausible for us in reality. I still listen to the stories and read the books and shit. You know.
Yeah, like they literally set them up. They set themselves up why they could never go to the moon. They start sitting here talking about the belt, radiation, and all this stuff. And then you literally have one of them that's sitting there going, we don't know how we're going to do it. Yet, in 6 months later, it's what the hell they did. They went and did it. And it's like, you learned how to do that within that 6 months.
Yeah. And and
then you lost your of it.
In spite of what I'm saying, I mean, it's like with their stories, it's like they, you know, with the Star Trek and Star Wars thing, they created a universe where it could be plausible, you know, and then basing it off of, I mean, just like even with Stranger Things is a really popular thing that's going on. That's you know, has to do with space time based on Einstein's idea and everything, which is freaking 100 years ago and everything. These people, and I ain't gonna lie, I'm still a huge fan of time travel like fictions too. But I love the fiction, but at the same time, I know it's not plausible. And people that think it's plausible are stuck in a paradigm. It's like, hey, you know, that I don't know. I think it's what they call science. They call it science, but it's not science. It's science fiction. But
they set themselves up in paradox.
Yeah, they set themselves up in a paradox. Is that what you just said? Set themselves up in a paradox where they either believe that some of this, you know, through science fiction is plausible, even though they have no way to test it in physical reality.
Correct. Yeah, they make up a scientific word, and I hate to say that they make it up, but they do. You know, like you, for instance.
No, it's not their fault that they believe someone about it, because they can't actually make it up because it's already been made up. They don't really have anything to go on.
Yeah,
you know, that's why, you know, with Einstein's theory, it's all true on a chalkboard, and then they just draw more on the chalkboard, but they don't have any physical evidence that it actually happens.
What's great about Einstein, and Einstein said it himself, taking it a little bit out of context because I don't know exactly what his quote was on this, but he basically said, if you can't explain what you know on a fifth grade reading level within two to three paragraphs, then you don't know what you're. And that's fact. Go ask any of these globalists.
Most fifth graders these days don't even know how to use a fucking ruler.
All right. So our fifth grade
that's actually true. I'm saying that most fifth graders don't even know how to use a fucking ruler.
Yeah. All right. So fifth grade reading levels based off of the kids that grew up in the before the mid '80s. You know, that generation. You know.
been training people in the. I mean, I'm a cabinet builder, and I have people come in. If I have to teach them how to use a fucking tape measure when they're 20 years old, that's the most fucking frustrating thing for me ever.
They sit here. Let me guess. They probably pull on the end of the tape measure and go, "Hey, why is this part wiggling back and forth within 1/8 of an inch?"
It's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. Fucking, they don't even know how to freaking measure fucking 4.5. Bro, I mean, but I'm good at teaching. It's like, but you're 20 years old and you don't know how to use a fucking tape measure.
Yeah.
I just got that shit in first grade. What the fuck?
You could probably ask them what's longer, 1/2 inch or 5/8 of an inch, and they'll be like, "Wait, what?"
No, I mean, it's sad. I mean, really, we're laughing about it, but it's fucking sad. I mean, I've worked with so many young people. I started young, but I knew how to use a fucking tape measure in first grade. Or a ruler. It was like half of half. Half of half is a quarter, and half of a quarter is an eighth, and half of an eighth is a 16th, and half of I don't think we got into 30 seconds, but you can figure it out. But anyway, But when you get somebody, just like I want to build cabinets. It's like, do you know how to use a tape measure? And they're like, yeah. Well, do you know what a 1/2 inch is, right? Well, I know what 1 inch is. I know what 1 inch is. It's like, okay, well, so everybody knows what 1 inch is. All right, do you know what a 1/2 inch is? Well, that's half of 1 inch, right? All right. I mean, this is what I have to explain to them. It's like if you pull up 48.5, but you really want 48.25, then it's half of 48, not for half of 48.5. It's just a portion of the.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Like, bro, I mean, if people don't know how to use a tape measure, you should be able to learn that in first grade, second grade. I mean, using a tape measure is very simple. If I teach somebody that's 20 fucking years old and they don't even know how to use a goddamn tape measure, very fun.
How many youngins do you see now that know how to write in cursive?
My niece, she's.
I can. I really writing in cursive, but if I write in cursive, you won't be able to read it
on YouTube. By the way,
what'd you say about your niece? She's writing in cursive.
Cursive, like really fancy cursive fonts, and she learned how to do it on YouTube videos.
Yeah. To do cursive, you actually have to be fascinated by it. You really have to, work at it. Because, bro, even with cursive, when I was learning it, I was just like, I'll just do the best I can because I don't think it's important. But, I mean, that was me back in high school and shit. But
they physically held me down in the second grade, but I went to private school.
Yeah, well,
I can barely remember how to write in cursive. So, I mean, I ain't going to talk shit about people that can't write in cursive. But I am going to talk about people. I'm going to talk shit about people that can't read a goddamn tape measure.
That's true.
They don't even know how. I mean, look at it. Okay, so I'm 40 years old. Okay, so I know that while I was growing up in high school, you saw a lot of young people that was able to run a cash register. They knew how to even count back change.
Yeah.
Dude, go into the stores now. Not only have they forgotten how to count back cash because they assume everything to be done with a credit card. But not only that, but look at how many people are working in Walmart and Target and all these grocery stores compared to what it was 20, 30 years back.
Yep.
They've had to literally
people that work in Walmart are just using scanners and going by lots. I mean, I've worked in warehouses before, so you just go by lot, section, and with in the Walmarts now they just have little device. And it's like, which lot am I going to go? No, I mean, it's just like a warehouse. You know, if you go in any modern Walmart, these pickers are in my fucking way. I'm trying to shop. All these fucking pickers are in my way.
Like, I mean, think about this, man. Go. I mean, literally, go and take anybody out that's, less than 25 right now. Go and take them out to eat, and then tell them to leave a 10% tip. They're lost. They literally just sit there and say, "Oh, this sounds like a good number to leave somebody as a tip." They'll literally have a $50 bill, and they'll be like, "You know what? I should put down $10," and it's like, wait a second, you do realize that you put down 20%. What do you mean? No, it ain't 20%. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's easy math. So,
shit, I never tip the people that when I go to the pickup line. I never tip them. Should I?
Oh, now you're opening.
No, I'm just fucking with everything. But I'm not even sure. In some jobs, it was just like they shouldn't take tips, and if they do take tips, then they can't tell Walmart that you gave them freaking $10.
Yep. Yeah. See, that was something that I enjoyed. Publix grocery store, but I had a friend who worked for Publix. And they literally have to tell people, I cannot accept this because Publix pays me so much to cover me just pushing
$14 an hour.
So, hell, do you know how much people are making at Target now?
No, I don't even shop at Target, but anyway, no.
At Target, they are at minimum starting wage for Target all across America, minimum $28.
For what? Just stocking?
But whatever you do in there, the lowest paid person. So pushing a buggy across the.
Oh, fuck! I'm going to work for Target. There's plenty of Targets around here. I'm going to work.
I guess I'm going to have to start.
But I'm not a.
So let's just hope and pray that we don't.
I'm only a people person on here. And what do you guys think about my personality here? You think I'd work out well at Target?
So let's just hope and pray that we don't wake up tomorrow and a dozen eggs cost $28.
I don't know where you came up with that number, but I seriously doubt any checker at Target is making $28.
You just said Target is paying $28 or $27 an hour.
Yeah, hold on. Let me go get the article.
No, bro, that's not out. They ain't making no $28 an hour at Target to freaking deal with freaking shoppers all day.
You see, the thing is, the American dollar will always be around, and it will probably always have some value, but it won't necessarily have the value that we're all used to it having. It won't necessarily always have that value.
Sure, well, I feel like we're in a flux. For the next several years, we're kind of in a flux because, with all this bullshit with the gas prices and everything, we're kind of because the American dollar is based on who the fuck knows what it's based on anymore. But no, we are in a flux, so it's there's going to be a lot of changes that happen in the next several years. A lot of people are getting really scared. But I work with a guy that's in his late 60s, and he's like, bro, I'm thinking about selling off all my IRAs because they said that, the economy's going to crash, and so I have to have this and commodities and shit. Oh, well, I mean, I wouldn't recommend him to say, hey, just hold on to that shit. But in reality, I think he should hold on to it instead of selling it off. Because as much as it looks scary, because it is fucking scary right now, I ain't gonna lie. But fucking hold on to it. So I haven't told him that, but I know he's been talking about it for a few days, and I'm like, bro, just hold on to that shit, because if you get influenced by the news and all the propaganda and shit, bro, just hold on to that shit. If you already have these investments, fucking hold on to them. You're not gonna lose a goddamn thing. Just hold on to that shit. That's what would. But it's just like he messes with me when I'm in the middle of freaking building cabinets. He's like, "Hey, they'll just come up to me like, hey, you know that the stock market's about to crash," and I'm like, "Motherfucker, I've been following this for a long time. This is a cycle, bro. Don't get scared. Don't be scared. Hold on to your shit."
Well, I play the stocks very heavily.
But he doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Just leave your shit where it is. But he's afraid that they're going to just take all his dividends and just strip him, from everything. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying that we're not there yet. In my
we are there, because check this out. Anybody who has a medium risk, a 401k, okay, a medium risk, these last two quarters,
pulling that out and put it in somewhere else. Is an IRA or tell me?
So they have lost over 10%.
Sure.
Just in the last
what he actually said to me when he first addressed, he's like, "Hey, the whole system is about to change." I was like, "Are you talking about digital currency?" Which I think that's plausible, because cash is about to be gone. I don't know how long it's going to take, but we all know that.
So what I do believe,
7 years.
So by the way, for anyone who, I am a hardcore, more so I'm a day trader, and I play options here and there. I will make a trade within like 0.03 seconds.
Right.
No joke. So anyhow, here's what I feel is going on. I think that my mind. Damn it.
You're
sorry.
Yeah, your mic sounds fine. Continue.
Oh. So I believe that the dollar value, which is what one of y'all were talking about earlier. So the dollar value, if you look it up over the time of history, it stays at like $1. But when you look at, the United Kingdom and how it does, it goes up and down and yada yada. Their dollar value actually just decreased. It used to be at I forget what it used to be, but it decreased. So they were like at $1.20, they down to 80 cents or something like that. So they've decreased. I feel that America is not putting.
I think he's more concerned about investments in his IRA, which he's trusting companies to invest in stock market and all that kind of shit. I know it's related, but I mean, and you know more about this, obviously, probably than I do, but that's what he was relating to me. He's trying to sell out and just grab that and then just invest in gold and silver. Do you think that would be, something?
If he was investing, so the time to invest in gold and silver was maybe about 4 or 5 months ago.
I think so too. Yeah.
And now it has flipped. The next phase that we're about to hit into is where people should be buying bonds. But anybody who's listening to this, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you that the next.
We probably shouldn't do this.
Yeah. So yeah.
I was just telling you. I mean, it's just a guy that I work with. I mean, he doesn't have significant, but I mean, it's important to him. What he's invested in.
Oh yeah, because it's
and so he's like, hey, I read a couple articles, and I think I want to go ahead and just buy gold. And I'm like, don't necessarily. Well, I wouldn't even know what to tell him, because I don't think you should just put all that shit into gold.
Yeah, my wife's 401k before these 2 quarters was at 80,000. Yesterday she got her statement. She's at 65,000. And I was telling her, I was like, you would have been better off literally selling that before even the first quarter,
right,
and taking the 10% fee in your hits, because that's what happens when you take out, out of your 401k if you yank it all out.
Well, man, 10%. I mean, I think it's in a lot of cases it's a lot more than 10%.
It's on average.
Or maybe it's not. I don't know. I haven't even dealt with it for quite a while, so.
Yeah, don't touch it till after you're at that age of where you can touch it.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, just like he's just like the reason I'm just sitting there working. He's like, bro, man, I got this article, and he's like, I think shit's about to go wiry, and I was like, bro, I already know. And he's like, all right, so don't ask me for advice on financial shit, but I think he should leave his shit. As far as this goes, I don't even know. He hasn't confided in me in what all his investments are. I mean, it might be, might be stacked up, but I mean, he's going to have to go to his financial advisor. Don't fucking ask me. I mean, I'm going to sell it all off. I mean, motherfucker, for gold. I don't think that's a good idea, but yeah, I should actually. If you have some, a decent amount of investment, you should contact your financial advisor. Talk to that dude because he's paying attention to that. I'm not. No, why the fuck are you talking to me about this shit? This broke dude that's just living paycheck to paycheck. Fucking A.
I hear you, man.
Yeah, I mean, and so that's the next advice I'm going to do. Do you have a financial advisor? Because I know he has a couple of properties and he's got a lot of shit. And I'm just like, bro, get yourself a good financial advisor and talk to that dude. Don't fucking talk to me at work. I ain't got shit. I mean, I can give you some advice, and that's my advice. Go talk to a financial advisor because I'm broke, nigga. So why are you talking to a broke dude about what you should do? He's like, I'm scared of the financial crisis. Like, it's gonna be the next freaking Holocaust or the freaking Depression. Like, bitch, you're talking to the wrong motherfucker because I wasn't in the Depression or the Holocaust. Go talk to whoever's dealing with your money. I'm not. It's not me.
It's not me, baby. So Science Magazine wants to know, did the Webb Space Telescope show us a face of God?
The face of God. Did they ever claim that?
That was the.
Might as well have been, right?
Might as well have been the face of God.
That might as well have been the face of God from the web. Though, but that's two B's. That's two B's.
We're so small, our brains lack the processing power to answer the questions.
No, actually, most of people in the Skulliverse or the universe want it to be.
Don't believe me.
What they show us from NASA is like this is us looking into
That's hilarious.
I'm going to tell you something. Do you like this? Outer space.
It's so cool, man. Outer space. It's so cool.
It's just like but outer space is magic. It's like we receive it in our psyche because all of our super scientists have shown us
super scientists
space. They've made it the best for all of us.
Right. We all get to enjoy it every day. It's so cool.
On TV and internet.
Yeah, on my computer, on my phone. I can see space from my phone. It's bitching.
It's outer space, isn't it so freaking badass? Outer space. These I mean, have you ever heard of the word module?
There's an article saying that these telescope pictures are not faked.
No, I mean, well, some people will say they're fake, but if they say they're fake, they're just flat Earth assholes, right? But if they're real, let's ask the progenitors of this outer space image and see if they actually took a picture of outer space.
It's science, man. It's not faked.
No, it's not. Well, if it's science, then they're going to have to show us how it's science. But if they actually want to show us these images, then they're going to have to show us how they came up with these images. And I'm holding back. I was going to use a GD word, but it's definitely not science. But anyway,
science, man. It's not fake. It's science, man. Come on, we're fucking around, everybody.
Well, it's fucking better than GD. I don't know. It's not goddamn science. There are no actual freaking pictures of the Earth or any other thing. This weird freaking Webb telescope. And like 2 days later, they said, "Well, the Webb telescope's down now. I guess it put out too much power to find the fucking outer space images." Oh my god! Dude, like, who pays attention? I pay attention anyway. Go ahead.
It's just the wavelengths of the light that they use in their atmosphere composition.
The only atmosphere that exists is right here on Earth. It was just like, I don't even know. I mean, nobody knows if it's a sphere or not. But I mean, they call sphere shit out in space. It's just cartoons, it's like magic.
It's magic.
It's magic.
Magic data we turned into this picture. Check it out.
Are you an agitator, Flutter, dude?
Am I agitating?
I'm just fucking with you. I have to.
Am I agitating? That's some pretty pictures, man. They got like clouds and shit in space, man. Like, it's cool.
So we should spread this around. What is your favorite?
Are you an agitator or are you an aviator of agitation?
I'm a space head, man. I'm an outer space on my phone.
Aggravation aviation.
It's like we can ask other people. It's like, what is your favorite? And I'm going to do this in a fag voice for whatever reason. What is your favorite image of the galaxy, or whatever you might see as far as you can see from outer space through the fag telescope?
Blah, blah.
I know that's really bad. Yeah. I'm probably going to get a freaking strike because I said the fag telescope or whatever.
Yeah, you're definitely gone.
Pretty soon you won't be able to talk bad about outer space anymore.
You won't even be able to make jokes about anything.
Well, there
So
goes
you gotta stay
NASA's
positive.
future career.
There goes jokes.
There, once again, there goes NASA's future career.
Because all they put out is jokes.
Comedy.
I'm waiting for Elon to put out a tweet about NASA fake, since he put out the one about, showing the countertop being like, yeah, this is how y'all got y'all's picture of the James Webb Telescope. Did y'all see that?
He didn't put that out, man. Did he?
Okay. Yeah, hold on, I got a screenshot. I'll send you the link of it too. If you want me to.
Fuck, I believe you, man. I didn't know it was passed around. And
I've seen.
I saw it last weekend. I was laughing. Oh, that's so funny.
I should probably watch it then if it's funny.
It's just a meme. It's hilarious.
I was thinking, I've seen so much space
I got a meme. I saved it.
I don't know if I want to see any more space porn. Here, too many images are already in there.
I mooched it here. Hold on, man. Hopefully I mooched it, man. I don't know. Oh, there it is.
Awesome. You got the outer space countertop. It's the same. Yeah. That's what they're looking at. They're looking at a countertop, for God's sake.
Yeah, dude.
And they're there to tell you about it. So why do you flat earthers complain?
What?
Look, the countertop is fucking flat.
Hey, yeah, I don't know if this is pertinent or whether I should not say it, but just going over this in my mind. I mean, I've said some terms in here that people say I cannot say because I'm white or because I'm heterosexual, and they say, "Well, you can't say that," but actually, I can. Can't I say?
It's not that you can't say it. It's not that you can't say it.
Oh, it's because I shouldn't say it.
It's because it's distasteful.
Well, I mean, should that matter? Well, I guess it depends on the conversation. But I mean, this tasteful conversation is going on now.
That's
because like you guys use the term globers as if they, if they're not offended by it.
And so are you saying we're being prejudiced, huh? Okay.
We might be prejudiced against
In all fairness, I do call them trotters. Just because my phone auto-corrected one day when I put in globalist, it put it as globetrotter. So I was like, you know what? That's what I'm calling them from now on.
After a while, there's two-colored buzzwords.
But actually, that discredits it because Globetrotters can actually play basketball, so fuck that shit.
Yeah, they can. That's true, and they're playing on a flat court. And you know that varnish has to varnish has to achieve a fucking level.
That's a roll right there. They roll that shit and like.
But speaking of Globers, here's my comedy routine. Thanks for being a subject. But speaking of Globers, anyway, all their skin does kind of start looking all the same though after a while, doesn't it? That went down as flat as Kansas.
Damn, what skin are you talking about, Sonny? You talking about skin of what?
That joke fell flat as Kansas.
Basketball, we love that basketball.
I don't know, man. It's good to see you on here, Kenny. I guess you come on about this time.
I come on late night, yeah. Oh, I got a helicopter.
How do you fucking work a job and stay up this late? Well, I work hard too, though, man. I had a long day, but I feel vitalized after swimming in the ocean today.
You swam today? Did you meet any fish?
No, but the water was fucking beautiful, man. And it's a calm area because, like, the tides coming in, the tides gently coming in the river, so it's just barely moving, and it's nice and calm, flat on the
Also,
top.
you run like a cove where you were swimming.
It's a river. It's a river going. It's river, the San Diego River coming out.
Okay, cool. Oh well, I don't even know
It's
about
an estuary, big old estuary there, and there's like a lot of sand. You can walk.
Can you
all
fish
along
there, or is it just?
You can if you. Yeah, you can fish there. People do.
I mean, do
I've
you
actually
catch-
seen video. Listen, I've
That
seen
wasn't
video
the real
of them.
question. Can you catch fish?
Yeah, listen, I wanted to tell you I was about to answer both questions. So I watched a YouTube video of this guy fishing right from the mall. It's right near a bunch of condominiums, brand new condominium looking places, like resort looking homes. Anyway, right next to the like golf course and like the river, and they got it all beautiful. This guy goes right off the bridge and just catching a freaking like 10-inch bass.
Wow.
A bass right there in salt water?
No, it's a freshwater river coming out. San Diego River coming from the mountain.
Okay, well, see, I don't know much about San Diego.
And so where I'm talking about he's fishing is about maybe 10 miles inland, or maybe less, even 5 to 7 miles inland.
Yeah.
You can catch fish in there. Yeah. Yeah, I bet. I could go along there. There's trails almost all the way along that whole freaking river.
It's called San
for
Diego
bicycle.
River, and there's a lot of bass, and
There's
do you guys have
fish in there.
crappie and
No.
shit in there too?
I don't know because I haven't fished in fucking. I can't. I'm embarrassed to tell you how
Is
many.
there locks, like locks are lakes basically?
I just know I've seen some videos of people catching fish right there in San Diego River. Yeah, so further up, it's going to even be even better. Probably it depends on what what the situation is like.
Cool. So you're not a fisherman?
I used to be as a kid. I used to actually walk around. I used to hike miles to go to this lake and fish all the time. Yeah, when I wasn't hunting with my bow and arrow.
Well, I hunt fish with a rod and a reel and a hook.
That's what I use, not a bow and arrow. Like I use that for
Yeah,
rabbit.
Hey, I'm not a hunter. You know, I've never killed a deer, but I've eaten them. But if I had to, I'd freaking kill a pig or a deer in a heartbeat and eat the fuck out of them, or a chicken or whatever. Whatever. If it was necessary. But I usually buy that shit from the grocery store.
If I absolutely had to, I would kill a rabbit.
Dude, I wouldn't even step up, bro. It was like
I saw a big ass jackrabbit. I see rabbit.
Oh,
There's a
freaking rabbit,
species
yeah.
of rabbit.
But
running
actually,
around.
to be honest, if you could, if we're in like dire situation, you want to preserve those rabbits because
you want to what?
They procreate like nobody's business. If you want to meet,
there's a bunch of rabbits. There's a lot of wildlife.
You're gonna get like fucking 14 rabbits from 2.
Squirrel stew tonight, everybody. I hope you like it.
I mean, it's just like just don't make friends with your favorite rabbit. Then you're just gonna be like,
I look into their eyes, and they look back at me. I don't think I could kill one these days. I'm too.
Well, it's just like it's the same thing. I've never killed a deer, but if I had to feed my family,
I had never have either.
It wouldn't even. It was not a second thought. Well, it'd be the second thought, but the third thought would be like, I'm feeding my family.
I probably killed a couple rabbit, but the one I was the saddest about is the one that that my arrow stuck in his skin, under his skin, near his neck. Like,
Yeah, you don't want to see him suffer, of course.
ran off with my arrow and I couldn't find him. And I was in this area where there's broken up concrete and shit and a bunch of little crevices they can go down into. There was no way. I had no idea where he went.
Yeah, I mean, if you actually end up wounding them and then you never find them, I mean, you're gonna feel bad about that because animals are animals. We don't.
Now that whole place I used to hunt is taken over by the Lambert Field there in St. Louis, the airport in St. Louis. It's huge.
That's why you have to do training to actually. Like if you're going to kill a deer or a rabbit, you want to make sure that Like once you hit them, they're dead.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't want them to suffer. I mean, it doesn't matter what type of animal you're hunting.
So I think there's enough vegetation I could survive on, especially here in California. If I was somewhere else, there's other things you can survive on, vegetation type stuff. You don't need to, like, especially.
So well, you can't just eat meat.
Milk
can't.
dairies are not going away anytime soon.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I don't
berries
think
in my
so.
area too.
If you're somewhere where you're out in the country, perhaps like where you are in Arkansas, there's probably.
You know what? There's a shitload of deer that come and eat the shit out of the blackberries that I might harvest.
Oh,
but I can't freaking kill them in my backyard because it's not. It's just that they won't let me. You know.
What is this? Listen, is there a type of mesquite wood that has huge thorns, like 3-inch long thorns, huge giant thorns? What kind of tree is that? Does anyone know that? Does anyone know?
Mesquite is a large tree.
What kind of tree has, like, it's a winding kind of tree and it grows up and it has huge thorns, like even the small branches have these huge 3-inch
blackberries have thorns.
No, these are 3-inch long thorns. Even on a tiny little branch, it has a 3-inch long thorn. A bunch of those on it. Like, it's got these gnarly thorns. If you fall into these thorns, it'll damage. You'll be going to the ER. Like, you'll have a stab wound
because you might be able to smoke or utilize.
But no, I'm just asking if anyone knows. I'll look it up, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. They might even not even grow in this area.
It's probably more of a California desert kind of like.
But yeah, bro, the blackberries grow up here, and the fucking deer take them way before I could ever access them.
I love that one in Washington. I got 5 gallons.
I'll walk outside to go smoke a cigarette, and I'll just stand there, and there'll be 5 deer standing in my front yard, and I'm like, "What you doing? What you doing?"
Cool.
You know, and they'll just like look at me, and then they'll start grazing again and shit. Like, I ain't doing. But you know, if I shot one of them, I would be arrested.
Yep. Yes, you would.
That's why they hang out.
At least you can
I have a lot of oak trees around here, and so there's shitloads of acorn. There's plenty of food around it. But they're beautiful. And it's just like, hey, that's cool. They just they'd be like 10 feet away from me, just looking at me like, "What you gonna do?" I'm gonna let you eat the fucking acorns that fall from the tree. That's nature.
Did we have? We had a couple globies show up.
Oh, really? We got some more people.
Right, we had a globie.
Oh shit! Hold on. Trouble About from Australia.
Is she in here? What's up, baby? What's up?
She may be okay right now. You remember Trouble About, right?
Hey, how you going?
Dude, that's like my sister.
Hey, how's it going from down over there? Over there.
Send the word over there. What's up, Trouble About?
That's pretty good.
We haven't seen you in a while. Wow, this is crazy.
No shit. It's been a minute. Yeah, Helio can sing his ass off, man. You guys trained singer. Fuck.
Yeah, but don't worry about that. I just want to hear her talk. Trouble About it. It's been a while since we've heard from you.
Yeah. I've been floating around.
She's been farting around down over there.
Did you say she's been farting around or floating around?
Floating.
Floating around way over there.
Way over there, floating around.
I know, I probably sound a little weird. I don't know what accent that is exactly. I couldn't tell you.
I don't speak posh like that.
It sounded like I went to London or something. I don't know.
As if Sonny could ever know how to speak posh.
Oh, shut up, Helio.
Yeah.
Oh shit. We need
English. Stick with the English, Sonny. That's your sweet spot, man.
Wait. I think I thought we were all speaking English here.
Proper English. Fucking proper.
Proper English. The only one that speaks proper English here is fucking Crypto, in my opinion.
Doesn't it say honorary wanka on my tag? I think you'll find it does. Do you have that one? by
Yeah, but
chance?
you can't fucking do it, bro.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Helio.
The only one that speaks posh is Crypto. As far as I'm concerned.
Knock you back to the freaking Renaissance. Shut the fuck up.
Crypto's good.
So trouble about. I mean, we haven't seen you in a while, and how you know we're just clowning a little bit. We haven't seen.
No, you're right. I've been listening.
Especially me.
I've been listening to you for a while.
You think the Earth's a ball that spins, bro?
What?
Me?
Yeah.
That was weird.
But do you think all the stars rotate around Polaris?
Of course they do. I mean, well, as far as rotation, I mean, there's a circular
of course they
pattern.
don't, because my stars don't.
Say that again.
Your stars don't.
My stars don't rotate around Polaris.
Why not?
They spin around.
I don't know why they don't. They don't.
Yeah, they do. They do.
They don't. I've got 70 videos that shows they don't.
Okay, show us, please.
Yeah.
If you want.
I'm from Missouri. I got to be shown everything.
Do you want me to drop them in the back thing?
You think that you looking south and seeing the star trails differently proves that the Earth is a ball?
No.
So you clearly do.
But it would just be nice if you considered my skies as reality instead of fantasy. Considering we have the wandering.
Sure. You're in Australia, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Okay.
So
who said that we don't consider it reality?
Hold on, everyone. So you can't see Polaris from where you are.
No.
All right, cool. So continue.
But I can see
check this out. Hold on. Let's continue this conversation. Now, we have Sonny, who is originally from Missouri, from the Show Me State, and he said that. So let's go, Sonny. You talk to her about this.
Okay, so maybe you could explain to us why Polaris is seen at 23.5 degrees south latitudes on several occasions. How is that possible on a globe?
I don't follow the globe.
I want her. Hold on. As moderation, I want her to establish her argument before anyone responds. If she has something to say about what, about the polar star and everything, and what you might or might not be able to see from a certain latitude.
I just assume let Witsit take this. Yeah, actually, Witsit, you take it, man.
Well, hold on. I still, before it starts, I want to hear
Helio. Let me just butt in for a sec, bro.
Helio doesn't want anyone to talk except for him.
Yeah, Helio, just hang out for a sec, bro. I know Trouble from a long time ago too. We've had this discussion about the Southern Stars for a long time, and I've discussed it with Witsit. And there's options to have the Southern Stars with the flat plane adjacent to rotating star sets above us. Trouble's not a globe earther. Just to let everybody know, it seems to be
no.
confused.
I know that. I just wanted to establish the essential argument.
Why do you need two sets of stars? Why can't it just be the bend of the magnetic field itself being perceived lower down in the sky?
Well, that's the question. Is it or isn't it?
Well, I'm saying, why couldn't it be?
It kind of has been demonstrated, though. I've seen demonstrations of it.
That seems more
Well,
logical to me than invoking an
we have
entire other set of stars.
Well, we have
we
to
have
get
the
to the
one
bottom of
we
which
we
way
have the wandering luminaries in our part of the sky. So now you have to explain
What?
those.
Are you talking about the
Is
planets?
there two different
Well, with the
sets of
planets, yes.
stars?
Dude,
That's one
Helio,
theory.
bro. Yeah, dude, come on, man.
Oh well, ours rotate clockwise, and yours rotate anti-clockwise.
Okay,
That's
I have to
not
point
true.
this out.
That's absolutely not true. So
Not
Okay,
true.
it is true.
Yeah, it
Actually.
is.
Okay,
It is
but
true. I've got.
depending on which direction you look.
No, it doesn't matter which direction you face. You can. I've got a lot of videos of the celestial equator, which shows the stars rotating one way on one side and another way on the other side. The way you're looking has nothing to do with it.
well, if you take an observation from the equator, it's certainly not a ball that's spinning because you couldn't see different motion of stars in the sky from one position. So you're saying you don't think there's a globe. You're basically just not making a claim. You're just saying that something's impossible. But we both just gave you two different options. He's saying there could be a different set of stars. I'm saying it's actually the bend of the outer edge of the magnetic field itself. So why does that not work exactly?
Yeah.
Well, it could,
Good.
but does it? Is it actually what's going on? Look at the ones I put in the live stream voice text. It could be that there's two sets of stars working like thermodynamics, and that there actually is one set going counterclockwise and one set going clockwise, and they work like they funnel through
The observation has nothing to do with thermodynamics. It has nothing to do.
Well, regardless, Helio, I'm saying this is an option of what it could be. Not saying that it is this, but is it a reflection or is it not? Is it a bending of the magnetic field or is it not? Can we get to the bottom of this?
Bending of a magnetic field. Do you have any evidence for that?
That's what
you're talking about. Your position on Earth and what you might have observed there.
Hold everything. Stop.
Helio, you don't need to get so aggro, man.
Everybody stop. New perspective. Where are you posting? Because I don't see it in the live stream voice text.
Yeah,
Where
but
are you posting?
Did I post the wrong spot?
Intellectually superior to all of us and feels the need to consistently interrupt everyone and tell them how stupid and wrong they are.
Yeah,
Helio,
I don't like that either.
Helio, can you explain it?
Helio.
I can't completely explain it, but the original idea is like, what can I tell about what I observe in the heavens? And the original argument was about Polaris, right? And it's not an argument. It's like everyone in the northern hemisphere sees, Polaris as the,
Yeah, I don't even think there was some
as
contention.
far as
Is
like
there anything that's in contention? What is actually in contention? Is there anything?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, and that's why I was just
What's
like,
in contention is are there southern stars? Is it the southern star trails separate from the northern star trails? Is it two sets of stars adjacent to each other over a flat Earth, or is it just a magnetic field?
That's an illogical argument.
Helio, if you keep interrupting
stars
people, man, you're
adjacent.
gonna get on my
Yeah,
nerves.
Helio, let people finish. Yeah, shit, Helio.
Literally every time someone's talking, bro. I just cleared the floor for you, and then you had nothing to say. But as soon as he starts talking, you interrupt him again.
Well, I was just wondering, what is this? What does it mean by adjacent?
How would you know? What the adjacent just has a definition. It means beside it.
I know what adjacent means. God damn it! Anyway, go ahead.
He was trying to explain it, and you stopped him mid sentence, which you've done to about 3 different people mid sentence every time they spoke. Just pointing it out that I've been observing.
All right.
But anyway, moving
Gentlemen, I apologize. Continue.
It's all good. We're happy to have you be a part of the conversation, but it has to be a conversation. New perspective. Go ahead.
Well, this is something like I've talked about before with you, actually, Whitsett, on Earth Awakenings and other people, as well as with Trouble and our friend E1, who's proposed the idea. And I don't even know if Trouble thinks this is right, but E1 has a whole model that he came up with as far as like the idea that there would be southern star trails and northern star trails funneling in through the celestial equator, going east to west, just like we observed. But if we could get out far enough, like maybe past Easter Island with the right telescope, you would actually see these stars separate, go in their opposite directions, and then come around and line up again through the celestial equator, which would be a perfect globe killer, because if you could show these stars actually separating and going 360 degrees separate from each other. And in fact, he thinks that this is very identifiable, and that the Milky Way actually gets broken apart. That half the Milky Way goes in one direction and half the Milky Way goes in the other direction, and it meets back up. One of the things that he found was very interesting as well is he thought that the three stars of Orion seem to be the only ones that don't go in one direction or another, and go through the celestial equator and seem to like just disappear and then reappear right in line with everything else where the celestial equator starts again, like a Pac-Man almost. But they just don't. He couldn't identify that the three stars of Orion go in one direction or another. But if that is the case, we could be looking at something that's a projection of some sort, or whatever they are, whatever the stars are, they're perfectly aligned and could be doing exactly what he's saying. And he seems pretty convinced. I talked to him recently after a long while, and he's still on board with his original idea that this is the case, that southern stars are actually their own star sets. And it seems like that's the Globers' slam dunk. They're convinced that the southern stars prove that it's a globe, right? That's like their number one go-to to say that that's why they still think that's the case. That is the number one for a lot of people, I think. And if it could be shown that they're adjacent and separating from each other and going off in their own directions and then coming back through, that would be the ultimate globe killer, in my opinion.
Nice. Okay, Trouble. So, what exactly is it that you're suggesting?
Not, I'm just saying that the southern stars don't rotate around Polaris.
Do you think that they rotate again? Sorry, go ahead.
I can't tell my family and friends that they do. So it gets hard to present a flat model that I've got videos showing it not being true.
Well, right, but you understand the optical effect in the magnetic field, right?
Trouble about it. Have you seen Sigma Octantis from Australia?
Wait, Helio, let her answer the question from Witsit, please. Let him go back and forth, because this is an interesting thing that has to be kind of. I know Trouble's really eager to show that these are their own stars, and she seems to think that's the case. Could it be an electromagnetic effect, Trouble, do you think? Well, why do you think it couldn't?
I don't know. I don't know what they are up in the sky, so I have no idea. But
thanks for your presumption. That's not even what I was asking.
Helio,
I just against the idea that this Sigma Polaris is in the center, because you can flip the whole thing and have Sigma Octantis in the center, and all those maps would work, and all those apps that everybody's got, it would still work.
So you think that that's the South Celestial Pole Star?
Well, it's not really a star, but it has a celestial center that all the stars go around. Because there's 3 stars that are close that you can see, and I haven't filmed it out in the middle of nowhere to see how much you can actually see in the middle. I have filmed the middle from my house, but I'll put the video in the back chat. I'm just sort of rounding them up now. I didn't get very good because I've got to look over the whole city of Brisbane, and not many stars showed up.
Okay, so if you were to look at a magnetic field, have you ever seen a magnetic field like with the ferrocell image?
Is that the one Ken Wheeler has?
He does do those, yes.
That orange one? Yes. Yeah.
That's one, yeah. Okay, so if you were on the outer edge of that, you would be seeing the light that is bending down on the outer edge of the magnetic field, and you would only be seeing a small portion of that. So you would be seeing just a minute portion of that motion bending downward. So I'm not...
Well, I'm just wondering, so how do you know which end's in the middle, which end's on the outside, and if both of them... And then are they all going straight across the sky then? And neither end's going around anything. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the reason we know one of them's in the center is you can go over 20 degrees south of the quote-unquote equator and still see Polaris.
And if you go the other direction, can you still see Sigma Octantis? Or at least what would be the
I've
center of it?
never heard such a claim. I know you can see the Southern Cross as far as 23 degrees north.
Well, that's not right at the center, but it's very close. It points
Right,
to
but
the
it's
center.
not close enough to make this specific point. So Polaris clearly has the leg up here because we can see Polaris from very far south. Also, the south is very, very like
I don't know.
inadequately mapped, right? I mean, you're in one of the few places that has any access to observations in the south. Majority of the southern oceans are like completely abandoned.
Oh yeah, yeah, and the shipping and the airplanes, yeah, that makes sense. I get all that, and Captain Cook's time. So
Right.
yeah,
So it just seems like we have like an abundance of information about the north and consistent observations. When it comes to the south, it's like very small little portions of the sky, which I feel to be adequately explained within, technically it'd be magnetic holography. The sky itself is a byproduct of magnetic, we'll call it polarization. Just like in a ferrocell, there's something in the sky acting as the, and so you're just seeing a small portion of it in Australia. It can only happen on a flat Earth, though, because we've literally measured the surface. I see what you're saying. Like your loved ones want you to give them a new model, but you know that's just a pretty inefficient way to go about this. I mean, falsification's independent of replacement. You know, like we falsify what they claim, so it's like that can be thrown away. I'm all for going. I think that when people do what Hilo was doing, and when flat earthers shut down the conversation, I am on your side. I think that's very ignorant and it's a bad look.
well, I think you're just dismissing my side, my stars and sky as not being real, and yours as being the center of everything.
No, I'm not
I don't
claiming
think.
that they're not real.
Well,
Hey,
then why have I got all the planets in my part of the sky if they're just a reflection or a magnetic thingy, but yours are the spot on reality? That mine's
No,
just
see, that's just a false. It's a false binary. The South isn't any more reality than the North. It's all an effect of magnetic holography. It's all within the magnetic field. It's all the same thing.
Trouble, where are you located?
I'm in Brisbane. I'm just
No, what?
below the Tropic of Capricorn.
Okay. Hold on, give me just a. Or y'all can keep talking, pulling something up.
Now, what we do know is that in the North we have a pole star. We have a central star. We do not have that in the South. We have an apparent area of convergence for sure, and I'm explaining.
Your star's not in the middle anyway. It goes around in a small circle, so it moves.
Yeah, basically, it effectively like just kind of vibrates. But yeah, so it's like there's like a source of energy. There's an energy field where Polaris goes right around it. Right? I mean, we don't have a star right in the middle, though. So you're being kind of pedantic at that point because it's pretty clear that Polaris.
Well, same as you saying that I don't have one and you can't see it from 20 degrees or whatever. Well, because there is no pole star. So I don't know what you're expecting to see when you look there. You're going to find a blank hole and all the stars going around it.
That's my point, though.
But it's still a celestial. It's still a celestial center.
Optically, right.
Well, same as yours isn't at the middle. Your star's not at the middle. It's a black hole that is actually the center. And your star goes around it, just close to it. My stars just go around a little bit further.
No, you're mixing two different paradigms together or something.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean with the black hole thing, but the difference is that we do have Polaris that's used for all celestial navigation. It's consistently right there. It barely moves at all. All right. Any claims about it changing over time and it'll change in 25,000 years, that's all pseudoscience.
I've
It's
seen the
the same.
videos of people taking a close up. E1 did them. It goes around in a small circle. So it's not stationary.
Yeah,
That's
actually,
what I meant.
he did it 6 months
You've got a
apart, and it seemed to
nothingness.
make the eye raw.
You've got
Go ahead.
nothingness at the center of yours as well. You don't have a star at the center, the dead center.
Because it
Maybe
rotates.
it's because I don't have
It
one.
rotates in a little elliptical. It has
It's
a little
close.
elliptical rotation. What you mean, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
close enough
But
to
it's
accurate.
still- yeah.
It's close enough to accurately navigate with, and it has
Yeah,
been for.
it stays in the same spot, relatively speaking. Yeah, but it has its own little elliptical, but it stays in that same area, right? And it has its own little elliptical. And he said he did it 6 months apart, and there was a little divot. Remember that? And it was like it almost looked like the exact depiction of the Eye of Ra, which would be interesting. Which would make a lot of sense, actually.
I just don't. Can we not all agree that clearly there is a distinction between Polaris and then the south, though? I mean, it's not the same. We can see Polaris significantly
Yes.
further
Yeah.
south than the equator, and Polaris barely moves at all, and it is right in the center, effectively, of everything moving around it. We do not have a star that does that in the south. We also don't
No.
have observations from all around the edge of the south. We have very selective portions. Right. So it's like, I'm not making any claims that I can't make about the South, but I know that you can't make them either, whether or not you live in Australia.
No.
That's right.
I'm not making claims. I'm just saying it's not working that all the stars go around Polaris. It just doesn't work.
If I can jump in just for a second, the Southern Cross is on the -60°. I'm just stating, factual thing. So it's not at that -90. The closest thing that you do have is octans. OCT 8 and S. That is your closest.
Sigma
Yeah.
Octantis.
That is your closest thing. That's in between like an 80 to maybe 85, somewhere in there. And I disagree with the globe of how they say Polaris is, because they say that is where the North Pole is and everything, which is the handle of the Little Dipper, and that is about 89, 88 degrees. Is where they say. Okay. I'm putting quotations on this stuff because that's what they say, and I do disagree. Just because it's something that I observe differently. So now I am a photographer, so I can go and observe, do a time lapse with my camera, and I can put it on Polaris, and I can do a time lapse, 3 hours with 2-minute clips, and then I can make a composite of pictures. And because Polaris is a fixated star, for the time, all the other stars go around it in a circle. I have captured that picture before. However, I have not been able to do that in the southern simply because I haven't gone. So all I wanted to do was give you some answers to what's going on here in the northern hemisphere. I haven't seen anything of how that happens in the southern hemisphere of where it could happen.
Were you saying you're just disputing what the globe model says about it, and that it's not in the spot in relation to the North Pole that they say? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, so here's my reason of why. Because Polaris, 6 months later in time, okay, I view it in a totally different direction. Yes, sure. Like right now, if I looked at Polaris, I'm in Georgia. It's at 45 degrees. In 6 months time frame, it's still at 45 degrees. However, it's moved, to the left. And then when it starts to come back to, here in the summer, when it starts to come back, it's moving back to the right.
Right.
And that's why I disagree with it, because you're saying that that's how they come into saying that, oh, that's because of the tilt. And I'm just one. Yeah, I'm not saying I refuse to believe. I'm just one who says, hey, I see how this can work without the globe model,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, of course, you can't go there. And so there doesn't exist like a 90-degree zenith angle observation to an actual geographic location. Like that doesn't exist. So, like, it can't be verified. It clearly has a slight movement. And honestly, anyone that understands anything about what's going on in the sky, there has to be like an indispensable field of energy within a dense medium. That's why heliocentricity has the problem of, dark energy, dark matter, off by 10 to the 120th power, not expanding fast enough, blah, 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 blah. But anyway, so we have an indispensable field of energy, and Polaris goes seemingly right around the central point of that, right? And so I just don't see how we can correlate that to the best we get's like just over 80 degrees in the south optically. If you look at a Farrell cell image of a magnetic field, it's going to bend around the outer edge. So it's going to give you the appearance of convergence around a point relative to your viewing angle.
Which means you're saying that they're just an illusion. So explain the planets.
Okay, first of all, it's not that it's necessarily an illusion, right? Because what is any of the stuff that we see? Like, it's not any different than what's in the center either, or the north, because that's all an effect of the magnetic field. It's just we're in the central point of the vortex at the center.
But why wouldn't we be a reflection of you? Why would we be a whole new pattern? In Ken Wheeler's thing, both sides are the same. Like, one side's not one pattern, the other side a different pattern.
No, it's not one side. It's the center, then the outer edge.
Well, his outer edge doesn't make a different pattern.
It bends down. It bends back down and loops back up in the toroid. So if you're on the outer edge, you're watching it where it converges down to flipping back up in the toroid. So I'm open to both ideas, by the way, which is that you have the centrifugal and centripetal, and potentially there are like two different sets of stars within that. And additionally, it could be like magnetic holography, where you're just watching the bend. And so we're limited here. What?
On that Ken Wheeler thing, those aren't round circles. They're filling a round circle in two halves. So they're kind of oblongish. So they don't really make two circles.
That's true, but also the point that might have been missed that you were trying to bring up too, Trouble, is that it seems like the planets go across the celestial equator into the southern region, and if those planets can be then correlated to the southern stars in their own right, that would prove to some degree that the stars are actually there. They're not just some kind of a magnetic illusion, magnetic reflection, or whatever it is. And the moon and the sun cross the celestial equator, right? And you have photography of the moon crossing over, don't you? Trouble?
Photography of the moon crossing over?
Yeah, the moon crossing over the celestial equator.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
So the sun?
Not crossing it, because that takes a little bit of time. I've got it on the celestial equator. It's very close to the celestial equator. but it blurs out. So
When was
Oh,
it
you're
that we
saying the planet's
verified
over there, right?
solidity of these things? Because the sun also appears to just be a byproduct of magnetic holography.
Sorry.
So I don't understand. Because if you take declination and azimuth readings of the sun at the same longitude over the course of an entire year, it's going to show you like a vortexual pattern, like a toroid. And that means the sun that you view is always going to be relative to the observer's position. Right.
Yeah.
So it's not some solid, local, small object that moves in circles over the earth. The evidence doesn't show that. That's what the flat earthers do like to show, but that's not actually what the data shows. Magnetic holography doesn't mean something's fake. Right? It's like when you look at a magnetic field under a ferrocell, the magnetic field isn't fake. Right? We're optically viewing a byproduct of magnetism. It isn't that the stars are fake in the south and real in the north. That's not what I'm saying. They are all a byproduct of the magnetic field. Polarization within an electromagnetic field. And it's based on where you view it from, which is why I'm explaining if you view it from just a small portion on the outer edge, you'd be seeing just a portion of the outer edge bending back down.
So one point, I'll jump this to Trouble's point, and don't hate on me. One thing that has been documented is some the tip of South Africa, South America, as well as in Australia, that all three of those points at the exact same time can view Sigma, view the Southern Cross, while none of them ever see the Polaris.
Right. Did you see the ones that I put, John? Did you see the examples I posted in the live stream voice text? E1's map. I also sent you E1's video. But yeah, the way he has it drawn out, the way the continents are, all the southern tips are right there, and they could be viewing Sigma Octantis the way that he has it mapped out, and that works just fine. I'll repost it.
Because what if North Pole's not at the center? And what if Antarctica is an actual island? And what if it's this toroidal center over the mid? You know, like you're talking about.
New perspective. Was that like the other day when you posted that?
No, it's right up here right now. I posted 3 images. Just to answer you, I am not opposed to the idea that Antarctica actually is some type of an island. I still think that it points to Polaris being in the center. I guess, what are you saying, that they're basically mirror images and that the center would be in between the two?
Right.
Gotcha. That's pretty interesting.
Well, a monopole doesn't make sense in a lot of ways when you think about it, right?
Because we're not a mirror image of the South, just north, but spread out. We have the Milky Way. Like, we have our
Well, I don't
own.
mean mirror image in
Our
that
stars.
way.
Our stars rotate
motion-wise.
clockwise. Yours rotate anti-clockwise. How do you put that on a flat Earth? How do I put that on flat Earth and tell my family, oh yeah, our stars rotate the other way, but they don't really. They're really going anti-clockwise, but it just looks like they're going clockwise.
Trouble when E1
Fantasyland.
When
Like, when I look at the horizon and I can see things that I'm not meant to see, that's because I can see what's going on. But all of a sudden, when I look at the sky, what I see is not real now. But everything in the north is. Your stuff's spot on. But mine's an illusion.
No, we see Polaris over 20 degrees south of the quote-unquote equator.
Congratulations.
Well, you want to talk about just ignoring something. I mean...
Well, if we had
no, but she doesn't think it's a ball. She doesn't think it's a ball, though, right? Trouble. When you and I talked for hours and hours with E1. Yeah, E1 has an explanation that you and I have talked with him hours and hours about, where there's two sets of stars adjacent to each other. Why is it that you think that couldn't work?
I do think that can work.
Oh,
okay.
I thought
because there's no convergence. There's an area where they have to just appear from nowhere, and disappear out into nowhere, which is fine
Right.
if they're just like electrolyte things, whatever you were talking about before.
Mm-hmm.
But
Right.
I'm not sure about how planets sort of, I don't know. And there's never
Right.
been anyone's filmed a convergence or a divergence zone where they're coming together or separating.
Well, actually,
Every
you know what?
time
There
I
is a
film,
convergence. I thought there was, though. I thought it was obvious you could see a convergence and divergence on the both sides of the celestial equator. And in fact,
no, they go parallel.
Stellarium shows a convergence and divergence, which was an interesting point to bring up to the Globers. They had no answer for. There's actual convergence and divergence. You can see it appears to converge and diverge right at the celestial
Those
equator.
stellariums, they're different for every location. So, like I said, you come down far enough, you'll have the South Pole at the center of your stellarium. So that goes completely against everything that everyone's throwing out about the flat Earth.
Well, yeah, I
They can be
think that
flipped
there's two sets.
easily.
I think there's two sets. There doesn't have to be a center. There's two sets funneling in on each other, converging and diverging. I think that seems to be the best explanation, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's no evidence at all.
What exactly is the issue that you're stating with the planets? Like, what exactly are you saying the problem with the planets is?
Well, I don't see how it could be a reflection or this toroidal field. I mean, unless two completely things are going on one side than the other. They're not yin and yang. It's not a flipped mirror like the moon is. Our sky is completely different, our night sky. And it has its own central point.
And the planets go into the southern sky, is what you're saying, right? We can identify the planets in the southern sky, right?
So to me, if the south is not at the center, then like why should I put north at the middle?
Fair enough. I'm conceding to you on that. Fair enough. Well, why is the planets a problem? It's only a problem if you presuppose the planets are moving in tangent with some other motion. The planets pretty clearly seem to be independent of the other motions, though, and closer.
Which means my sky can't be a reflection. Because I've got these independent bodies moving about at their own paces that are with the background of my imaginary reflection sky. That's my
Why
problem.
do they have to be connected, though?
That's going the wrong way to what it actually says on the flat Earth. Flat Earth says they're going clockwise, but mine are going anti-clockwise. So
I'm asking
that's absolutely not true. All of the stars, sun and moon and stars, are moving in the same direction.
No, they're not.
Well,
they do a rotation.
Really.
Helio, just jumping in with a loud voice right now is not the tone that we're trying to take. We're trying to figure this out. We're not saying it is this way or it is that way. We're trying to figure this out without just declaring.
I can guarantee you all the sun, moon, and stars are moving in the same direction.
Well, what about Big Dipper? Doesn't that do a rotation?
Doesn't seem to be.
So it goes sideways, it goes left, right, it goes all directions, doesn't it? Because it's doing a rotation. That's not going left to right, east to west. It's going around in a circle.
Yeah, the circles. They're not. It's not east to west. They're obviously making circles. We've had lots of time elapsed showing there's two celestial. You can see there's. It seems like there's two celestial bodies moving in the opposite directions. Even though they move the same direction through the celestial equator, they go off in their own ways. That seems like what we see, at least. That seems like, I'm not saying that's what it is, but that is what we see.
Right, and I do know that you could see that due to magnetic holography. That isn't some pseudoscience claim.
True.
You can verify it and replicate it on a small scale a million ways. But what I'm not understanding, though, is what's the problem with the planets? Why do we have to presuppose the planets are moving in tangent with either of them, if there were to, right? Like, the planets are clearly much more local than the rest of the stars.
Yeah, and magnetics aren't going to save you from what you observe in reality. So,
what?
Well, I mean, it's like the reason you see the sun, moon, and stars moving one direction or the other is because you're facing north. They move from right to left. You face,
or it could be that,
and they move from left to right.
That's one interpretation.
I'm going to disagree with
that's
that.
not necessarily the case.
I've got footage of the celestial equator, and when I look down on the horizon to east or west, I get both stars set, the northern ones and the southern ones, and they're going different directions. And I can move wherever I want. That celestial equator doesn't move. It's still in the sky at the same point.
They're
You
not
can't just turn
moving
around
in
and face
different
the other way.
directions. They're moving in the same direction.
Hey, how do you determine the direction, Helio?
Well, I mean, if you face south and they move from your left shoulder to your right
You just
shoulder,
invoked a
and
direction,
you
though.
face. Well, no, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that could
Helio,
be
the stars are
subjective,
moving in
I guess.
circles,
So
right?
anyway, I'll shut up.
The
You
stars
guys
are moving
fucking
in
handle
circles,
this.
right?
You know, fine.
You just
fine.
said it has nothing to do with magnetism. Then you invoke directions.
Sure, but I thought we were talking about Earth. But anyway, we'll talk about something.
We are talking about Earth. We use magnetic declination readings, and in the south, our directions get all kinds of jacked up with the compass. So how are we getting directions without magnetism?
We can navigate by the stars here. Same as
That's
you can
right,
up
but that would be begging the question in this instance, right? Because that's what we're trying to figure out.
But the land underneath has to correlate, or else I wouldn't be able to navigate by stars. I'd be
Of
off
course,
the fairing side.
well, it just has to be consistent. It has to be reoccurring. Like that's it.
Yeah.
Which
Okay.
it is. But the planets move separately. They're much more local. Okay. There are texts that say, in fact, that they kind of bucked the natural order and they're lower, but that's a totally different conversation.
But when you've
clearly
got
the
one
observations are
planet,
more clear.
when you've got one planet that's got rings around it, another planet with moons around it, how is that a reflection of it from the north?
That's what I'm explaining. It's not. It's different. The planets are different. They are closer. They're not. They're independent of the other motions. I'm saying I'm not understanding why we're making the leap where they have to be moving with the other motions, because the evidence shows us the opposite, which is that they're on their own effectively. They have
But they're
retrograde.
still going. Yeah.
They have retrograde, and they're clearly closer. And you can see what you can obviously resolve much more, which would make sense if they're closer.
So why are they going clockwise instead of anti-clockwise?
All right, check this out. Let's all pretend that we all believe the solar system. You know, yes, we know. The solar system. And yes, the retrograde motion due to gravity and all. That's all true. But now, what we've discovered in the recent times is that what they're saying cannot possibly be true. So sure, I mean, we can argue solar system all day. Of course, the retrograde motion is due to their position in the solar system. That's really simple to understand. I won't say it's simple to understand, but that's what we were taught when we were growing up. Right.
I didn't know any of that happened until I started filming it, and I'm like, why is this planet going backwards?
No. Right. So you weren't taught this in school?
No, retrograde. I'd never heard about it.
Really, you didn't
I don't know what I remember.
retrograde motion relation, between the planet and its position in the solar system. Holy shit! See, this is what we have to deal with. Anyway, continue, gentlemen.
But hey, we're not dealing with a glober here, Helio. Just to remind you, Trouble's
No,
like
I know the order of the
old
planets.
school flat earther,
Mercury,
quote
Venus.
unquote. We're just trying to figure out what's actually
happening. You keep coming at them like a glober, bro. Like, see, flat Earth.
That's already knows me.
See, flat earthers have a script, and this is their script. And I've even said the script before back in the day, which is, well, all the stars in the sky move east to west. Those are absolute directions relative to north, and clockwise and counterclockwise are simply based on perception. And that these are directions based on the direction that you're viewing, meaning if you're looking south or if you're looking north. And there's a difference between absolute directions and clockwise and counterclockwise. That is the script.
What do you do when you look up or look straight ahead, east or west, and you can see them doing both directions? So I'm not looking north or south. I'm looking, because I've put the videos in the back chat. You can see the stars and the moon coming up from the horizon, the equator. I know, whatever. All right.
Well, you can actually make these observations not even on the equator. There are actually observations.
Oh, I'm not on the equator. I'm below the equator.
Exactly. So that right there debunks the globe. Like
I'm not trying to prove the globe.
I know that. I know you're not trying to prove the globe, but I'm just saying you're saying, well, how can I tell people about the flat Earth? Falsification's independent of replacement. We falsified the globe. You should tell them that. Now we're going to try to work on what's really going on. But until I come up with the answer, that doesn't somehow make the globe real again, because we have observations where the stars move in different directions in the same sky, not even on the equator. That debunks the globe. It can't be what they said it is. So we're going to move on to what it is. The planets are moving by themselves. They don't move with anything else. They're much closer. They have retrograde. They're clearly doing their own thing. And I'm interested in the conversation because I do think there's something else going on other than the script that flat earthers say. I don't disagree.
Yeah. E1 left the conversation actually a long time ago, like even in I think it was 2016 or something, and he came back because he's like, I have to work on this. First of all, I think that Antarctica is its own continent, and that maybe there's an ice wall close by it, and that we may be surrounded by ice. Who knows? But he thought there might have been some controlled opposition involved with this narrative of the AE map, which was obviously wrong in a lot of ways in his opinion, and that ice wall and confining us, and the southern stars not being real, they're just reflections. And this is the reason he thought there was controlled opposition to limit the conversation and make us have some kind of red herring at some point. Like if they were to objectively prove that there is an island called Antarctica, then that would be like, okay, flat Earth is over. And it could be set up for that, for that to be declarative. And then all of a sudden, oh, okay, so Antarctica is not surrounding us 360 degrees. That means there's no flat Earth, which wouldn't be the case.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think it's very naive for anyone to think that the flat Earth movement hasn't been misguided. I mean,
exactly.
I mean, come on. So we know that the Flat Earth Society comes out there and says all kinds of nonsense, but they're completely accurate about Antarctica. But obviously we don't have significant evidence about going around an island either, though. Like we're very limited in what we have access to. Right.
Well,
so
supposedly they take tours. You can take a tour and go around it. That's what people claim, at least, right?
Yeah, but every time you actually look at the route, they actually don't. Though they don't actually go all the way around a continent. So it's like,
how do they do it? I've never even seen it. Is it like they backtrack and then go back to where they were? Or?
Yeah, yes. And they pop back up north.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's trickery. Right? So I don't know. I think it's very obvious that there's a lot more to Antarctica than we know. and even like the normie that believes in the globe and aliens knows that. Right. So
well, the other thing is, like a lot, everybody's gone into Tartaria because there's a map of Tartaria. Well, there's a map of Antarctica. So how come Tartaria's map's real, but now Antarctica's map's not? So double standards.
That's an interesting point. Yeah. Some of these older maps do show Antarctica as its own continent, and that those are the maps that have
the ice on them. So I don't know.
Like all I know, I'm trying to be very particular about how I say it. I know Antarctica is not a continent that is an ice cap on the bottom of a ball.
Yeah, exactly. We can all agree on that.
Yeah, we should say it like that. And it's like, and no one's ever circumnavigated this alleged globe, going north to south, going over this ice continent, then popping back up on the other side of the globe. Right. These are things that we can all agree on, and that's what we should say. And also, flat earthers should be more honest about what we don't know instead of capitulating because of pride. Then we fit into a script. I don't need to know everything. I can tell you one thing, though. I can literally demonstrate on a small scale, and I can use magnetic holography to show you a moon that isn't really there, and I can put my finger through it, and it can show you all the phases of the moon. It can make it look like there are shadows on the moon and craters on the moon. I can show you all the color changes of the moon, and it's just using polarization lenses, polar lenses.
And an ice shelf an ice wall could be an ice shelf. So, they have the components to make it up. But then also, if I had an invisible wall, I mean, the North Pole could be that because there's nothing there. So you could have an invisible wall and the island at the same time. I don't know, I just think.
An invisible wall?
That version of flat Earth that just annoys me. It's like,
Well, I will
no, there's
say
still
this also to something
possibilities.
else that I was in Kim Willer's chat, and he reads like every chat I type. I think he is like a closet flat earther, but so he agrees with this, and it's just objective. You could like the central part of the magnetic field could not be materially accessible, meaning matter could not penetrate it. There could already exist matter inside of it, but matter couldn't penetrate it from the outside. The same goes for the outside of the magnetic field. There would be a part that could no longer be materially accessible. It doesn't require like some matter blocking you. It's a force that keeps you out. You would be ripped apart. You know, like you'd be literally ripped apart. If you if you had force strong enough to force yourself into the center, you'd be ripped apart. No matter would make it. And I asked Ken Willer that. Do you agree that the center of the magnetic field cannot be materially accessible? And without even hesitating, he's like, of course not. I think we all can concede that dude obviously understands magnetism arguably better than anybody in the modern world. I mean,
it just sucks that he won't admit that it's not. He'll completely declare, even though he has pretty much said it, that it's not a
Well, he
stricken
says it's a
ball.
plane, but he's not putting a shape to it. No,
but he pretty point blank does say, like, only the inertial plane could sustain life.
But that's a shape that it's hard to describe. You know, an inertial plane. It's like, what?
Well, yeah, it's just like an area. It's like a horizontal area, and the Earth would reside within it. Which the military knows this, right? The military treats the Earth as a dielectric plane. So, but yeah, I mean, I understand actually why there are some unanswered questions that a lot of flat earthers aren't honest about, and he's already had to build his channel. He's censored also, and he goes out against the mainstream. So I can understand from a tactical perspective why he's not just going to start using the word flat Earth and talking about the AE map. Of course,
but he'll talk about the ether and
yeah. Which I mean, also the ether. The fact he knows the ether exists proves that the Earth's not moving, right? I mean, so it's like he kind of is letting the intelligent people understand what he's saying, and he's not going to spoon feed people that don't deserve it. It's like he talks about Michelson Morley numerous times. Well, if you understand Michelson Morley and Michelson Gell, that means that the Earth isn't moving and that the sky moves with a sidereal rotation relative to the Earth. So there's an ether drift and the Earth doesn't move. So he's effectively said the Earth is stationary, right? And he said that life can only be sustained on a plane. So it's like, I don't know what else people want.
I hope he didn't do that from my end of the world, seeing my skies aren't real.
It's just about, it's basically you're like, I could be the center. My stars are real. Fuck you guys.
Yes.
Which is totally crazy.
Instead of people having to go at me because your stars aren't going around there, they're going around Polaris.
Yeah,
I'm like,
but
I just showed you a video where they're not going around it. No, that's wrong.
I think your stars are real.
Something
I think
else
it's
is happening.
an adjacent star set above a stationary plane.
Well, so this is what I'm saying, though. When we say real, we have to be kind of hyper specific because that doesn't mean that we are invoking solidity. Because I don't think that you could ever make the claim of solidity or that the stars are objects. I don't think that's absurd. But like, okay, so if you see the sun, right, and you'll see divergent rays from the sun, you don't just use trigonometry, take the angles and then say, oh, that's where the sun is, because that would put the sun like right above the clouds. And in real life, when you see the divergent rays over a lake, you're like, oh, look, it looks like the rays are going to the sun right there. So if I go to the other side of the lake and turn around, I should see the sun with the same
In contradiction, though, doesn't he mean that there are, he's not able from Australia to see Sigma Polaris, but he's looking south and he can see, the same sort of, pattern, with the star trails and stuff.
Yeah, what do you think he sees when he looks north?
Well, I mean, it looks quite different. Just as it's like we can look north and we see Polaris and we see star patterns, but if we look south, it's going to look quite different.
Yeah, you just see the top of it. And so I just see the top of your star pattern.
I would like to just drive this point home. Okay, I didn't just bring up the sun for no reason. My point is that the data shows us that, and this actually makes creation even more beautiful if you can really wrap your mind around it. The data shows us that the sun is observed relative to the observer, meaning everyone sees their own sun, literally, like it's an apparent location and it's relative to where you are viewing it from. So it changes based on the observer's position, and I don't think that it's far-fetched to say the stars would be doing the same thing. That's what the evidence shows.
Yours are
that's absolutely true. That's absolutely
yours are apparent light in the sky. They're not real there either. Mine aren't real. Yours aren't real.
That's exactly
right.
Toroidal pattern.
You know what is real? What is real
as
is
to
that
what the planets are. Sorry, Healy.
Planets? No. Planets are. We can actually see them. They move in patterns across the sky. We can observe them. What's not real about
step
that?
Outside of the order, bro. Planets seem to be the exception, as if they decided to buck the system.
Yeah, they are real. We can all observe them. You know, the same. They move in the same pattern. Every single person on Earth observes them moving in the same pattern all of the time over centuries. So, you know, what difference is there? So, if you're in the northern hemisphere, you look south, and you might, depending on how far south you are, you might be able to see Sigma Octantis or whatever. I mean, you know, if you're in Australia, you can see Sigma Octantis.
So they don't move with you like the sun does. They're not apparent to you.
With you? Wait. What do you mean by with you?
Because whenever they're different from every position on Earth.
About the rest of the stars,
they're not
are you
following
talking
you
about the
like
planets?
the sun, which is directly at you.
All right,
The
so
stars
your
different.
months and different positions of the planet different than we might observe in the northern hemisphere? Is it different?
Yeah, my seasons. Yeah.
Yeah, his seasons.
No,
so
the
like
seasons
right now
are different, of course, because
I'm a
the
girl.
sun is in a different place.
I'm a female, by the way, not a he. I'm a she.
I didn't say
sorry.
that.
That's okay.
Well, anyway, of course.
So what was your question again?
When the sun is in, listen, you know what Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer is, right?
Yes.
Right. So when the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer for this north, that's when we have our summertime in the northern hemisphere. Now, when it's the Tropic of Cancer, that's when you have your summer. Right?
Yes, correct.
Right. So, what is different about everything that anyone else observes across Earth? What's different about that? I mean, I understand. Yeah, I know you don't. That's what I'm saying.
I don't understand your question either, man.
All right, that's what I'm just saying. But it's his question was just like he wants to just pretend that Earth is somewhere in, or she wants to pretend Earth is somewhere in space.
No,
Helio, step back, bro. You're totally judging. You know, Trouble is a woman that lives in Australia. She's part of Flat Earth for a long time. She's not a glober. She doesn't think there's space in the way the globers are saying. Just stop.
Yeah,
the questions seem dissimilar to when I've talked to Trouble about before. So that's why.
No, all that she's trying to do is figure out how people in the southern hemisphere, the southern tip of Africa, the southern tip of South America, people in Australia, because she can see it herself. She knows that she can go out there. She can see Sigma, the Southern Cross, and everything right now. We cannot, 100% without a doubt, we cannot see it. Not even in the southern tip of Florida, we are not even seeing any of the stuff they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's trying to get at, and I appreciate Wit here, because he's doing a great job, is trying to figure out how can this work, or how this is actually working without putting it on a globe. And I appreciate that, because that's something I've been struggling with for the last good month or two, of how is this working, because I'm not going to sit there and say what they're seeing is completely wrong or they're giving us wrong data, because I could simply go into Google Sky right now, and like I said, I can see that where the Southern Cross is. I can see where Sigma is. Sigma is 85 degrees and things like that. So I really do want to see how this works. I do enjoy what New Perspective put on here. Is New Perspective still here by chance?
Yeah.
So,
I'm here, bro.
so what New Perspective actually put, this is why I enjoy this group. New Perspective did not put this whole entire thing that people are seeing on TikTok, or just whenever you Google flat Earth, this pizza in a sky type deal. New Perspective actually showed a different reasoning, and something that is also more of an understanding when you get deep into this stuff, because let's be honest, this world that we live on is very, very complex. So what New Perspective, I looked at this for a while, the entire time y'all were talking, and it's showing two different points, and following these lines is very nice to see. So,
Well, it's a
yeah,
huge contention. It seems like flat Earth, quote unquote flat Earth, or anyone talking about the topic, if we could get this at least to a way of it possibly being two sets of stars, the Globers don't have anywhere to argue, because that's what really does it for them in a lot of Globers' minds. I've talked to enough, we all have, where they say the southern stars convince them it must be a globe. And that is not, it's actually E1, all credit goes to him, and Trouble and I talked for hours with him, and definitely the way that he has it outlined in that little map I put could work, and it definitely then takes, you have to then look at the flight routes and the shipping routes and stuff, because it doesn't put it doesn't put it into the close enough range the way the AE map might be for going from Alaska to Russia, and that's actually been something that's been touched upon by Flat Earth Asshole, no less, recently, where it seems like the map they're showing us, the rectangular map, might be more correct than people are considering, and he's showing shipping routes where they're starting in Alaska and they're going like the long way around to get to Australia, which makes no sense whatsoever. None of it makes any sense when you look at the shipping routes that they would actually take. So
one thing that you have with what you've provided is something that I resonate with a lot more, because there is a flight that goes from the tip of South Africa over towards the west of Australia, and it's a downward arc. And if you put that onto the pizza flat Earth, it's like, whoa, that is a crazy long path of why would a plane do that? In your perspective, it's a very obvious of why that would happen.
Wait. I actually have a question about that. So you're saying someone went from what, Johannesburg?
Yeah, Johannesburg.
Flying to Australia.
Yeah, it
across the South Pacific without just one straight flight.
Yeah, that flight literally was just taking off about maybe, I don't know, a good 8 hours ago.
That flight does exist. Yeah,
that flight does exist.
Well, how do they do that?
Well, he's saying the map that I put in there that's from like E1's concept of the way it could be outlined would make sense with that flight, but with the AE pizza map, it doesn't. And the other big contention is all the tips are facing in this opposite direction. And if we do have an actual set of stars in the south, that doesn't work with the AE map, because then you'd have to think about like the reflection going out to all edges, making it seem as though you can see Sigma Octantis from, 3 opposite directions in the circle. Whereas this map allows that to happen still, with the tips all facing in the same direction.
You guys said you're going to share it, or we can get a
It's on live stream.
Johannesburg to
But
Perth.
the only way the Johannesburg flight works on the AE map is if they're catching extremely fast trade winds, jet streams. I mean, there is no other way. I've already looked into that.
I mean, they said they were going to share it, so
this
I'm waiting for how they shared it.
It's in
Yeah,
the voice text.
Yeah, the map that New Perspective shows, it would legit work on this map.
Well, I don't care what map. I just want to make sure that somebody can fly from Johannesburg to Perth or Sydney directly, one flight. Show me.
Yeah, give me just a
Really?
second. I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, because I looked into this in depth, Helio. So, because at first I was just seeing like connection flights, and then I saw some like one-way flights. And so, for you to put that on the AE map, they would be having to get jet streams. But I will say this: so they don't ever clock the ground speed on like 24/7 flight radar. They just give you the airspeed. And of course, if you're in a jet stream, you just take your speed relative to the static pressure around you in a plane. So you could be going much faster. And as we've started poking holes in this mainstream model, they've now come out in the last few years talking about this plane was going 802 miles per hour because it caught a jet stream going 250, which are going 200, which we know they go upward of 300. So it isn't that it's impossible, but I do not think the AE map is right. For a fact, it isn't right because we don't have an accurate central point. So it literally can't be right.
I'm still waiting for evidence that it actually happens.
Well, so are you only going to accept if I physically go or something? Like, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I see people posting stuff.
Hey, let me jump in just for a second, because this flight is literally taking past right now. And I have a flight number and everything that you can look up. Or you can sit here and download flightradar24.com and see this yourself. I also posted images to the live stream voice text to where you can see this flight path, and it is a download.
You think this actually happens?
I'm not fond of just hand wave dismissing things because it goes against some type of bias.
I get that. Yeah, I mean, I have a bias, but yeah, I just want. I mean, I really am asking for genuine evidence that they can travel in one air flight from Johannesburg to Sydney or even Perth, which is west, of, the western part.
So the flights that I have done, I fly a lot. My brothers fly a lot. My father does as well. And so everything that I'm going to say is based in the northern hemisphere, or flying from the northern hemisphere to the south hemisphere.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking.
Yeah, so I have not done that flight down there. However, let me say this. I have done flights from Atlanta, Georgia, over to Atlanta. And when you do that flight, you do cross through Greenland, which is very funny because that is a upward arc, which then would support a flat Earth map, because then that would be a straight line. And that is what shows verbatim on what happens on flightradar24.com.
From where to where?
Do what?
From where to where?
From Atlanta, Georgia to London. All the flights in the northern hemisphere, by the way, when you're going a great distance like that or farther, are a upward arch on a globe. Therefore, when you put it into a flat Earth design, it's always a straight line.
But in the south, you can't actually track the planes.
I wonder why.
So they
You
leave,
can
and once they go over the ocean, you can't actually track them. So,
that's why they travel north and go back south.
Well, I will say
That's
this.
why you can't travel directly from Johannesburg to frickin' Sydney. You have to go.
First of all,
You
you're
have
just
to go.
saying things, Julio. You're saying that they can't, okay? But that doesn't mean you
Okay,
actually know
well,
that.
until someone shows me that they can, I've been looking for it for 5 years, and I haven't found one flight that actually happened.
Okay, well, he just posted one. I looked into it.
Nah,
it's literally happening now.
They happen 3 or 4 times a week. I've talked to a flat earther who said he did it himself. Okay, I will say that when they claim they track them, what they do is they presuppose the globe, and then they presuppose the distance, and then they just automatically use an algorithm that updates where it is along the path, and then they get the speed from that assumption as well. That is true. That is what 24/7 or 24-hour flight radar does. But to just hand wave dismiss the flight is a bad look, bro, because Helio, if that flight really does exist and you just keep saying nuh-uh, do you not see how bad that makes flat earth looks?
But if it doesn't, then I'm just going to stand on my position. Do you have any evidence that it does? Well, what if? If it does, and I'll fucking say, I'll say it. It does exist. But I haven't, I've been looking for 5 years. I haven't found any evidence that it, direct flight from.
So what would you accept
Well, I got it. Helio, if you go to the voice text, you can look at it right now.
Yeah, what would you accept as evidence?
It is happening right now. The flight code is on there. I posted that.
GLVSFO. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, that is a flight path that's happening right now.
Dude, I know a flat earther who said he's done it twice, bro. I'm not saying that proves it. He could be lying. He could be a fake flat earther or something. But it's like, dude,
you talking about Max Egan?
No.
he said he did it.
No, Max Egan's not even a flat earther.
Yeah.
So anyway,
all right.
bro,
So when he traveled from Johannesburg to Sydney or
see what does hurt this. I will say this, okay? What does hurt this is there is nothing that they fly over from going from Johannesburg to Sydney, Australia. There is nothing that they fly over in that time. They're just flying over the ocean.
The reason I bring this up, and I'll tell you why. With their globe model, and even with the AE map, which is the projection of the globe, the distance is nearly impossible for any commercial flight to fly that far. And it's very dangerous. Why would you even go that way? You're just going to be flying for hours and hours on end. If there was any problems, it would be extremely dangerous to travel.
I will say it's crazy because it takes like 15 hours allegedly.
Yeah.
I can definitely create plausible deniability, dude. I can debate it with the best of them. I can debate this flight and defend it on the AE map. Okay, because the southern jet streams are faster. We have documentation of planes going over 800 miles per hour. You can Google that, and mainstream.
It would be implausible to actually go from Johannesburg to Perth, in a direct flight. I mean, it's like, why would anybody do that? It's very fucking dangerous.
You do realize, though, that if they lied about the Earth, they would 100% have lied about the maps.
Sure, I mean, it might be a lot closer, so they can just go friggin', look, I went from friggin' Johannesburg to Perth. I mean, look.
It's like I put that in my rap, Helio, right? I said it's super tragic. They lied about, or the Earth is flat.
That's my point. That's my point with it. That's my point.
And where the map is, but if they lied about the Earth,
it's like, Who's fucking got balls enough to fly 15, 16 hours over the South Pacific with no recourse?
Literally,
I fly over 15 hours.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the South Pacific. You don't even have anywhere to land. If something goes wrong with the plane or anything, you're just gonna fucking die.
Okay.
I don't know where you're getting at on that. So I do fly
Really, you
in
don't know
Northern.
where I'm getting at? I mean, you know how big this Pacific Ocean is?
Yeah,
You don't know what I'm getting at? Come here.
It's an arbitrary ocean, bro.
But that happens in the Northern Hemisphere as well.
Sure, Atlantic is fine, but that's where most of the traffic is in the north. No, but if you just say I'm going to go from Johannesburg and I'm going to just fly straight to Perth across the freaking South Atlantic, and there's no place, there's no recourse there. It's just like, hopefully I have enough. Hopefully my airplane is fueled up right and everything's good to go. I mean, bro, I wouldn't even get in one of those fucking airplanes and travel that far.
When you're flying over the Northern Hemisphere, and you're going over the North Atlantic Ocean, if you left from New York, which is typically the area for when you're going from New York to somewhere in the UK, you're typically over the ocean for literally 80% of your flight.
Check this out, though.
And you're going 15 hours.
Listen. These flights in the Northern Hemisphere, I mean, it's just like driving your car from home to work. I mean, this is what it happens every day. People do this all the time. People don't go from freaking Johannesburg to freaking Perth every day or to Sydney.
Yeah, 90% of the world's population is in the north, though, dude. So, like, duh, like.
It's just like, it's scary. I mean, it's like if I was going to get on one of those flights, it was like, hey, we're in Johannesburg, we're going to hit Perth. It's like across the South Atlantic, one flight. It's like, I'd be scared as shit. I'd be like,
you have to admit, it's super sketchy how few of those planes go over that water in the south right there. But of course, the argument is that 90% of the world's population lives in the north, so you wouldn't have as many.
I mean, but these guys just like willy-nilly. Just like, oh, they do it all the time. It's like, no, they don't.
This flight does supposedly happen 3 times a week or so, bro. Like, I mean, are you saying that they just make it up?
Well, I don't know. I mean, they might, but who cares? It's only happened 3 times a week. We have 200 flights from New York to London every day. So anyway,
okay,
I don't know. I don't know what they do, but I'm just saying I wouldn't jump on that fucking airplane.
I mean, to make a claim that it doesn't happen when it happens 3 times a week doesn't make your argument sound very sound.
Would you get on one?
I'd rather this conversation go in the direction of, hey, look, I don't know how it works. I would like to know how it works. But I don't know.
But John, you're saying map. Hey, John, you're saying
when they're going from Johannesburg.
We got off on this tangent. Real quick, we got off on this tangent because John's saying the map that I put in there in the live stream, which you take a look at, it works with that flight. That's the point that he was trying to make. We can go back to arguing about flights right now. It doesn't do us any good, especially if you're making claims about things you don't want to do about.
Representations. Therefore, John, which map are you using? So all maps are representations. All maps are wrong. So it's a bullshit straw man. It's useless. Like, what map are you using, John? And is that 100% accurate? No.
Well, we're just trying to figure it out, Northern. I mean, he's not a globe earther or anything.
Shit, even South Atlantic it's hard to find a really good flight where you can go from freaking Santiago to.
Why are flat earthers, bro? I'm saying this is why flat Earth is it's not dying. It'll never die, but this is why it's become stagnant because people are very dogmatic with scripts. So what we're saying is that there isn't an accurate map. And what we're saying is maybe is this other map that would maybe more accurately explain the star movement, is it closer to reality? Because look,
it explains these flights that are more difficult to explain on an AE map. Right. And you can, I mean, you want to go tell someone the Earth's flat and then you can't even show them any depiction of it. You're never going to get anywhere.
Let me ask
I
you.
agree, but it doesn't matter. Like obviously we've been lied to about the maps, bro. I don't know why y'all got,
Austin, isn't the AE map the globe?
Well, the Gleason
If you
map,
don't say yes, you're being dishonest. And it is the globe.
No, it's not. Well, what do you mean the globe?
Really? The AE map is the globe. I've been saying this for years, but I'm not going to argue with
Hey,
you.
Helio, look at the one that I'll put in the live stream right now. And this looks like
the AE map and the what this
The whole point is the argument from the globe side is that this flight doesn't work on the flat map.
Is a globe projection.
No, there's no globe side in there's no globe side in this discussion right now, bro. We're not even trying to do globe versus flat. We're not doing globe versus flat right now. We're just trying to figure it out.
On the globe skeptic. John is bringing the globe argument with the flight times.
You're totally misinterpreting what's being said here, bro. He has many contentions with the globe, and is totally a flat earther, quote unquote. But not all of us are just flat earthers trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, not according to some script that we've been fed about an AE map being this or that or any of this. What the hell is actually going on? We know it's not moving. We know it's stationary. We know it's level. Let's just go from there.
Sure, and one of my favorite things to talk about is flights, and maps. But at the same time, I've always contended that the AE projection is a globe projection, and it works the same way. Go ahead.
Doesn't exist. You're only hurting flat Earth. I'm just gonna say, if all you can say back is it doesn't matter, or there's no such thing as a map, or this flight doesn't exist, to any honest person that's looking into it, they're like, okay, I'm out of here. All right.
Sure. So at the same time, though,
look at it honestly in depth. Okay, and I found a way to explain it on an
you go the KISS method.
I found it on. No, I do the honest method, because hand wave dismissal isn't honest. Okay, that's called cognitive dissonance. I can explain on an AE map. It requires jet streams. It requires the plane go 850 to 950 miles per hour. Okay, so if you want to just say, "Oh, I don't like that. I don't know the answer. So therefore, this flight must not exist," it isn't a good look. I've talked to a flat earther who has taken the flight, man. So we need to be more.
I get you, but for the most part, over 90% of the people you talk to will never bring that up. So there's no reason to actually.
Well,
it's not about winning the argument, Helio. It's about trying to figure out what's going on. Who cares about the argument? It's not about winning an argument.
No, because when you meet a new person, they don't even know, that we've already had this discussion.
But who cares?
Times.
It's about figuring out what's actually going on, not about if the argument goes one way or another.
New people are going to ask you the same. You're going to have to deal with the same questions over and over and over again. So you're not going to just immediately go, "Hey, how about this flight from Johannesburg to Perth?" You're not going to bring that up to someone.
Yeah, they're literally going to Google.
That is the weakest glow proof ever. That is garbage glow proof. That is the weakest shit you can present.
Hey, dude, we don't even have any globers in here.
Who are you talking to? There's no glober. There's no one's arguing for
we're just actually talking to each other as flat earthers.
Yeah, can I not just bash the globe, or is that forbidden?
Well, you can't.
There's no globers in here.
Started attacking the other guy like he was defending the globe.
Well, we know John is globe skeptic.
No,
is that not his role?
He wasn't arguing for
he's been smashing the globe all night, man. What the hell?
He's been smashing the globe all night. You're totally trying to get an argument with a glober, and it's not happening in here right now. We're not arguing with globers. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's I'm just saying, now he wants to leave, and I don't blame him. Okay, no, there's a million ways to debunk the globe, okay? Obviously, if someone invokes his flight path claiming it proves the globe, that's stupid. We falsified the radius. The Earth cannot be a globe. You can say it in a million different ways.
But we're trying to figure out what's really going on because we want to know where we live. And we also want to avoid being duped into choosing this model where then they can release some evidence, like he's saying, like, well, oh, definitive proof that we circumnavigate the island of Antarctica. And then all of a sudden Flat Earth dies because they all just stuck to this dogmatic script that they think they know when they really don't know these things. They need to watch out. They're being set up.
Yeah, and the AE map does seem to be wrong in a
Do
lot
you
of ways.
really think any dog follower is going to believe their bullshit? Really? No.
What?
It's a really good point.
Yeah, Northern Rebellion, I don't know where you're coming from, but it seems like you're having a different discussion than we're having.
I think if there's like
I've seen John. I know John. He's presenting the Globe Skeptic on the fence.
No, he's not. He's actually saying that the map that I put in a map that I posted, which is something that you don't see a lot in the flat Earth community, actually answers the question of some of the things that have troubled him that flat Earth, quote unquote, doesn't have an answer for. One of the things being this flight. Another one of the things being the Southern Star, the Sigma Octantis might be able to be seen from the tips of all these continents, and when they're not facing the opposite direction the way the AE map depicts. There's a lot of things that we should be able to try to figure out now that we know it's stationary and level, which I think John understands. He's not just like, oh, I want to present globe Earth proof because I'm still skeptical. And you're treating him like that, and he deserves more respect than that.
Yeah, bro.
You're just misinterpreting
He's been
everything.
talking for a couple of hours, man. He's really kind of had a lot of really good questions and responses. Yeah, man.
I agree. He's been good for a week or two, but he does present the Globe Skeptic on the fence arguments.
Because there's lots of things that the Flat Earth doesn't have answers for that he knows that are troubling him still, which we're trying to figure out instead of just making it a Flat Earth versus Globe argument.
Look what just happened. Me and Witsa just went back and forth about the freaking flight across the Pacific. I mean, shit.
Wait. So I'm
a
so
lot of people have
I have to
questions.
get out of here anyway. I just want to say this so everyone understands. I don't understand why a flat earther would get out of the religion of heliocentrism and all these lies and these confinements and all these dogmatic scripts to go right back into another dogmatic script where it's like, oh, wow, I don't like this flight path. It must not exist. Oh, I just noticed, say, cardinal directions versus relative directions, and I can't say anything other than that. Well, no, there is an ice wall. No, it is here. No, Antarctica is an ice wall. Like, we don't have to do that, dude. We're now free. We broke away.
As a matter of fact,
and attacking trouble about or John, which who are bringing up points that the globe Earth depends on, that are making them skeptical of what the flat Earth is saying is important because they're not on the globe side. They're saying there's things that the globe is saying that flat Earth doesn't have good answers for. Let's figure out some good answers flat Earth could come up with, like a different map or some of these other things.
As a matter of fact, if we can actually prove that you can fly from Santiago to Perth in a direct flight or Santiago to Sydney, bro, that's proves that the Earth cannot be a globe. So, if you could fly across the South Pacific, for one thing, it takes a lot of balls. And if you can make it there, then it proves that the Earth cannot be a globe. So,
yeah. I gotta get out of here.
Hey, Winston, check your DMs, bro. Check your DMs. I've been sending you videos.
All right, I will. I'll check my DMs. It's way too late, but 3:33 is about to happen. Perfect time for me to get out of here. But I love you guys. Sorry we got heated, but I hope people kind of soak this in because I know I went around the United States. I talked to a lot of people, man, okay, in the real world. And one of the main things that they don't like is when flat earthers just hand wave dismiss things that they can't seemingly answer. And that isn't the move. It's to be honest and be like, well, we're still trying to figure it out. Here are a couple possibilities, but before we get into that, you need to fully understand we falsified the globe, and that's one thing, and we don't know all the answers. But to just to be like, nuh-uh, or who cares, or that doesn't exist, they're just going to leave with their bias confirmed, where they're like, see, flat earthers they're not smart. They just haven't even thought of these things. That's what they're going to think. And I watched it around the whole United States. And one of the number one things I got was Southern Star Trails. Right. And then when I told them about the magnetic holography, that goes over their heads. They don't even know what I'm saying. So it's like we do need to find a way to keep growing. We don't need to become
You know what's
stagnant.
really interesting? Sometimes in this room, we do get people have a little bit of patience when they talk about the Southern Star Trails and Northern Star Trails and all that kind of. We do get a few people that have some patience and they try to understand it, but I think they do. Just a few people do. I mean, I don't think we're wasting our time here. So that's anyway. But anyway, with it, man, thank you for spending time here tonight. And tell Kai we said hi.
Yeah, for sure. All right, nice talking to you guys. And yeah, I got a bunch of dope shows coming up, so should be cool. And yeah, nice talking to you, John. Stay open-minded. Don't let either side try to like guide or dictate the way that you think or try to create scripts for you, bro. Because the beautiful thing about it is when you get out of heliocentrism, which has been debunked for over a century. I mean, heliocentrism doesn't work. The Earth doesn't spin. It doesn't revolve. It literally cannot. And then you move on to, oh, it's not moving, and you find out that physical measurements debunk the radius. You just stay open-minded and keep growing. And that's kind of like my advice is don't let either side try to like box you in. And I would suggest maybe flat earthers realize that you may be falling for some traps, because we're talking about people in power enough to deceive the whole world about what the world is. And if you don't think they have some type of final deception planned, you're being a little naive. Okay, so I think that the warning or the caution of watch out for this whole we know Antarctica is an ice ring thing, because that could really come back to bite us if we're wrong about that. So we don't need to fall into traps of making definitive claims. And that's kind of where I'm going to leave it. But I'll catch up with you guys later. I'll tell Kai said, what's up, bro? Peace out.
Peace was it in Kai?
Yeah, so me telling John that there's no accurate maps, that all the maps are wrong. So any flight time argument is kind of like a red herring bullshit in the weeds. I'm the bad guy.
Well, you were already the bad guy, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I don't like.
Yeah, that's the way I think of myself.
And another thing would be like, who's a bigger meanie, me or Quantum Eraser? So
well, I'm just saying, man, it's kind of the way I think of myself. And I'm, just like, hey, do I have some questions? Like, hey, I don't know.
Hey, wait a second. I got something to reply to that. Who's more justified to be mean, you or Quantum Eraser?
Well, I mean,
that could be subjective depending on.
Well, sure, as far as the questions go, I mean, how can you actually address them? It doesn't matter who you are, who's here. If someone has a genuine question, just freaking address them directly, and we can explain everything ourselves. Yeah,
Helio, you've been here for the whole time. Did I say anything mean, crazy? Was I yelling? Was I like?
You were the biggest asshole in the room, and we should have kicked your ass out a long time ago. I'm just fucking with you, bro. But I think everybody was really kind of pissed off at me, but whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, so I'll even take whatever. Even yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Let's
before.
Back to the convo. We don't have to worry about our egos or anything like that. Let's just bring it back to it. Where were we?
I don't think I did anything wrong, or like I jumped in.
I don't think so. Sure, I was listening. Don't worry about that. Don't worry.
I should have listened.
I think I was a bigger asshole than you, but whatever. Don't worry. I can tell, even though I can't control myself, sometimes I'm being a bigger asshole. So don't worry about it. As long as I'm the biggest
you
asshole in
are.
the room, you're the lesser asshole. All right, so where were we? Do you want to keep talking about who's the biggest asshole in the room? I thought we were talking to Trouble about Uncle Bob.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, what's up?
Not a lot. I'm just gonna make dinner soon. Getting hungry.
What did you think about that whole interaction there?
Ah, it was pretty interesting. Yeah.
I thought it was pretty interesting too. Motherfucker. It was pretty interesting. Yeah, I don't even know what to think of. So, like, I mean, some of this, it's similar topics I bring up all the time. You know, with flight paths, shape of Earth. It's pretty much that's the standard rhetoric going forward from everything. It's like, who's the best at it? Who should bring it up? Maybe you should talk about the same shit we've always been talking about for 5-6 years. No, but I love it. I wouldn't take anything from it.
But in reality, every one of us thinks we're the best flat smacker. So, like, that's why five people jump in because I can do it. So, I concede, and I'm in here lots, and I don't talk, and I give the floor to people all the time. So, like,
and when I jump in, you hear how people are like, "Shut the fuck up, Helio." It's like, oh shit! I thought I was about the flat. I was about the flat smack. It was like, oh shit! I'm in the middle of flat smacking, and you fucked my shit up. Yeah, that's all right. That's so good. I love.
There's a lot of times where you're the more logical person jumping in, trying to get them back on track. Where you're like trying to be.
I do.
You're trying to be more direct.
Yeah. Because it can get out of control sometimes. And so sometimes you'll be like, all right, so you said this, somebody answer this, you know. But sometimes I get in the flat smack mood, and I'll just do my own flat smack. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, yeah. I mean, we're here so often, you know, a lot of times, and it's refreshing and amazing, and I love all you guys. This is it's the best place on earth to talk about Earth, isn't it?
Yes.
Where else would you rather talk about Earth than here?
Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just bloviating, so that's typical for me.
I'd rather be on television, mainstream television, telling people the Earth is flat.
Dude, I want to get an NBC television show for all of us to be like, "Hey, bitch, flat Earth, bitch."
I'd like to talk about it at the mall. People freak out.
They'll be on Paramount being like, "Man, I told y'all that shit was flat. Get your ass in here and talk about the flat Earth. This is the biggest shit you'll ever see. Flat the fucking boom and fucking fireworks and shit." But that shit ain't never gonna happen. So because I ain't got no money. But if I had enough money,
I would describe
I'd make that shit happen.
Wait, that shit ain't never gonna happen? You're saying it's gonna happen?
If I had enough money, I'd make fucking fireworks. I'd be starting contacting like contractors and shit, and be like, "Boom! Look how flat this motherfucker is. Bing, bing, biggity, bop, bop, boom! Flat motherfucking Earth. Y'all ain't never seen no Earth like this motherfucking Earth. It's flat as fuck." I'm just playing. I mean, I'm very serious about the topic, but look how flat this motherfucking Earth is, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it's very late on a Tuesday night for me, or a Wednesday morning, and but y'all know I'm silly anyway, so fuck it. I didn't know you was like that, Helio. Well, now you know. I'm just like, it's like I watch a lot of videos and movies and shit, you know. So I'm like, listen to a lot of audio.
Yeah.
It's like, how flat do you want the Earth to be? Oh,
Yeah, you
it's
want
as
to know
flat
what?
as I want it. It's as flat as I want it to be, bitch. I mean, but you got some. You got something
You want
against,
to
you
know?
know.
You want to know what? You want to know what, Helio? Look at that. You're tired. It's almost bedtime. Look at how flat that motherfucking bed is.
I know, I'm messing with you guys. You already, you know, I'm just messing with you guys. I mean, yeah. Just tell me to shut up. I'll shut up.
Okay. Try to sleep on a bed that's not horizontal.
Just messing with you guys. I mean, it's like, how flat is the Earth?
Yeah.
It depends on how much you smooth it down before you lay down.
It's as flat as you want to be.
If it's sand, you can level it.
It's 180 degrees.
But I got this flight time on this incorrect
9.
map. Does that
Alright,
make a
good.
difference?
What?
I have a flight time on an incorrect map.
Check this
Yeah,
out.
we
I
do
mean,
have flight times
you
from
know, I'll
several
calm down,
incorrect
but I want everyone in this room. I want everybody to say it's like,
I like
flat Earth. Everybody in the room, what do you mean by when you say, "Hey, I'm a flat earther," or "I think the Earth is flat"? What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's not a globe.
Okay,
One at a time.
Any government narrative.
Talking about Earth. What do you mean by flat Earth?
Well, when you find out that water maintains its level, that water surface on the top, in this reality, the top level of all standing water is level, flat. That's what it means.
Sounds good to me.
If every shoreline
But for how far?
Go ahead. What?
It's level, but for how far?
For as far as this, listen, here's how level. Every single shoreline of on every site at Earth where it's above sea level, every shoreline is at basically the same level. All of those locations on everywhere on Earth are all horizontal in nature to each other.
So it's level for thousands of miles.
Water is the best flat Earth proof, whether it be in your spoon, in your cup, in your bathtub, in a puddle, in a
Somebody
lake.
said so. It's level for
free.
thousands.
You don't need any money. You don't need a laser. You don't need any cash.
Hey, Northern Rebellion.
Northern Rebellion. So it's level for thousands of miles. Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. Level for thousands of miles.
I didn't hear the last comment.
When you point at your cup and you say, "Oh, look, it's level in the cup too."
I know.
Come on, you're not doing anyone any favors.
Yeah, how are you going to refute
level in your teaspoon, level in your cup, level in the puddle, level in the lake, level in the ocean. I'm not doing anybody any favors.
In every single instance.
That it's only a truly relevant argument when you point out that it's oceans and large lakes. They're level. There's no curvature to be detected. That's what destroys the globe.
Yeah, and they have no argument against that, except for they're going to say, well, gravity could pull the curvature of the surface of the water to make curve. But
in a thought experiment.
Yeah, but nobody can ever find it, but it's probably there, certainly.
Somewhere. It must be there somewhere because it's a ball. Because so there has to be the curvature somewhere. So we know. Well, no, no, never mind that no one has ever like actually looked and found this curvature. That's never happened. But no, it has to be there though. Such a sad stance to have. I mean, think how sad that is that you believe something that absolutely cannot be proven by any means from any source. Good luck with that. See how that would do in a court of law. Your Honor, yeah, we have a case, but we have no evidence from any source that can back our case or prove our case. But we believe wholeheartedly that it is true. What we're can't even do it with a straight face. I digress. Okay, I digress. Back to the panel. I know that face always reminded me of Helio. I think it's Helio's face. Who is that dude? Oh man, I'm tired. I better go to sleep now on that horizontal mattress. Too bad she's not there waiting for me. Whoever she might be, she's not there.
Still in here? Check.
Yo,
The
yeah.
microphone.
It's
All
quiet.
right. I want to get like we're in a court
Quiet.
of law trying to show that the Earth is a globe or flat. Right? Your Honor, I present my evidence. Now, on the protagonists, they are saying that everything that they give as evidence is true because everyone else believes it, right? So, all right, so we don't have to really. It's like whatever everybody else believes, that's true because everybody believes it, right? So anyway, so on the protagonist side, I'm going to defend the protagonist side. You guys with me on this? All right. So what we're going to do is show that the Earth cannot be this stupid globe that they've been presenting to everyone because it's impossible in physical reality. Because what they're presenting is this stupid idea about this globe that exists because of gravity. It cannot be true. Absolutely not true. So, okay, now why do you say that? Well, what I'm saying is what they're saying about gravity. Hey, do you guys want to help me out on? I'm gonna. Anybody that wants to talk, tell us why. You guys know more about gravity than the protagonist, right? Because they're just like, hey, Einstein wrote it on chalkboard, so it's true, right? But this chalkboard is not evidence that in physical reality that gravity can make balls spin around the universe. That's impossible. So anyway, so when I come in here and say, hey, I just think the Earth is flat, I don't think the Earth is flat. I know it because that's what we all experience. Like even the protagonist that will come in here and say, hey, the Earth is a globe because I saw Einstein draw it on a chalkboard and I saw some fucking NASA videos and shit. I mean, you wouldn't do this in front of a judge, but anyway, not that way. But it's just the most ridiculous.
When a glober says gravity, I just start salivating because
Let's
they
pretend
have no
we're in front of
experiment.
let's pretend we're in front of a judge giving the case for gravity and globe. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, like I invite a glober to say gravity because then you just ask them for their experiment. Then they say it's a force, and then you got to teach them their model, and then you got to go into the
It's like
space
which
time, and then
gravity,
they don't have an
right?
experiment for space time. And then you got to teach them what an experiment
I
is, and
mean,
you got to teach them what the
just
independent
imagine one of these
variable is.
Einsteinian guys is like bringing a freaking huge chalkboard into the courtroom, draw it out, crap, on a fucking chalkboard, and it's like, well, the Earth is a globe because my 10-foot chalkboard says so.
It'd be a good skit where like you have the judge and the jury, or like the judge, the jury, and the prosecutor and the attorney, and he's like, drop something. He drops a rock, and then you drop a balloon. And then what does the judge?
Yeah, the judge is supposed to be objective, so he's going to have to look at the evidence.
The gravity, drop something. Then you drop a balloon, and then what does the judge say when you drop the balloon? Depends if it's an anti-flat Earth judge.
Well, I mean, but they're supposed to be objective, so we're looking at the evidence here. We have to start with the evidence. So I have evidence for gravity with this 10-foot chalkboard, and in physical, as far as physical evidence goes, the protagonist has dropped a microphone, and that is evidence for gravity. That's not going to fly.
Yeah, or you go to the Zen Garcia case, and I don't have the information. They say he
Oh,
won it,
bro, he had
but
no
like I don't.
information whatsoever. Yeah, I remember that one. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm more talking.
No, I was just gonna say, like,
Well,
I
a
don't
lot
know.
of
I can't
people, I
verify.
mean,
They say he won.
yeah, I don't think people are really privy to a lot of what happened with Zen's case, but I've played it on here before, where Zen talked about what actually happened during that, and yeah, man, he had no evidence, and he won that case. Good stuff.
Yeah, I could say like next time. Say one time, say next time you go and you have like the hardcore Freemason judge and the Freemason lawyers against Zen, and then it turns out a different way. So it's just.
It's up to the judge, you know.
I'd like to. Yeah, like
Anyway,
we
I mean,
know. That's what I said with the. Like anybody who's looking at the information is going to see the globe lies. Nobody trusts a glober. Like, and when you're on the fence and you hear Kosho talk, it's like you see the double speak and you hear Matthew Learns lie and talk through his teeth and lie through his teeth. Like any honest truth seeker is not going to go back to the globe.
well, as far as everything goes, we actually give simple arguments. We try to say, hey, this is why we don't buy the globe lie, and if they were intellectually honest, they would say, hey, I see what you're saying, but here's why I think the Earth is a globe instead. Now, on that point, we all used to think the same. I'm trying not to be. I'm trying to use the F word. We used to think the same thing, so it's not like you. If you think you can come in here and convince us that we're wrong about this because that do we make contradictions? Some of us probably do sometimes, but as far as like the standard narrative about the globe, we pretty much we're pretty solid on the arguments. And I don't even know what they're why they would even want to talk to us anymore. Because I used to believe it the same way all you guys believed it too. It's just like, why are you like, look, I see here you flat earthers like used to think everything that we used to think, but here's why you're just wrong about this. It's like, bro, I've already been through this in my own mind. Like, you're never going to convince me of this stupid globe again. It's not.
Oh, I keep telling him that I'm never going back to the globe. I'm never going back. But yeah.
Well,
But it's
Kosho's
we're
in the chat right now, and I mean, it's kind of his job. I don't know if it's his job he's getting paid to, and I'm not going to. I mean, a lot of people say, "Oh, Kosho's getting paid to do this or whatever." Maybe he's probably not, but he's just like, I think he just loves the conversation. But bro, it's like you're wasting your time. Well, I mean,
yeah. Like people do love to debate, whether it be flat Earth, globe, atheism, God, any like Muslim, Christian, like people love to debate. So there's going to be people that are like Kosho, and he could be paid and he could not be, because there is paid agents for sure.
I don't think Kosho's paid, but that's my opinion. Some people think he's paid, but I don't think. I mean, he does love the
it's
as far
like
as
for some reason he's trying to convert people back to the globe government narrative. Like it's just like it's a
I don't think he's
statist
trying to convert
prerogative
anybody.
to like.
To be honest, I think what I don't, Kosho will hold the narrative best he can, but he slips a little bit sometimes. We hear it sometimes.
He's back.
You already know. He knows. He's been talking to us so long that he just doesn't know which way to step. You know what I mean?
Even at Geo's, like I post stuff and like we avoid each other. Like I know him from years, and like I don't need to go after him because like globes are too easy. It's too easy. Bring on Zanuck and Ball is Life. We're talking about gravity. Like I'll take. It's too easy. So like,
it's just like,
I just
like
don't.
a lot of times I listen to you guys talk about flat Earth, and I want you guys to talk about it more. But it's just like, dude, if I come and talk about flat Earth, it's just kind of too easy. Just like you said, like, all right, flat. All right, so you're saying Earth is a globe because this. All right. So what's the next step? All right, so this.
Yeah, I always
and then boom.
I always go to like, oh, you trust
man,
the
that's why.
government? Oh, really? Give me
like
the reasons.
Yeah, I'm starting from flat Earth, and they're just like, well, the Earth can't be flat, and then I'm just like, all right, so why can't the Earth be flat? Because you have some evidence that the Earth is not flat. So show it to me, because I want you to convert me to this globe idea, because for the most part, I used to believe that it was a globe. So bring me back to the real Earth globe idea. Show me. And that,
or just you want to talk to them also as a person, not just like regurgitate arguments. So you want to talk to them as a person, see if you can actually like get have some connection or resonation.
Yeah, is that Northern? Who am I talking to right now? I was talking Northern.
Yep.
Is that you, Northern Rebellion? Yeah, it's like if you go into the check-in room, I love checking people in. And it's like, oh, so hey, how did you find this server? You want them to talk to you more than you're just going to preach, anything to them. Like, hey, how did you find the server? How did you find Flat Earth? I mean, have you ever talked to anyone about this before? What do you think? You get them to talk way more than you talk. You know what I mean? And then you want them to join the live stream and the larger discussion, because you don't want to go over the flat Earth debate in the check-in room. You want that shit to move them into the live stream. So that's the way I check people. But I mean, it could last 2 or 3 minutes. I'm just like, oh man, it's cool. Hey, how did you find the server? It's like cool. Did someone invite you? But you just want to ask them kind of questions. Because you're not going to get into a deep flat Earth discussion with them. But they obviously came to the server because they're curious about flat Earth. And then you can explain to them, it's like, hey, this is a vetting room. All we're going to do is, what I'm going to do is give you the VC check-in rule. Now, when you leave here, I recommend you go ahead and jump into the live stream. Since I gave you the VC check-in rule, then you can go ahead and, if you have questions about flat Earth, there's already a discussion going on. Don't interrupt the discussion. Listen for a minute. If you have a valid question, jump right on in. And that's the way it works for me, for check-in. Very simple process.
Yeah, usually it's like if there's like two new people in the live stream, and then there's 3 people in the check-in, then like the new people in the check-in aren't going to get to talk for like possibly 20 minutes or an hour. So then there's a bit more leeway. But if there's,
it kind of depends. But
if there's no new people in the live stream and you're in check-in with new people, you got to send them to the live stream, because the lives like.
Yeah,
the main goal is to
you always have to be aware. You always have to be aware, but you don't want to fucking hold somebody up in the check-in for 30, 45 minutes. And That's selfish, in my opinion. You gotta, especially after they get the VC check-in roll. You don't want to hold them up there. That's my opinion. You don't have to agree with it.
But there's like if there's if there's two new people in live stream talking, and you got two new people in the VC check-in, the two people in VC check-in might have to wait like an hour to talk.
All right,
in live stream.
Check this out. If it's like moderators and people just talking shit in the live stream, you definitely want to jump a new guy in there.
Yep.
Because they're just talking shit. That's the way I think.
It's even if I'm in lobby, I'm trying to get people into live stream
let them talk
at all times. If I'm talking, if I jump in,
you already know Northern Belly. You already know. You've been doing this for a while.
my like I said, if there's 3-4 new people in live stream and 2 new people in VC check-in, then you can talk to the people and check in for a little bit longer.
But if the live stream's just like two freaking flatter, gold members or moderators just talking shit, and they're not even talking to the new people, are just like, hey, shut the fuck up. We got some new people. Just tell them to shut the fuck up. And most of the time they will.
That was like how it is.
I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Like that's how it was at Under the Dome like 2 years ago, where we'd be talking 3-4 flat earthers, and then a new person would join, and the second the new person joins, doesn't matter the conversation, we redirect it to the new person. Do you have any glow proof? What do you want to talk about? Like, whole point is to talk to new people, not talk about drugs, not talk about this. If there's a new person, you talk to them, and they may not talk, but. I'm not saying anybody in particular, but just.
Even with the live stream room, once we meet them, it's like, hey, you're pretty cool. Hopefully you're not here to troll, but if you do, you're going to get kicked pretty quick, But jump into the live stream, and then you'll be cool. And then we'll, if we're checking people in, we can kind of pay attention to what's going on in the live stream. Maybe it's a couple people. There's not. We don't want to interrupt a decent conversation, and I don't think the new person does either. But when they join and listen, I always recommend that someone listens before they actually interject. It doesn't matter if they're brand new. We don't want to just throw them right into the live stream and just like, all right, so as soon as you jump in there, just go ahead and open your microphone and say, hey, I'm new here. Don't do that. Listen to the conversation, follow the conversation, get involved, and that's what I encourage people to do when I check people in. Just listen.
See,
if you don't like it, if you don't feel comfortable, just freaking leave. Anyway.
Yeah, see, I listened for like 5 minutes, and I heard, like, I've seen John for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So for like new perspective, like I've seen, like John's on the fence. He's a globe skeptic. He's presenting those arguments. So like,
yeah, John was killing it tonight, bro.
I should have listened. Yeah, I didn't attack him. I just said like no maps are accurate. All the maps are wrong. And what map are you using for this 15-hour flight? And yeah, so. But
sure, and then I got in the same argument with Witsit, earlier. But anyway, it wasn't an argument. It was just like, how are you going to fly from? It's like people have done it. And I was like, really? Did they? I don't know.
On which map, though? But that's why I just killed it dead. I killed it dead. Where it's like, post your map right now. Post the map that you did this 15-hour flight.
Nobody does. That's not even worth it to really, at that point, it's not even worth it. I don't think anybody has.
Yeah,
has
like I've never debated.
Anyway, but bro, that's absolutely. So we agree. I'm not saying you agree with me, but I don't think anybody's ever done it across the South Pacific. Who would? Why would
there's
you?
videos saying they don't fly across Antarctica. There's YouTube videos with like 3 million views saying we don't fly over Antarctica. There's no southern flights.
No, I'm talking
And
about
they say
South Pacific from like Johannesburg to freaking Sydney or Perth. I mean, direct flight. Because you're always going to travel along the coast, and because that's the most practical way to travel. If you're going to go from Johannesburg to fucking Australia, you're obviously going to stop somewhere in between. You don't travel in a straight line from Johannesburg to fucking Perth.
So if you ask me, like, what's your best globe proof? And I'm like, well, this 16-hour flight that doesn't work. It's like, dude, that's pathetic.
It's like nobody does it. I mean, but even with it was just like somebody did it. I was like, motherfuckers,
somebody
show the
did
evidence.
this thing, 15-hour flight. Somebody did it. Globe proof.
Nobody did it. Nobody's done it. It's not the way that. That's not
17-hour
the way
flight.
airplanes.
Glob.
That's not the way airplanes fucking fly. They don't fly across the South Pacific. It's extremely dangerous, and they don't even have a fucking enough fuel to fly that far. So no, they just don't do it. They fly along the coast. You know, if you're going to go from Johannesburg to Perth, you're going to go from Johannesburg to Buenos Aires, and then you're going to go across the Atlantic to
they always
somewhere
go
in
north.
Africa. And then you're going to go around the Cape, and then you're going to go to Johannesburg, and then you're going to go to then you're going to go north
Australia
again.
to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you might
always north.
end up in India, and then you're going to go fucking to Australia. And you don't never fly from freaking I said Johannesburg, but I mean, even Chile or whatever. It's just like you don't travel across the South Pacific because nobody does, and nobody should. It's very fucking dangerous, even if you had enough fuel.
Yeah, like I would need to see the light. Like, how do you prove whether it be flat Earth or a globe? Like, you're gonna need to
was
show me
asking
evidence.
the same fucking question, and I had people posting maps. Just like cartoon maps. Just like, here's where people did it. I was like, nah, that's not evidence that they actually did it. No.
Yeah, I need live stream, multiple cameras showing me your phone, the time, the date,
Sao Paulo to freaking fucking. Well, I mean, at the very least, if they travel across the South Atlantic, which they don't, they might hit, the eastern coast of, the western coast of Africa and hit somewhere, and then go to Australia. But there is no direct flight, even Witsit was like, yeah, I swear there's a flight. A friend of mine showed me a post. It was a real flight, but he didn't post it either. So, like, fuck, how the fuck are you gonna go fly across the Atlantic, the Southern Atlantic, where there's almost no land and no airports and no recourse if anything went wrong? That would just be absolutely dangerous. It's like you probably have to sign some fucking disclosure agreement. It's like, if I die on the way here, it's my fault because and that would go for every person on the plane. If I die on the way there, it's my fault because I was too stupid to actually consider that this is almost impossible.
See, I would say, like, after like an hour of talking about flight times, somebody jumps in here like, well, do you have any proof of curvature? And it destroys it right there. And then, like, they always like to go in the weeds and talk about all other things. And it's like, if you hold them on task, like, you just get them to double speak. There is no, we wouldn't expect to see rotation. There is no 15-degree drift. And like, so.
What are you talking about? The pilots?
No, whenever I talk to a Glober, I just try to get them to double speak, and like I post the helicopter hovering and why does the Earth not spin underneath, and then they say conservation of momentum.
So when you
and
meet
it's a concession
people
because
is this something that happens with you often when you meet people in public? You're like, how about that curvature? We got some wheeze and we got some.
No. In public, I'm like just I'm a regular person. I don't tell everybody about.
I went to my son he played a show at like a big friggin' like concert. It wasn't big, but it was like small but big. It was like 10 bands, but it was at a small venue, and I haven't seen him in a couple of years. Well, not a couple of years probably. But anyway, he's, I recorded his. He's a drummer. He played one of the bands. But I'm reckon like hanging out, and there's like 200-300 people there, and of course I'm proud of my son because he's a badass drummer, and but I was also like, oh yeah, I have a YouTube channel. We talk about flat Earth.
That's brave.
What I do, I was just like, I have a YouTube channel. We talk about flat Earth. All you do is type in Flat Earth Discord on YouTube. You'll find us. I talked to freaking dozens of people. I don't know if they'll look it up or not. I mean, they don't want to talk about it. As soon as I say Flat Earth, you can see their demeanor just totally change. Flat Earth fucked up. Like I was here to listen to some rock and roll. Fuck you. That's okay. I didn't push it on them and just like, hey, you want to talk about? I was just like, all right, so you don't want to talk about Flat Earth? All right, cool. Hey, it's over. That was funny. Oh, but I wasn't. I wasn't. I talked about the YouTube channel. So hey, maybe some of those people might join us, because all you have to do is look up on YouTube Flat Earth Discord and you'll find us.
Yeah, I would prefer anonymous because
I'm pretty sure my son's probably like, please don't talk about Flat Earth, Dad. But he already knows that I'm going to, so it's just like fucking A, But he's a badass drummer. He's fucking brilliant, man. He's a superb drummer. He's fucking amazing. But yeah, I didn't. We didn't talk about Flat Earth when I was talking to him, but everybody else. And when I was in the crowd, I was just like, "Hey, man, Flat Earth Discord. Just type it on YouTube, Flat Earth." It's like I imagine some of the people be like, "Was that your dad over there talking about Flat Earth?" He'd be like, but he probably already knows that I was gonna do it, But anyway, he doesn't like it. I mean, he's doing something.
No, I would.
I wouldn't even be surprised if he's like, "That's my Flat Earth drunk dad over there talking, shit." Anyway, no, my son's really cool. He's a badass. He's a badass drummer.
Anytime you're spreading truth, like I specifically don't do it because I get targeted or so like.
No, I
can't do it in certain situations.
I pick and choose my battles. I I don't just throw Flat Earth out. Hey, Flat Earth. It's just like I have a hat that has like, a NASA Liars thing on it, but I didn't wear that to this venue. I'm picking and choosing my battles. I'm going to talk to you about it.
That's why I say with anybody in VC check-in, I'm like, I want you to stay. I want you to be a lobby squad. I want you to get the
Exactly.
roles. I want you to be here and fighting beside me and spreading truth. But it rarely happens. It's like
even
one
if they're
out of 100.
Even if they're brand new, you want them to, hey, I'm not a flat earther, but I really like the server, so I like what you guys going on. You know, I'll do
Hey,
what I can to help everything. Go ahead.
hey, Helioskeptic. I just wanted to ask you a question. So how long have you like been on the 24/7 server? Like how many years? And
The whole time.
I don't know what the whole time is, but
It's about I think like 4 or 5 years. I think.
oh, okay. The only reason I asked was because about 3 years ago, I remember somebody with your same name on like the 24/7 server. Like I think before like a bunch of crap happened
Yeah,
to it.
we had another server that was compromised.
Yeah. I remember that. I was there. I was 16 years old at the time, and I used to listen to you actually like all the time. And then now I'm older and I'm back, so listening again. But
Who's this?
It's Takaha. This is a different account. You probably won't remember me, but it's I do remember you from a long time ago.
Oh yeah. We had that's why this one's called 2.0 because we had another one that was compromised by. I won't get into the details of it, but yeah. But this is the 2.0 server because reasons. But this one particularly has been going for almost 3 years now. So.
Oh wow! Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I, the one you see on the live stream, that's me running the live stream.
Yeah. I remember that. I remember that too. Yeah.
Right,
It's been so long. Because I remember I was in the other server and then like it just went dead or something, and I guess you guys had like switched servers or something like that. So I didn't.
There was some internal friggin' beef and shit, and then we had to stop.
I see. Okay.
There's no reason to bring that shit up here, but
yeah, I understand.
we had to restart, and this one's working out really well. We have over 25,000 members here, so we're good to go.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you still going with it like that.
Dude, I can't even believe that we're this strong now. With 25,000 here. The YouTube channel isn't very strong, but no surprise, YouTube's not supporting Flat Earth because they went before Congress and the guy in Congress said, wait, as a matter of fact, since we're talking about this, I have a video.
So you're a flat earther, Tanaka?
No, I'm actually not. So like a while ago when I was back in high school, like I said, I was 16, and at the time I wasn't really a flat earther, but I just decided to just sit down and listen to you guys. And so for around I think 6 months, about or close to, I was just listening, just coming in like every now and then, just listening. And then so then I went to college, and now I'm in college right now, and I'm a physics major. And this actually is one of the reasons why I'm a physics major. Not the main reason, but one of the reasons is because I figured if there was any way to figure out what the solid truth was.
Yeah, to show the flat earthers they can't be right about this, right?
Okay.
Stop yelling at me, God damn it.
What is your best globe proof without NASA or pointing at the sky?
What is my without pointing at the sky? What the heck? Why can't I point at the sky?
And so, what is your favorite proof about the globe while you're looking at the sky?
That's a hard question.
Give them the out. That's why it says without NASA and without pointing at the sky.
Okay, well, without pointing at the sky, I mean, I don't have the math to back me up for it, so I wouldn't necessarily have a proof, right? Because I could say, oh, well, you could see the curvature and this, that, the third, but that's not a proof.
What do you think about the latest NASA footage from the Webb telescope?
I didn't see it actually. Do you have like a
what?
No,
when did you see the curvature?
Wait. Well, hold on. I can't hear both of you at the same time.
Yeah, you got it. We're both actually. I was
you said you can see the curvature, and there's no way you've ever seen the curvature.
No, I didn't say that. I said if I made the claim that I could see the curvature, I said that probably wouldn't be a proof because I don't have the math to back me up. Like I don't know the math, so I couldn't sit here and like.
Hey, why did you say if? I said, what is your best globe proof without NASA or pointing at the sky?
Okay, so I'm just gonna concede and say I don't have one without pointing at the sky. With pointing at the sky, I would probably have some, but without it, then.
You observe the moon just like we all do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's looking at the sky, right? I love the moon. I love the moon.
I do too. It's very nice.
Do you look at it through a telescope or binoculars or whatever?
I've seen it through a telescope, but there hasn't been my own telescope. But I have. I went to an event in which they were doing that, and I saw it. So yeah.
An event. That's cool. Cool. So you saw the telescope through a binocular, like you look at it through a telescope. I mean, I've seen the moon. You know, I have a telescope. I looked at the moon. I looked at Jupiter through telescopes and binoculars and shit. Looks really freaking cool. I don't think it really proves anything about curvature or space or anything like that, but they look pretty awesome.
So you agree that these things are real?
Takaka, can I ask a question?
Yeah, I mean, well,
yeah, sure.
Wait. Let me ask you something. If I were hold on. If I were to deny that the moon, Jupiter, Mars, and freaking Mercury are not real, you would actually be able to say, I'm out of my mind. I'm absolutely crazy because everybody sees that shit, so so of course we all observe the moon, Jupiter, and Mars, and freaking Mercury and Saturn and all that. All of us see that. All right, so hey, I'm gonna play something. Just if you don't mind, just give me. It's only about it's 4 minutes long.
Sure.
Yeah, listen to this. This is what YouTube, when all this stuff started coming out, and there, YouTube and the government was very concerned about truth being projected. This is what they asked YouTube to do.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy
Ms. Downs,
information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
Hey, go look at this live channel. You'll see that exact thing. You can just
that is insane. Right, that's very crazy.
Go to this live stream and you'll see that before they can see any information about this channel, they have a Wikipedia page they have to click on to talk about flat Earth before they can actually access any information about what we're saying. So that's the way.
Wow.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah,
that was 2 years ago.
That was 2 years ago? Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's,
yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. I've never heard of
the Google person had to go in front of Congress and say, "What the fuck are you going to do about these flat earthers?"
Wow. That's actually food for thought, because why would they want to necessarily censor you if it wasn't true? You know?
Well, I mean, it's not about whether it's true or not. You can figure that out for yourself. But why the fuck are they censoring us?
Yeah. Yeah, that's insane.
Because it's true.
Well,
I mean, still the same. We're not here to convince you, flat Earth. You found your way here. You're asking us questions. Nobody here is trying to convince you. We'll answer your questions when you ask them. These motherfuckers are censoring every single time. Dude, there's so many videos that they've taken down by us. You know, it's not.
And they're censoring. They are censoring porn, of course, on YouTube and flat Earth. Nothing else.
So I mean, it's just like if you're new here and you have questions, we're always here, 24 hours a day to answer them. Now, but we do live stream it. We do live stream it, and it's it's available to the public. But and you should know that when you join. But if you have a genuine question, we're gonna freaking answer it, and we're gonna be as honest as we can. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Yes.
Did you want to go first, Sasha? I got something to ask him as well. But
yeah, I wanted to ask about because he said I can point it. If I point it out to the sky, I can prove it. Can you tell me which point it's that when you point on the sky that is proving globe?
That disproves the globe, or that proves the globe?
No, that proves the globe.
Oh, okay. Well, so how I think of it, and basically, this is how I logically think about it, right? So, like, I'll just give you an analogy first, and then I'll connect it with what I'm saying. So, let's say you're a baby in a house, and you've never been outside of this house, and you are in this house, and you're just, you've been in this house your whole life for all of your existence, all that you've known. And you look outside the house, and you see other houses, right? You look out the window, right? And you see other houses, and you see one house is red, maybe one's blue, one's green, so forth. So, you see a whole neighborhood around you of houses, not just those, but you see neighborhoods, right, of these same houses. Now, you don't know if you're in a house, but you can assume, I think, with at least a logical assumption, not that this is 100% true, but you can at least make an inference that there's a great possibility that if I'm surrounded by houses, I might also be in a house. So like with that, so now connecting that over to like the Earth, you could see
I think
kind of
that
where I'm going.
you are going to that if all things are spherical, that
No.
that must be no.
Well, it's not just spherical. It's the behavior of the things around us, right? Because like, okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
I want to understand because that spherical thing doesn't mean anything because we cannot know if it's spherical. That's one thing. We don't know. You ask if we believe in Jupiter. Of course, we see, but we see only circle or some light in the sky. We don't see spherical objects in the sky. And
You're right. You're 100% right. Yes, you're 100% right.
even
So,
even for the moon, that means they assume that everything. That means that we have in our brains that everything is spherical, but we don't know even that. That's also assumed like a globe.
I agree. So
Like,
my only response to that would
question.
just be, well, just real quick, I just want to respond to that. My only response to that would just be that when we look at, like, again, you can just take the closest thing that we see, right? Without really any atmospheric like interference, the moon. So like when you look at the moon, it appears circular. So how my I guess confusion would be, how would that apply to a flat earth, right? If the moon is circular, and really you can go to the other planets and see the same thing. But even if you just took the moon, let's just say just the moon, right?
Yeah.
If the moon is circular, then what are we? And that's
Okay, great.
I've never
I
found a
want
solid answer for that.
I want to tell you the story about your house. Let's say you are in the house and now you're watching ceiling and everything on the ceiling is spherical. Whatever you see on the ceiling, that means that your house is spherical.
Well, that's
When
not
you're
the analogy, and
when you're buying a car, do you look at the ceiling? No.
that's not the analogy I use, though. You're switching my words.
Yes, it is.
No, I said when you look out the window and see that there are other houses around you, not the ceiling. I never, not once ever said the ceiling. I said when you live in a neighborhood and you look around you and see other houses.
So I'm in a
So you're
forest,
claiming-
therefore I'm in a forest, therefore I'm a tree.
I mean, I guess I could see where you're going there, but you weren't. I mean, I could see that. I guess, like if you want to put it that way, I'm in the forest, so I can be in the tree. But you can
correct. And I'm in a tree, therefore I am a tree. But
I'm
my
saying
my question is why
Okay.
do you reject the Abrahamic God?
I don't actually. In fact, and I know what you're about to do, but I'm actually Christian, so I don't.
I'm the guy who asks direct questions where like I know why you have these questions because you reject the Abrahamic God, so you have all these questions.
Well, I'm Christian. I'm Christian, so I don't know what you mean by I reject the Abrahamic God. Unless you're saying that I reject what Jewish people worship.
Welcome to flat Earth. You've read Genesis. Genesis describes a flat Earth.
You have to explain that to me and show me that biblically. I don't believe that.
Firmament is read in Genesis.
So how does
creation is?
Okay, go ahead.
Before you guys go into biblical things, can I just have? I just want one question, and then I'll give it up. Takaha.
Yes.
So you're studying physics, but
Yes.
you've been listening to Flat Earth for 5 years? Yes?
I think only 3. Since I was 16.
So since you've been studying physics, what can you discount from what you hear on this channel?
So the main thing
you were talking about houses, so obviously you're relating the houses to the stars and planets we see. But you've never seen the stars and planets as that house, as the same place that we live on, have you?
No, I've
So
seen.
how can you assume that what's in the sky is what we live on? That's what you're
Right.
relating
No.
the houses to, aren't you?
So this is what I'm saying. When I say the word assume, and this is why I maybe corrected myself and say you can infer, because I'm not trying to say that it 100% means that that's also what we live on, but I'm saying there's a probable chance that might be what we live on. Not that it is, but there's just
Okay,
a chance.
and then you go to measurements, and it measures flat. So how do you go from being a physicist or training to be a physicist for the Earth to be measuring flat, and then say that we live on a sphere like those other lights in the sky that we don't know what they are?
Right.
Correct. Sorry if I'm yelling. I'm just in the
here's
car.
the thing. I don't disagree actually with the fact that you would say the Earth measures flat necessarily, at least with the math that I have seen presented. But the thing is that again, like, so what my question then would be is how does that fit into the model that you would then present? Because if it's flat, well then this is a new thing. This is not what.
But it doesn't fit into the heliocentric model, though. So you'd have to give that up.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not.
Takaka, I have an answer for this. Look at this. We find out in the last 7 years, we find out that Earth is not a globe. Do you understand that?
Sorry, say that one more time.
We find it out in the last 7 years that Earth is not a globe.
You have found that out.
Not only me, people who are here, they will tell you.
Oh, okay, got you. Yes.
Yeah, he says something about inference.
And listen to this, and now we are saying about some model like we need to present,
Sure. He
So
said something about inference.
That means in these 7 years we should somehow to make the model, and we even cannot go 60 degrees south. It's forbidden, but somehow we need to make in our mind a flat Earth model to work.
We're not going anywhere though.
No. I'm telling him what people asking from us, but we are only saying there is not a globe outside.
But I don't feel like he's giving that as he said something. Well, the information actually infers that it might be plausible, and that's where I was wondering, what do you think? Through the inference, how do you think this is plausible? What we're describing? I mean, you can infer the Earth is a globe, or you can infer it's flat. But what we experience altogether is it plausible that the Earth is a globe based on what you experience yourself?
So that's actually a good question. That's a very good question. Okay.
Do you know when you said a story about houses?
Yeah.
But that was like imaginary story. But listen, this story is not imaginary. You born, and then you grow up and you go to school, and growing up you find out mountains, sea, lakes. You see, you travel, and you learn in the school the sea level,
Right.
And then you grow up and everything. Earth is a ball, but that sea level, it's an important thing, like. What that mean in the first place if somebody says sea level?
Are you asking me? Or are you like telling me?
Yeah. What that mean? What we learn about sea level? Everyone learn on the world that we have sea level. What that mean?
What does it mean? Well, I mean, at least to my knowledge, it's where the sea is at, right? Like, so the altitude or that the sea would be at.
Okay, let's take one country who has not the sea, Austria, for example. There are all mountains, it's in the middle of Europe. And we have the height of the mountains,
I think I'm just saying, in order to feel comfortable to understand what you might or not be able to understand about what you could see if you were at this, at the shore of an ocean, or I mean that. Now you can infer a lot. I'm going to go back to the inference, but at the same time, we're gonna go back to what you actually experience right here.
Right.
Like you
But see,
experience
so
elevation.
can I
You experience elevation everywhere. This mountain is height like this hill is height like this. How we do know that?
how would I know that what?
That mountain is high like a 2,000 meters.
Yeah, the height of a mountain.
Well, I would see it. I'd look at it.
No, but you can't
how
know
you
the
know
height
that?
of a mountain by looking at
How,
it.
Oh, I didn't know you meant like measure it. I thought you meant just
yeah,
like
yeah,
I would.
yeah, measuring. Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, it would be by some sort of maybe altitude measurement or something like that. I mean, I don't know how they
Okay,
measure.
All right.
But
So,
imagine,
hold
imagine,
on, hold on. So, how do you know you're at sea level when you're standing on the ocean? At the shore of an ocean. How do you know you're at sea level?
That's where the sea's at. I mean, I don't.
And so that's zero. That's zero, right?
Yeah, that's where it's at. So yeah, that would be
I only want to project. I only wanted to project your picture in your mind. Okay, that's zero. Take one island, let's like a UK. Okay.
Yeah.
From north to the south. It's long. Okay.
Yeah.
But that part, take the part of the sea. Not where that part should occur on the globe, of course. Even that land, all that land should occur.
Okay.
But how we will measure all that mountains if is sea level curving?
How will you measure the mountains if the sea level is curving? Is that what you said?
No. In actual factual, the height of the mountains are based off of sea level when you're standing there at zero.
So you're saying basically, how would I measure necessarily not just mountains but like altitude if sea level is constantly changing due to a curve? Is that what you're asking me?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So how you would do that is relative to the point where you're at. So necessarily the measurements wouldn't be 100% accurate, but you wouldn't pick a point. Like, let's say I'm measuring a mountain in China. I wouldn't pick a point of sea level in the United States to try to measure a mountain in China. That doesn't really make sense. I mean, mathematically, you could try it, but it'll probably be really hard.
But you can't see it.
I will help you. I posted the picture in voice text chat. Do you see?
Yeah, I see it.
What's that?
What is it?
Yeah.
It's land.
Is that South America?
Yeah.
Okay. Look at now from north to the south.
Okay.
And can you imagine how much curvature is between north and the south? A lot.
Yeah, you should be able to, yeah.
Okay, look at this mountains near to the beach.
Yeah, I see it.
If you go to the beach, if you take the boat from the north but you are going like 10 meters to the beach, you are always near to the beach. All that mountains are measured by that sea level,
Okay.
It's based on
all this mountain from the right side. Look how long they are from. They are all long from north to the south. They are measured from that sea level from the left side.
From the north to the south, east to the west. It's all based on sea level.
If that thinks it's curving, that sea, also that land should curve, not only sea.
Okay.
How we measure the land on the curved surface?
How do you measure land on a curved surface?
Yeah.
What are you trying to measure? Length or like distance? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I don't know if you understand it. Can you? Let's say
I got this. So from the east coast.
Wait. Helio, wait, only 2 points. Look at again the picture. Can you draw the line, but from the sea, curved line?
From one sea to the other is it?
Helio, please, I want to explain him. It's so easy. Can you draw the line, imaginary the line, only on the sea, from the north to the south, and then you same line put on the land, that curve. Can you imagine that?
Can I imagine that, or can I measure that? Is what you said?
No, that must happen on the globe. If that water is curving down to the south,
Sasha, you said, "Can you imagine that?" And you said you asked him if he could imagine that.
This is ball. Oh my God! If that all water is curving, that all continent should curve.
Okay, I hear you. But I'm not.
How
I'm not,
we measure the mountains if we call that sea level?
Okay, so like let's pick a point.
Okay,
I'll
from shore to shore, whether it's from east to west or north to south, can you imagine?
Maybe it's easier like this.
Hold on, I'll show you really quick. Let me just pull up my maps, and so I can, because that image is kind of low quality. So
Probably won't be able to share them, but
it will be easier if you have a globe in your hand, not the map.
Okay, so I'm not trying to be like disingenuous. I'm just trying to pull up a map so we can kind of be on the same page.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, great.
So I'm just, because that map is low quality, so like it can't really see what is where. But let's
a picture
say,
of South America. Yeah.
So let's say you took the bottom, I guess, the bottom point of South America, right? And let's say there was a mountain there. You would, if you wanted to measure the sea level, or I mean, not the sea level, excuse me. If you wanted to measure the altitude of that mountain, you would not pick a reference point of sea level at the top of North America, right? Because it's too far away. You wouldn't do that. Your calculation.
How you will do with the mountain in the middle of with the hill, not with the mountain, with the hill about 200 meters hill in the middle of the South America. How you will do that?
Yeah,
so
you're gonna go off of the shore of South America and then go off of that.
I'm guessing they picked the closest reference point of sea level to them. I don't personally measure mountains, so I wouldn't really know. But that's just my guess. I mean, that's the way at least I make sense of it in my mind.
Why you people can you put your point in the middle of that land, for example?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Then left and right and up and down, it's curving. Do you understand that?
Yes,
also through the land. It must curve through the land. That line, what it's finishing on the coast, that sea level, now it's touching the ground. If that ground, again, it's curving, how you will measure elevation on the ground if it's ground curving?
Again, it's from the closest reference point of sea level.
Oh my God.
I mean, you're asking me a question. I don't measure mountains personally. I don't know.
No,
like, I don't know how else to answer.
Sure. Check this out. That's the exact point. If you measure from east to west, on that South American continent, you're going to go sea level on one side, sea level on the other side. You go in between, then you measure the height of the tallest mountain. It's just that height. And there's no curve. There's no curve.
I have a question, y'all.
No, what's up, Jenny?
Hey, so why is it called sea level to begin with? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. You have to Google it. I mean, I'm not like.
I'm not. Wait, you think we haven't?
Somebody just got a Google Earther tag. Thank you.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't have the answer to everything in the world.
Flat level water.
Whoa.
Water.
Slow down, bub. We ain't asking you the world.
Level water.
Okay.
But really, I mean, I know the English language. I know the English language can be confusing, and you have homonyms and shit like that, all that. But why do they call it sea level?
We're talking shore to shore. We know what shore to shore is, right, Jenny?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, and sea level on one side, sea level on the other side. Then we could tell the height of one mountain in between.
Yeah, like Al Bruni did.
Or if you want
Right?
easier, take a one, I don't know, pond and put water inside, and then put
How
a
did
different.
Al Bruni do it? How did Al Bruni do it? Maybe we should talk about that.
I'm curious about what he's about to say. So
Oh, yeah, sure.
instead of measuring from shore to shore and then considering altitude of a mountain, what should we do otherwise?
I literally have no idea.
I thought you were about to really bring something up that was going to be profound.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
at
that
all.
would have been great.
Personally, I don't measure mountains. I'm not into geography.
Personally?
So
It was the other guy that can that was.
I got this smile I can't wipe off my face. I don't know why.
From the same story about houses, I want to tell you again more stories like in normal life. You were born, you wake up, you go out, you see the horizon, everything is flat. You take a flight, everything is flat, but somebody's telling you that it's curving, and then you don't move. You see the things in the sky moving, but people are telling you that you are moving.
Okay. So what are you getting at?
I'm telling you about. You said imagine the house. You go out from the house and see more houses. And I'm telling you, imagine the earth. You go out of the earth and you look up, and you will see the clouds moving, and you feel the wind moving, and you sit in the car and you are moving, and you look at the sun is moving, and you look at the stars is moving, and then you say, "I'm moving."
Yep.
Is there something wrong with that?
Where is the logic there?
Well, okay, so here's the logic. Like you look in the sky, and the sun, relative to my position at least, moves from one position to another position. So why is it that the sun can move, but I have to be locked in a fixed position?
Okay, great.
Why is that?
But Takahana, but now it's a question.
Wait, hold on. Let me just explain. What I'm saying.
Confusion is my confusion is in which
explain what I'm saying?
Okay, sorry.
Gentlemen.
Sorry.
Can I do all the point I'm saying is, and this is not just about the sun, it's about the general. When I look in the sky and I see the attributes of things in the sky, whatever you want to call it, right? The moon, the stars, the sun, and these things, the things that are around me, the attributes, meaning the sun is moving, the moon is moving, right? These things also have some sort of shine to them. You can also apply that as an attribute, right? These things have circular shape. Right? So these attributes, I would make an inference and say, well, maybe I could be wrong, but maybe I experienced those same attributes here. Maybe that's what this also is.
Okay.
I could be wrong,
but great. But listen, this is my logic. In which case, then we can prove that we are stationary.
Then how could you prove that?
The constellations.
How I can prove in human logic? How you will prove something is stationary?
A reference point.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's go with that reference point.
Yeah.
So we got the constellations. How about that?
What about it?
Well, if we're moving in 5 different directions and all that within the universe at ungodly, unfathomable speeds, how is it that we've seen the constellations for all known time to humankind? I mean, come on, man. That takes a lot of synchronicity in the sky, and I know the creator's pretty precise, but we can't even figure out 3 body motions of the heliocentric theory, so much less to say 5, which would actually happening.
Okay, so when these stars are, if I don't know if that's what you want to say are, but the stars are light years away, right? That's
what they tell us. How do you know that?
Okay, so what do you think a constellation then is? If you don't agree with NASA, then what is it?
the Creator gave us in order to tell time with it.
Right. So what are they? Are they stars?
We don't know. The lights in the sky. We don't even know if they're spherical.
Who is your creator? Number one. What creator are you talking about?
It's called
Dude.
Creator, the first one who created everything.
It's called I
You're
don't
talking
believe something out of nothing is what that
Okay.
Creator is
I
called.
don't believe that either.
So,
I don't believe
same,
that
I
either.
don't know his power. I don't know anything about him, but it must be Creator. Only that because of information, nothing else.
So do you
cannot have-
think? So do you think
Yeah.
that in the Bible, NASA also
I
coerced
don't know anything about.
write it down?
I don't know anything about Bible. I'm telling you that you cannot have information without Creator. Only that.
Yeah, but I don't really follow
I-
organized religion any longer. So, but regardless of that,
Understand.
all aside, I believe in a Creator.
Okay, so you don't consider constellation stars then?
Well,
we
we're.
can
I mean, if
call
you
them
want to
stars.
start, hey, if you want to start splitting hairs and what words mean and stuff, sure, we can do that. But
No, I'm just asking
for lack of
because
a better term, my understanding is wandering star or wandering planet. It's been too long since I've thought about this. I'm sorry, but
you stop.
I don't believe in the word planet anymore.
I didn't say planet. I said are the constellation
No, I
stars.
did. I didn't say you
okay.
said that. I just said it, that I don't
Okay.
believe in planet anymore. I wasn't trying to assume that you were assuming I was assuming that. Whatever. But yeah, I keep it real simple. I try not to fall into the matrix anymore. I mean,
that's good. That's a good thing. I don't see that as
I
bad.
still didn't get the answer how we can prove the station. That means that I cannot prove the stationary thing.
Yeah, you got to have a reference point to tell what's moving.
So are we talking about the constellations? Is that what we're talking
No,
about?
I'm talking about moving. How if not,
how can we? Okay,
Well,
sorry. So
hey, Sasha,
I can't
I
hear
would
you.
say in a crazy roundabout way that us always seeing the same constellation to me points to a flat Earth, a stationary flat Earth. Because we can't be whizzing around.
So can I ask you something?
We can't be whizzing around through infinite space and still see the same shit, the same sky.
Right. So do you believe that everything you see is 100% accurate? Because I don't. Even in what NASA tells me, I don't
according
believe.
according to my brother Lunatic, I try to hold everyone to the same scrutiny, globe or flat earther.
Yeah, that's I think that also applies to the globe.
Takasha, do you understand what she's saying?
Hold on.
No, he probably don't.
Hold on. Wait a second. What I'm asking you, I'm saying, do you believe that everything you experience, right, how you interact with this earth, do you believe that that is 100% true?
Well, you're too general on your question. I can't answer that question.
99%, yes.
99% yes. So
well, see, the
because
thing is,
I will give you 1% for optical illusions, nothing else.
So let me ask you this now. If I can't see something, does that mean it's untrue?
well, this is going to sound like a crazy answer, but for me, I'm more in.
Yeah, okay. No. That means that no.
So
you don't see something that.
So it would be true. So certain things can be true regardless of whether you can see it or not.
Can I answer? Can I chime in?
Okay.
Can I chime in?
Please.
All right, so I would be more inclined, just like it says in the Bible, to believe in things that are unseen rather than things that are seen.
So you would, so if just because you can't see something, you could still necessarily say that it was true. So you agree?
Well, no, I don't know if I would use that word true, but I would be inclined to potentially believe in something I cannot necessarily see. It depends on the circumstance. There's not one answer that I can say across the board for your question. I mean, it's too general.
Okay. No, I understand. I'm not. It wasn't a specific question. I just want to understand, like, is this like a complete denial of anything you can't see, or is it more just like you're
No.
you're contemplating what you do see. That's what I was trying to understand.
Everything is situational to me. It depends on the circumstances, and I'm not a black and white kind of person, and I don't think anybody can be. I mean, so
Okay, great. Kakaha, if I show you video where from aeroplane, when you can see the 1,200 miles of flat surface, do you believe your senses that you saw that, or you will think that something is tricking you?
ooh, that's a great question.
So,
I
I
love
mean,
that.
so the thing is, I would believe that I saw it, but with the caution or the idea in the back of my mind that something very well could be tricking me, well, as a possibility, and I think
I
that's the way
think
science
everything in
works.
our Hey,
Well,
what about this?
wait.
I
Let me
think
just finish what I'm saying. Hold on one
no,
second.
I think
Okay.
everything
Okay,
in
can
our
I finish?
existence
One?
is.
I was trying to explain something.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying.
No, you're good, dude. You're good, really. Go ahead.
I was just saying. Like, I think that's the way that science works. Like at the end of the day, right? Like I could sit
No,
here
no, man,
and say,
Takaka,
"Can I
I
explain
heard
what I'm
that.
saying?"
Sorry,
Bro,
Let
sorry.
him
I've
I
been
need
finish.
listening to you for like
this
20
time I
minutes,
need to
bro.
interrupt you. Only for one thing I need to interrupt you. You
Okay,
use
bro.
the
So
word.
I've been listening to you for
Bro.
20
Only
minutes, and then when I
I
say
don't want
something,
to.
you interrupt
I
me.
don't really want to be rude or anything, really, man. I only want to point it out something, and that's it. Nothing
Okay.
else.
Sure.
And
Let's
then
see.
the way what you said, the science was.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think by that, because you need to explain what do you think by that,
I was
because
in the process of explaining it.
people using word science like this
I was in the
science.
process. I was literally in the process of explaining it, and you cut me off. I
Okay,
was literally
great.
about to tell
Okay.
you.
Okay, go ahead then.
Okay, what I was trying to say is that in the way that science works, and the definition is in the explanation, it's basically that let's say I have a sample of bacteria, for example, right?
It's
And
called observable, testable, and repeatable. It's very simple, sir.
why are you doing that? I listened to you. Did
Called
I not?
observable, testable,
It's like
repeatable.
you're overtaking what I'm
Okay,
saying
okay,
and not
sorry,
even letting me speak.
Sure, go ahead. All right.
What I'm saying is let's say I had a sample of bacteria, right? I can't see this with my own physical eyes. I cannot. But I experience its symptoms, right? So like let's say it's like some type of virus or something. I experience the fact that I'm now infected with this virus and I'm sick.
Sorry, we're not
And
going
I
to
can
talk about that. I have to stop you. I apologize.
That
I
sounds
mean, you
good.
got to use
Okay.
another example. Sorry.
Okay, gotcha. I'm just gonna cease from the conversation then. And I understand why you stopped me. That's okay. I
Bacteria,
don't
you
think
can talk about
I
that.
don't think we're
Use
getting
that. Okay.
anywhere though.
Speak about bacteria. It's all right.
He said it. Observable, measurable, repeatable. Go.
I like that phrase. I love it. But yeah, I'm
I mean, it's a
done with.
shortened version, but essentially that's it. I mean,
Gotcha. I understand. So
people misuse the word science. You don't need science to measure the earth. I'm not trying to patronize you, but you understand that, right?
I don't agree,
And
but that's okay.
Takaha, look at this.
Science. Okay, hold on. Let me close this out.
Whoa, he said he doesn't agree.
Anymore. I just don't agree.
Science answers a how, why question.
Okay.
Earth is simply a what
Listen,
is
I have
question.
been listening now for about 40 minutes, and I haven't been able to say even one point.
Well, there's a lot of people in here, and we all can contribute. So I'm sorry
I
you can't
understand
go
that,
on a
but I'm saying it's frustrating that I
sermon.
don't get to say one thing, and I've been listening now for a good little while, and I've been answering your questions.
Okay.
You go on for like 5 minutes. You go on for 5 minutes
I
minimum.
only said one thing.
All right, let's go back to what we were talking about. Okay, so does that make sense that science answers a how, why question? Earth is simply a what is question that all you need to do is measure. There's no science needed.
There's no science.
Takaka, because of that, Takaka, I interrupt you because of that, and I want to ask you now: can you have science without experiment?
No.
Okay, great. Can you provide, because we have this gravity thing, and then Gravity is very important for the globe. And this is scientific because of how that things. I think we have books, everything, publications, everything. But we need experiment for the gravity. Where is that?
If I provide it to you, you're gonna say I'm
Do you
lying.
have any
Hey,
experiment that validates anything
Sasha.
in the globe model?
First, we need to observe the
Any
natural
experiment that
phenomena.
validates anything in the globe model.
But here's the thing. I can answer your question, and I can send you right now links that provide evidence for it, but you won't believe me. You'll say I'm lying.
No, we won't.
That means
it's
Kakaha, that
pointless
means
to even ask me that.
Do you know that science requires natural observed phenomena and it requires an independent variable, which you do not have?
How explain that? How do I not have that?
Because that's called the scientific method. That's why.
No, I understand what it's called.
Name one experiment that validates anything in the globe model, please.
You're cutting in and out. Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
I said, name one experiment that validates anything in the globe model.
That validates anything in the globe model. So I could pick gravity, right? Because that's in the globe model. Can I pick that? Is that fair?
No, I said the experiment. What's your experiment?
No, I know. I'm saying first. I'm saying the topic of choice I'm picking gravity. Is that okay to pick, or do I have to pick something else?
Well, we're just going with the number one step. We were just
no, I'm not. I don't even know any statistics. I actually don't know any statistics.
Wait,
I chose gravity.
Hold on. I said we were going straight into the scientific method with step number one. And I don't know if you're familiar with the steps because Northern Rebellion was just trying to tell you and you just kind of ignored it.
Oh, I apologize. Could you tell me again?
You can go with gravity. You can go with gravity, and I would just ask you, what's your natural observed phenomena?
Natural observed phenomena. So when you say natural, do you mean it has to be observed by me specifically, individually, me?
Are you not familiar
natural
with
as in you observe natural
whoever did it?
You observed it. Natural means non-synthetic, non-man-made.
Oh, non-man-made. Gravity.
Yeah, natural, non-man-made.
But
So
it's an
It
effect.
can't be like a lab experiment then. It can't be anything like that.
Gravity is an effect. That's why we have a problem with it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
You name the experiment, and I'll tell you if it's natural or not.
Well, what is the definition of natural? I don't want to keep having to filter through you.
He just told you.
Natural means non-man-made, synthetic.
Okay, so with lab experiments, like if I went to, let's say, university and I referenced the university, and they did a lab experiment on gravity, would that count, or is that considered man-made to you?
Which type of gravity, though?
Well, I mean, you could pick microgravity, you could pick just regular gravity, how we experience it every day.
Regular?
What is the function of the gravity? Takaha, what is the function? What gravity is doing on the Earth?
It's a force. It's a force.
Why?
Okay.
Why go away from his lack of experiment?
Let's hear.
Why?
Like, what is the force supposed to be doing now? Sorry.
To know.
Okay.
I had him pinned to no experiment, and then there's a random question about what does gravity do. He has.
Okay,
you have no
wait, yeah, you're
experiment
right.
to validate gravity.
Okay, so do you want me to send it to you?
No, I want you to say your experiment of gravity.
Well, no, he wanted to identify a college university's lab experiment with gravity. So if you can find that,
That's why I was trying to ask you that question, because I was saying, is it natural if I were to use someone else's reference or someone else's experiment? Is that natural?
Well, it depends on what they did. I mean, where's the paper? Do you have it?
I don't. Okay, so I'm just gonna send it. You believe it or not, at this point, it is what it is.
Say it. Say it.
Yeah, just
What
tell
do you
us
mean
about
say
it.
it?
What did they
What do you
do?
mean say it? I'm gonna
Is
send
it
it to you so you can look
is
over it.
it's Cavendish, man? It's easy. If it's Cavendish, you don't need to post it even. Everybody
It's not
knows.
that. It's not that at all. It's not that at all.
It's
Okay.
with microgravity, is what he mentioned.
Well, no,
And
it's not.
Takaka, I
It's
have some add
okay.
question. If you
Bro,
said
bro,
that
bro. Hold
gravity,
on, hold on,
if you
hold
said that
on.
Hold
gravity,
on.
Listen,
Wait a minute,
listen.
Sasha.
Sasha, you have asked me
sorry.
about 400 questions. I'm not answering any
Okay,
more of your questions now. That's it. Like,
okay,
it's so overwhelming,
sorry.
bro. It's too much.
Okay, sorry, man. Sorry if
It's too
I
much. I'm not trying to
touched
be
you.
rude, but it's like I'm trying to
Sasha,
answer
No, no.
you
their
used up
questions.
all your
I'm getting
questions,
5
damn
questions at a time.
it.
It's about your. I know, man. It's about your knowledge. You need to make more research. You are, for example, I will help you. You are evoking Newton now. That is super. That is super. Why are you laughing?
No, I'm not
Yeah,
laughing
and
at you. I was
Sasha has
laughing
a
at.
good point, and
I was
actually,
laughing at what I looked up.
I was thinking about what Sasha just said. Actually,
Are you invoking Newton or not?
I think
Am I
I don't
invoking
know.
Newton? What the heck
I
does
don't
that
know.
mean?
It's Sasha. It's a
You
lab
said that
experiment.
look,
all you have
you even
all
don't
you
know
have to
about
Yo,
what
this
do.
is hilarious, bro. Like, why are
Oh
y'all like
my
tripping out? Like,
god.
I'm
man.
trying
You
to like.
said that.
Okay, I
I'm
can
trying
answer
to
the
help you.
question. Hold on, time out.
All right,
Okay,
bro.
so the thing is,
This is
what
insane.
has happened to science is that it's slowly been crept up on by something called scientism, which is theory based on theory based on theory, not on the scientific method. So that's why we're getting all puffed up, because we don't really like scientism. We like
Okay,
actual science.
I
So that's
understand.
what's
I
happening
understand.
right now. So, yeah. So just kind of keep that in mind going forward.
Takara,
Okay,
what is gravity? What is gravity?
gravity is in simple terms a force, as I said earlier.
Nope. Nope.
It's not a
I mean, you could say
Uh,
wrong all you want, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you.
Yeah, but
no, we're
Takaka, you
not
are
going
one.
to argue, but you could tell us where you got the information from, how you came to know it as such.
Every physics book in the United States of America.
Neil
Uh,
deGrasse Tyson says
Then,
it's not a
wait a
force.
minute, wait a minute. So it'll be really easy to find something. Can you look something up real quick, and
yeah,
we can talk about it?
I'll actually pull up the physics book I learned out of, and you can look it
Okay.
up if I still have it in my file.
See, one question destroys him. You ask him, what is gravity? He says a force, and he's destroyed.
Okay, I'm destroyed then. Good job. I don't know if you want a cookie, but I'm like I'm not gonna argue with you. Like you
No,
asked me a question.
I
Neil
just
I'm
hope
deGrasse
answering
there's
Tyson says
people
genuinely.
gravity is not a
listening.
force.
That can hear
I
it.
want a cookie,
No,
please.
I'm just saying you asked
I
me a
do want a
question,
cookie also.
and I
I get my
answered
cookie
you
after
genuinely.
judgment,
And it's like
but
you
so I'll
want to
take the cookie
say I'm
now though too.
destroyed. I don't know what that means, but okay. I mean, if that's what you want to say.
Literally or figuratively, I'm game.
I don't think I. So can I wait? Real quick, can I send PDFs and live stream voice text? I don't want to break a rule or anything. Is that?
Can I ask you a question? Can you
Yeah,
just
sure.
find a pertinent point in whatever you want to send and just read it out loud for the class? That'd be
Got you.
great.
Got you.
Yeah. And you'll
Takaka,
have it. If anybody wants the
He
document, we can
posted
go from there.
LIGO. Oh my. Ouch.
Wait, what happened?
What
I
I
see a
learned in
LIGO link.
Takaka, I learned in school also the mass attracts mass.
Maybe
Also, in physics.
Oh my gosh. Okay, come on now. I
And
really
then
hope he's not going to bring up mass attract mass, Sasha. I
No,
really hope.
no, no. I that was all I had to post. I'm done.
is.
That's
but he
it.
said a force. That means that.
Oh man, this is awkward.
That's why I said I asked him what gravity is. He said a force, and it's really awkward.
Yeah, it's super awkward.
Oh,
All right.
does we have a gravity where we have a force and mass not attracts mass?
See, one
Or
of the tenets,
No.
hey, one of the things about scientism is it's kind of called double speak, isn't it, guys? I mean, so,
He's
or
not.
maybe I'm not
He's
using
not
the right
parroting
word.
the right pseudoscience. He's not parroting the right pseudoscience.
Oh man, maybe you should correct him on his All right. I'm not trying to sound like a bitch, but maybe you should correct
Yeah,
him on his own belief.
listen, I'm gonna cease from the conversation. I appreciate you guys' question.
Oh, come on, man.
Nah,
Come
nah, that's
on.
it. I'm done. Yeah.
Oh, well, hey, you know what? I was going to say it was nice to talk to him. He had to bounce like that.
I didn't leave. I'm
Oh,
just
I
not
guess I was.
talking about it anymore.
Oh, you're still here. Okay, good. I was
I
going to
didn't
say
leave.
it was. Hey, sorry, I wasn't trying to overtalk you. It really was nice to have you in here and talk.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it. It was
No
nice
problem.
talking to you guys too.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what? Next time you come in here, it'll probably be different people and a whole different experience. Just remember, we don't like scientism in here, okay?
Yep. I mean, I don't really know what's considered scientism and not.
Well, you hang out and you'll find out, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Is there a place in here I can post images, or I don't have that ability?
Well, if you're kind of new, it'll just take a while for everybody to get to know you and stuff. And
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay, gotcha.
so it's kind of something that's I don't know. It's kind of weird. You kind of know this already, maybe from somewhere else. It's kind of something you don't ask for; it's given, kind of thing.
Oh, I understand. Okay, gotcha. I understand.
So depending on your participation, that could change. You know what I mean?
I see.
Also, anything you post, we've seen, and we can easily debunk in 2 seconds.
And the reason for that is because we've been here for like 6 years doing this.
I know you have. I've been around quite a while too.
Oh, cool.
I've heard most of everything you've said already.
All right.
And it's the same arguments, but they're good points. They're good points, and it's not.
You know what's really crazy though is kind of, you could almost say the same thing for both sides, and on what we say to each other. Like we won't accept each other's evidences. We won't say, that type of thing, and it's just kind of really interesting and better than watching the news. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah. Well, hopefully by the time I take my mechanics class, I'll be able to maybe explain mathematically a little bit more of what I'm saying. Because
Well, hey,
as of
man.
now, I haven't really went into the, I guess you could say, physics of the Earth.
Okay. So, do you trust the government, Takara?
Do I trust the government? Not entirely, not fully. No, not entirely.
Thank goodness.
So, when can you tell when the government's telling you the truth and when they're lying? How do you know?
Ooh,
the best. Well, this is actually a great question. So the way that I decided was the most optimal way to do it was to go and find out for myself. Meaning,
what?
Go work for NASA. Go work for NASA. And see
So
what
you didn't.
That's saying. Oh my God.
That's the best thing I could do because I could sit here and be like, oh, I know, I know this or I know that, but like I could just go work for NASA and then see if they're lying.
Hey, hold on. Remember what I was just saying? How we both say the same things, both sides. You just did it.
I did.
You did.
Oh wow.
That was awesome. Fist bump, bro. So yeah, that's what we say. If you want to know it's flat, go out and look. And do it.
Yeah, I mean,
Jenny, when was war 30 years ago, and I didn't know why it happened. I didn't decide to go to military, to go inside to fight and to find out why they are fighting.
You said you didn't do that.
No, because it's stupid idea to go to the war to find out why they are fighting.
Well, I definitely agree with that. I mean, the Department of Defense was trying to recruit me to build missiles, and I literally told them, I was like, I don't want to build missiles to kill people. That's stupid. Why would I do it? So I didn't.
Well, let's see if the government is lying,
Yeah, that's that. I mean, that's really
For example, I was in war. There was bombing and everything, killing people, but I was there together with them. Somehow I didn't have a power to go to that holes and somehow to reach or maybe I could go to military and start to kill by myself and to see what is the truth? Because in the way, I need to, because it's fighting everywhere,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the best way to see the guys who really know all the truth are the people at the top, right? Because like at the end of the day, those people at the top, they know whether they're lying or they're telling the truth, and they know what's real or not because they have the technology and money to tell, right? So like, why not become one of the people at the top and then just figure it out for myself?
So what was the answer to the question, Northern Rebellion? Is he still here?
Oh, I don't think so. No, I think he left. But it was good talking to you guys. I have to hop out because I have to run lab experiments tomorrow. So, well, not tomorrow, today in about 5 hours. So I'm gonna try to get some sleep. But it was nice talking to you guys.
Take care, man. Don't be offended because of
No, not at all. I'm not. I've been in here too long to be offended. It's been years, and I understand how you guys are, and I appreciate the passion. So I'm not mad at it. I understand.
Right.
But yeah, I'll see you guys.
Cheers, man.
All right, so we're -1 globe Earth believer in here now, right? Okay, so I was just thinking about Helio and I looked at my messages and he said, "You jumped in when I am on my way out. Hit them. I have to work in a couple hours."
We'll get some sleep, old man.
Hopefully he is. I know I can't think straight if I don't get at least 5 hours. What was that dude's name that was in here? I wasn't even looking at my phone.
Something Takoha.
What was his name?
Something Takaha, something like that.
Oh. Well, I can tell you got him in your sights, so I'm sure the server is well protected now. Well done. You expired your line of questioning, though. What's up with that? I'm not answering no more of your questions. He did not like that last. What was that last question you did where he said that?
You're asking about gravity.
No. It was
Oh,
something.
yeah, what gravity? He didn't want to spend the next hour trying to defend his scientism belief.
Even I don't like to speak about gravity because on the end I will always come back to the whatever you prove me with. You can prove me whatever phenomena you want. On the end, I will come back to the water and say, well, what we will do with this.
Yeah, why is it called sea level? Back to an hour ago.
Yeah. How we can prove something stationary.
Right. You have to have some sort of reference point to tell something's moving. Like when I look at the moon, I make sure that I look where there's like a tree kind of somewhere in the vicinity so I can tell how fast it's moving or approximate, So, and besides that, I should have brought this up. Well, we were talking about, I forget what we were talking about. But generally, we always like to say things in the sky don't have anything to do with the ground we're standing on. And it's flat.
Oh yeah, you told him about that 5 movements, but I think I wanted to ask him in that moment. Do you understand what she said? Because I think the people, when they are thinking about moving, they are thinking only about axial rotation and nothing else. That's finished, That's there, That's the Earth is.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the 3 n-body problem, is that what you said?
Yeah. They will say the atmosphere also is rotating together with the air. But they will forget that Earth is also orbiting around the sun. It has another
There's
direction.
5 different motions, and they can't explain 3.
Yeah. They cannot explain 1, not 3.
Well, right, exactly. Even the experts in the field of scientism can't explain the 3 n-body problem. That's why it's called what it is.
I like the I don't know that logic. He started with the houses. If you are born in the houses and you don't know anything and you see only that house, and then you go out and you see the all other houses,
I was not there for that conversation. That just went right over my head.
Yeah. He started with that, and okay, houses is there, houses is here. Good logic, Now let's come back to the air. I go out, it's flat. I go to an airplane, it's flat. I measure there, it's flat. What shall I do?
Yeah, how high do you got to go? You have to go really motherfucking high, according to our favorite scientism priest, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I asked him, if I show you a video about Toland, what he's showing there is 1,200, and you can see in video how it's flat, And
wait, are you talking about Jay Toland?
Yeah, and I asked him, if I see that and you see that, are we logically will come to a conclusion that, look, it's flat, or we will have some doubt about that? And he said, maybe something, we see that, but maybe something also could be that it's something that's happening,
Oh, yeah, like our sight is playing tricks on us. We're not really seeing what we think we're seeing. There was that stance, right?
But for me, Jenny, that is a math. That land, that is 25 part of the land, because that's 1,200. That must be not curved. That must be curved like I don't know.
Somebody medical attention. What the fuck?
Even from
anyway,
aeroplane.
sorry, Sasha, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know.
What were you saying about the
elevation? That's for me. Elevation is so simple, sea level. But if they approximate, they taking like sea level from what fucking sea level? It's fun.
Yeah, sea level. The sea level is the only option because it's we have topography. I mean, so seriously.
Like you have a swimming pool, and then you drop the objects in a big cube, one pyramid in that cube,
Okay.
In that pool, and then you take the meter and measure the height of all that objects. That's it. Everywhere around, take the lake and put ships, many different shape of the ships on the lake. You can measure in different location of the lake, and all that you can look at the devil. You can measure the height of all of these objects, ships or whatever. Now put on the lake curvature and put the ships or objects, and now measure the elevation height.
So isn't it Newton? They have to have Newton to make the water stick to the ball. Is that the whole thing with that?
Yeah. But that's also.
I mean, because Einstein doesn't address the water sticking to a ball, right?
Yeah, water sticking to the ball. But then you have.
But that doesn't. Einstein doesn't. His theory doesn't have anything to do with water sticking to a ball, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Dude, that's so crazy. Newton dropped the ball and everybody's just leaving it there and looking at it.
No,
Oh
Jen.
my God.
Jen, that's not true.
You
Einstein-
be quiet, mister. I'm talking to Sasha.
Yeah, but you take in consideration that somebody said that it's that gravity is doing sticking the water to the ball. Okay, great. What else? And then you start to speak about gas pressure, and in one moment, that what is
Oh yeah,
sticking,
yeah, and that's
sticking
done.
ball to the water to the ball, that things now somehow starting to be container.
Yeah, we have a double problem. We have lots of problems. There's all kinds of problems. That's why we're still here.
and that water is moving 1,000 miles per hour, and now gravity also keeping all that water stick because of it's.
I
also
never thought of it quite like that before, though, Sasha. What I just said.
centrifugal force. Yeah, but gravity has whatever they have problems. They said, "Oh, gravity is doing that." Gravity has like a seven, eight rules in this moment. What I know, I can maybe container, force, not force, sticking water
Yeah,
to
and the story changes as much as it's weird. You're right. So it is very weird. Like WTF? Make up your mind.
And then
maybe there's a simpler explanation for it.
And then when you want to experiment Cavendish, what the fuck is Cavendish? Take two woods and show me that they can attract each other.
Don't you wonder how they could come up with any kind of thing where they were bouncing light off mirrors and then splitting it into two and all this other crap? Does that make any sense to you?
No.
It's like, you know what I mean? They're like, oh, we took this spinning thing and then we put this light in there and then we let it bounce around. It's like, what?
So hey, Rookie, how you doing? How's life over at MJS's server? Any other time? I don't ever see anybody in there, but I did tonight.
I know, it's fair.
And the only reason why I came in here was because I saw Kosho and Helio, and I had like a moment. Like I gotta go in there and say hi. But yeah, so I came here instead, because I didn't see Michael.
I went there and then I came here.
If I would have saw Michael in there, I would have went in there, but I didn't. So
Yeah, he hasn't been in there all day that I've seen.
well, tell him I said hello next time you see him. I'm probably gonna be pretty busy over the next time period, but I'll keep my eye on. So if I see him, I'll come in and say hi. But yeah, so how's it rolling over there with his thing?
There's been some interesting conversations and stuff. It hasn't really been much of anything. I mean, there's some argument, and silly people just come in once in a while. Mostly trolling people and stuff. The ones that come in and pretend like they're just learning, and you know how they are.
Oh yeah,
the same old thing.
Oh
we
yeah,
get some stragglers.
We can sniff you out a mile away, IJS.
What's the name of that guy that runs another server that I forget his name? It's like Rec. I forget his name. Anyway, I saw a video today with a picture of him, and I was like, "What?" Saw a video like attacking some flat earthers in a place somewhere in England or somewhere.
Oh wait, the new Glow Live tour is happening. I do know that. Jem told me that.
I think he was talking about Jim Panda.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Jem told me the other day, and he was telling me about some episode. I'm like, oh, whoa, I might just have to watch that.
Yeah, Jim was on there yesterday.
Yeah, I saw it. I don't know how I saw it, but it just popped up on my YouTube or whatever. Or somebody posted it somewhere and I snagged it up, whatever it was.
Jem's video came up and you're recommended. Interesting.
Well, I don't know that it was probably something I saw.
Yeah, you probably had to have viewed something.
I probably just think it was, I don't know. I usually find stuff on YouTube, but I haven't been watching much lately. They don't need to. Everybody keeps posting all the videos from YouTube on here, so it's easy for me to watch.
I know,
I just go around and watch all the crazy videos, and then I just start talking about that, and everybody's like, yeah, everybody's talking about that. I'm like, well, it's hard not to.
Right.
but I don't do much. Like, there ain't much flat smacking going on really anymore.
Speaking about drama, I just thought of this just now, only because, like I don't think about this all the time, but since it's up on the table. I think I heard or saw something that's recent that good old Morgile is e-begging again. Please say that's not the case.
Of course.
Actually, I heard something about it, but I don't know if it's true.
Wow. Just curious.
But doesn't every famous doesn't everybody kind of like put it out there that you can donate to him?
Yeah, but he's always asking to like.
He does it like at least a couple times a year.
I've heard him actually say that, like before and after, and I've heard a lot of people do it, but not necessarily all flat earthers or anything, but like a lot of YouTubers are doing that now. Because I guess the competition with whatever Rockfin or whatever that other place is that they're competing with. I don't remember the name. The service where you had to pay for it that Globebusters went to. What's it called again?
Oh, there's so many platforms now. It's hard to keep track. So is it a new one?
No, it's something it's I don't know, months old, I guess, but I just remember that I used to listen to Globebusters all the time when it was on YouTube, but then when they started cutting half the show off, I kind of quit listening. Like, I hate that, they do the cheesy stuff and then the stuff that's interesting they do over there. I think it's Rockfin or something like that.
Under a paywall. Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, you paywall, yeah. Which is, I understand it, but it's like,
Yeah, sure.
I don't know.
Everybody has subscriptions for things, so I get it. I'm not hating.
Well, no, I don't mind spending the money on it. It's just that I can't, I already, YouTube pissed me off, so I canceled their service, and then, I got some things happen to me on Discord, and I ended up not losing my Nitro service. So since that's the case, then I'm just not gonna pay for anything anymore. It's like, what's the point? You get screened and you get harassed anyway. So it's like, why bother even spending? I thought, well, because I'm paying them, then at least they'll honor that, right? Nope, they don't even tell you any information. They just cut your throat and then leave you out hanging out to dry or whatever. You talking, Happy Meal, or are you just hot micing?
I'm just playing the game.
Well, no worries. I just thought I'd let you know before you screamed out or yelled or something.
Yeah, I'm just playing the game. Playing some Super Smash Bros. On the Nintendo Switch.
That's funny. I haven't played that game in a long time. Since, I think since, what system was it? I don't even remember now. I think it was, the GameCube.
Yeah.
I know for some of you, that's your whole life, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm kind of. Well, I'm not that young.
I was alive when video games basically came to life.
Yeah.
I was born in '73, so basically I got to play Pong, I got to play ColecoVision, Atari, I played all the systems all the way from there. There's only a few that I didn't own, you know what I mean, at some point or another.
Yeah, that must be pretty trippy to see.
To be honest with you, the games really aren't any different, except they're just they look more complicated, but the reality is the little character and movements and stuff like that really hasn't changed. It's still basically a side scroller that just looks like it's 3D and you move through it. It's really simple. You know what I mean? Once they got down the graphics and All that. So, what's the status of I heard something about the Georgia Guidestone. Is that true? Did anybody confirm that? That something really happened over there?
Yeah, it blew up.
Okay. Do things normally do that?
I mean, somebody blew it up.
Do we know who it was?
I mean, I think it was a conspiracy theorist type person, but conspiracy theorist thinks it was the government, so.
That would make sense. Everybody blames somebody else. Sure.
Well, there were so many people who hated it in the conspiracy theory community, and they used to do graffiti to it and all that kind of stuff, so kind of makes sense, I think.
I guess if you're 8 years old, but
I thought they were cool, kind of.
well, of course, when you're a rebellious kid, when you're growing up, you think about that kind of stuff, and then as you get older, you realize that you're crazy and that you were nuts, and you're lucky you didn't end up killing yourself or getting killed by some other crazy person, right?
Well, I kind of like the Georgia Guidestones. I thought they were going to be there forever.
Well, I mean, if you would have asked me a few months ago, like if I would have guessed what the next thing that was going to get attacked, I could have guessed a few things, and that probably would have been one of them, just based on the fact that so many people have visited it lately and made videos about it and talked about the stains of blood on the top and all those other crazy ideas and the alignments and all that. And I don't know. Maybe they didn't want all that shown. I don't know. But that doesn't make sense to me. None of it really does. I mean, yeah, I get it. You know, why would they lie and all that? But I don't really care why they'd lie. It's usually to make money or to control somebody or push somebody around. So I don't really need to have that answer, that question answer. But it just comes to who's doing it and how do we stop it. That's really what we should be thinking about, right?
Well, who do you think blew it up?
No idea, but whoever it was had something big to gain him. But I don't know what it would be, except just to make maybe just set up some certain targeted group. Who knows? I mean, I can only imagine, right? I'm thinking of all the kinds of people like us, for example, people that believe the Earth's flat. They could blame us and say it's one of our crazy fans or something. They could say it was. I mean, there's a million different things. I mean, I could think of a lot of different people you could blame it on. You could blame it on the gun control people. You could blame it on the people who are paranoid about Masons, and you could do it. I mean, there's all these different things, right? People that are fearful or whatever of other people for whatever reason.
I think it was the same people who did all the graffiti and other stuff on there.
I think the graffiti is probably just a bunch of kids that get hired. They go, hey, I'll give you $300 and buy all the paint if you guys go and spray paint this over there. If you were a kid, wouldn't you say it?
I mean, they said stuff. I forgot some of them said, like, they're kind of trolly, but they're also kind of had a specific message. I just feel like it's this, whoever, same kind of sentiment as probably the people who blew it up. Like they thought it was bad, like an evil omen or something, like an evil instruction. Because that whole thing said like there should only be like 500 million people or something.
You know what amazes me the most is that when you do find out something, information, and you do confirm something, and you think to yourself, wow, I figured something out, check this out, and you go through all the information over and over and over, and no matter how many times you go through it, you can't come up with any other explanation except the one you came up to. And you finally start sharing with somebody, and then you realize you're right. But nobody listens to you. Or when they do finally listen to you, they think it's their idea, or they think they got it from someone else. It's funny.
And the only thing left you can do is blow up the Georgia Guidestone. I'm just kidding.
What? Where did that come from? That's a crazy idea. I don't know. I don't even know where it's at. So that didn't help me any.
Yeah, I just assumed it was in Georgia. But there's a car on the camera. There's like one camera.
Georgia's a big state, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I assume it's in Georgia. It might not even be in Georgia.
Godric, do you know?
Say it again?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, God?
Do I know what?
What?
What do I know?
I don't know. Next to nothing? Just kidding, Godric.
Well, somebody has a question. I don't know. I just popped in. What's the discussion?
We were talking about the Georgia Guidestones, but
what about it?
Well, he was asking. He just heard. I guess he just trying to confirm that was the thing, that it blew up.
I was just asking about the Georgia Guidestones. If anybody confirmed that there was actually something happened to it, or if it's just a rumor or what.
I heard that blew up, and the reason they had to blow it up is because Polaris hasn't moved in 40 years. They had Polaris on the center of one of those stones, North Center. And
that's the most obvious answer, right?
According to science, that damn Polaris is supposed to move 1 degree every 69 years. So it was spot center in the Georgia Stone.
69 years?
Oh, I forgot about that.
1 degree every 69 years, which is basically a lifetime, right?
So it'd be 72 or something.
And they've designed the thing that Polaris was dead center in that little hole in one of them, and it would have had to move at least a half degree in 40 years, but it did not. That's why they blew it up. That's the story I got. So sorry, science.
Version there. Are there any other stories anybody else hear anything different? I'm just curious because I don't watch the TV, so not when it comes to news or anything. So
that said, I wasn't there. I didn't know who built them. I don't know who blew them up. Who the hell knows? That's Coach Show.
Godric was trying to blame it on Witchit before.
I never said that.
But
that's hilarious.
Like I said, I don't. Who knows? They did take the whole thing down though. Like it was all because it was all over. At least it wasn't all over the news, but it was all over this community's news, I guess. But yeah, someone blew up one of the stones, and so they ended up tearing down the whole thing the next day.
Ireland 32.
Hey Godric, if you were going to make a flat Earth Mount Rushmore, who is somebody that you would include on on those mountains?
Good question. How many heads are in Mount Rushmore?
That's an even better question. There's 4.
There's 4.
There's someone that doesn't have a weird religion, like
Jainism,
doing something weird.
MTA, Mark Sargent, and the third one, Kosho.
Okay.
And Kosho will be arguing with him. Kosho will be like, "No, it's not."
Yeah, I'll be the what's it at the bottom of the mountain.
Listen, there's no point in having everybody with the same opinion. One of them has to be arguing. That'd be Kosho.
No, they don't have to be arguing. But actually, I already have 3 of the people. I was just looking for the 4th one.
Witsit actually is I think Witsit's pretty real. I think he goes out there to the public and brings fighters to the public. And these other guys that are big, whatever, I think they kind of sold out more or less,
Yeah, but it would have to be like one of the forefathers. It couldn't be part of the new school. I mean, it'd have to be somebody, like Mount Rushmore. They don't have Obama on Mount Rushmore.
So you're saying Witsit's not a forefather?
No.
So who's a forefather?
What did you say before? You said Dubay.
The Dubay, Jainism,
Even Mark Sargent, I wouldn't put on there, but maybe I would. He's a contender.
Mark Sargent, he's not popular. People think he's a shill for a lot of reasons, but the problem with Mark Sargent is he talks about an enclosed system, an enclosed. What's that movie called? He always brings up that damn movie.
Truman Show.
Even a broken clock is right
Show. He says enclosed Truman Show type enclosure, but he doesn't know that. We don't know what that enclosure is. So it's kind of bunk, But also, Mark Sargent is all about conspiracies. He's all about telling stories and shit. It's all just it's theories. We don't know what's out there.
So if you know something is true and you know they lied about it, that'd be a conspiracy, wouldn't it?
I would say yes.
Okay, then. Why doesn't it fit the bill?
Do you like Mark Sargent?
No, not necessarily, but
Look, every flat Earth honcho has their downsides, Like Darren, for example, he's always joking and shit. He's always like making fun of everybody, and he has like a comedy show. So it's like this is like a serious fucking problem. Like if you really like are down flat Earth, dude, the world is fucking on its ear, dude, like upside down, right? How the fuck you'd be making fun of shit and having comedy shows and shit? That's everybody has their downside. Eric Today talks about it talks about Hitler,
I don't know what to say to that, but maybe I forget what I was going to ask.
I agree with Godric for the most part as far as Mark Sargent goes. He kind of treats Flat Earth as just another kind of rabbit hole for conspiracy theorists to go down for entertainment,
It's more like an entertainment attitude. The attitude, he doesn't have the attitude. It's not there. It's like, entertainment.
He constantly repeats the line about himself saying, I've been on every I've researched every conspiracy there is to know. So, it's just like a connoisseur of the conspiracy world. That's kind of how he makes himself out to be.
Now, Mark Sargent is the one who turned me on to Flat Earth, so I can't, take that from him. He had the Flat Earth clues, and I remember he's put out great content. Yeah, I was at the mall, and about 3-year-old was playing on the little playpen area in the mall, and I came across the Flat Earth clues. And I thought to myself, "Holy shit, are you fucking for real?" And like for 2 weeks, I was trying to talk to people and shit, and nothing proved to me that it's not that. So then I became, I was inducted by Mark Sargent.
Yeah, he's put out great content. I only make my remarks about him in regards to him being like the kind of go-to personality for media interviews. So does have the most reach in that sense. And
yeah, but he always makes you guys look bad.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because he's always the one being interviewed on mainstream media outlets, it's very important what you say when you're in that position, and he says all the wrong type of shit.
You ever did that commercial that was like making fun of like dumb people? That they were just doing examples of dumb people, and they had like these 4 other people, and then they had him. I was like, dude,
it was like a mobile phone commercial.
Yeah.
I've not seen it, but I've heard him describe it. But yeah, the kind of
every
slogan
commercial
of the ad was, so simple, even a flat earther could do it,
Yeah. I could see him not wanting to turn down, but that to me shows that it's more that it's the his own personal publicity, or it's like he holds himself. He's got more concern for himself than for the community. It seems like that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ego involved with him. Yeah,
a lot of people wouldn't have done that to tarnish the name.
Mark Sargent has a commercial where he says moon landing conspiracy, and then they say about the moon, and he goes, well, the moon's actually a conspiracy. So it's like someone's like making fun of the whole thing. You guys see that commercial?
Wait, is that from the movie?
No.
What?
Behind the Curve?
Somebody has to have that commercial. I don't have it handy. I forget what.
I've only seen one commercial he was in, except for the commercial for Behind the Curve,
where he says the moon's a conspiracy. Do you remember that?
No. But I've always thought he was what do you call that? Controlled opposition. Like for the Mount Rushmore, actually I have Rob Skiba, Dell, and Math Powerland. But I've always Channel Q even confirmed this. But I always thought that Math Powerland was controlled opposition. He was kind of one of the first. He was like one of the first people that probably were meant to instigate this whole movement, and I think Mark Sargent was kind of like his replacement. Because I don't know if you know this, but Mark Sargent and Math Powerland had a huge feud. Like Math Powerland hated Mark Sargent.
I think those guys are very competitive. For example, Eric Dubay thinks everybody's a shill except him, and he doesn't want any of the fighters except him. He's like the main guy.
Well, right, you're right.
Anybody else?
You look at the pattern between them.
How old is he?
And we're all paranoid about each other.
How old is Eric Dubay?
I don't know.
Probably mid-40s, I would think. Late 30s. But I would have said the same thing about Math Powerland and Eric Dubay, that they were put in place by, some shadow agency, and that's why they both have the same sentiments of everybody else being a shill, like accusing everybody else of being, exactly.
Well, that comes from being used by National Geographic and all these other companies that have taken advantage of flat earthers and put them on TV and on these ads and these videos that they have. Because they get them to sign an agreement, and then they videotape them, and then they just switch it around and they make them look bad.
Well, there's somebody who was talking about the interview that he did on National Geographic or Discovery, whatever it was, Mark Sargent, and they were actually a body language expert. They were like reporting on his body language, and they're saying like almost everything he's saying, it seems inauthentic, and a lot of people see that when they see him in interviews and stuff. It seems like he's being inauthentic.
Well, he might just be a strange dude, but I've never met the guy. But even though we share the same name,
probably a case of that. Yep.
Your name is also Mark Sargent?
No, but it's Sergeant.
Sergeant Rookie.
That's right. Wow, did it silence the whole room or what?
Anyways, I'll just tell you this much. Mount Rushmore, like I said, there's Dell, Rob Skiba, Matt Paraland, and we just need one more.
Are these all people you ever listened to? Quite a bit.
I'll give you Mount Paraland because Matt was the OG, so.
Matt Paraland was the first. That's the first Flat Earth video I saw. That was like
one thing that
7 years ago.
I remember one thing that Matt said that has always stuck with me. He showed a picture of the Earth. He says, "You cannot get this view from where you are. You have to trust NASA that this is what they can see from space because we can't go there ourselves." And that to me, made a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, almost all the primary Flat Earth arguments basically come from him. A lot of the primary ones, like NASA lying and the pictures from space being fake and stuff like that.
Crusher, you're going to make a game about Flat Earth Globe Earth. What happened to that? Did you give it up?
No, I was still putting it together, but it got kind of boring.
Dude, you have played Magic the Gathering?
Yeah, it was actually kind of like that.
So just put 60 cards together, right? About half of them, Flat Earth, half Globe Earth, and then it's like a duel. The concept is easy.
Yeah,
Write the cards on hand,
and
then just cut out little, take little playing cards, and then put that paper. They glue that paper on. You have Jeranism. You can have Mark Sargent, and you can have the Globers. Who the Globers are, And then you'll have cards like Gravity and refraction, stuff that you can play. And these are what 2 points, 3 points. Einstein, Eratosthenes, the shit that always comes up, have those as cards. And the most points per round wins.
Yeah.
The Flat Earth can have the
Play pseudoscience, you win game.
Black Swan's a big card. Gas pressure without a container is a big card. What's the one? The 50-mile observation.
Black Swan.
50-mile.
I want the Bedford level.
Chicago Skyline.
It's only 6 miles.
That's a big card. Chicago Skyline, 50-mile observation.
Oh, that's impossible, man.
What you're seeing is on the card. It'll say what you're seeing is a mirage. That's a Flat Earth card.
This would be fun to see.
Is Rookie on here?
Hey, the national monument of the presidents with Lincoln and whoever the hell's on there?
Yeah.
That's what he was saying, is if you were going to make a memorial with flat earthers on it, who would you pick? In the first spot?
I would.
That's basically
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't put any one person, you know what I mean? Or I wouldn't put any person. I would rather use the picture of Black Swan or something. That's a good one.
Smart man.
That would be nice.
Globers be like, make sure you carve the refraction.
Well, because if you make a man of the image, if you make the image out of men, then you're basically, well,
Yeah, they got the foreheads.
All they have to do is hear the name of one of those guys, and then you got nothing, right?
Right. They got the foreheads just like the presidents, but of the what do they call it? So-called astronomers from the past, representing the globe at Griffith Observatory. Yeah. Yeah. The kids that work there get all pressured. They will not even talk to you.
think Samuel Robotham would have to be on there somewhere.
Yeah, but who knows what he looks like though? Like not too many people are going to recognize him right off the bat just with his picture.
Do we even know what he looks like, considering he hid his name and everything? I don't know.
I know, right?
Who's kind of?
I didn't even realize.
Probably make him look like Jesus.
Yeah, a dark-skinned Jesus.
Right.
Jim Kennedy.
It doesn't matter, but I'm just saying, you never know.
Right.
Jim Kennedy did a whole flat Earth history. He's doing a whole series, like 4 videos so far. The last 2 videos are completely about Robotham.
Oh, really? Is he trying to is Jim Panda a Glober, right?
Oh yeah, he's a Glober. Yeah.
Yeah. I always hear his name, but I've never heard him or anything.
Those videos are pretty good though. They're not. It's not like anti-flat Earth. It's actually
Did he address the data or just the person?
He's a person, yeah.
They're not anti-flat Earth. If somebody's a globe proponent, whatever they put out is going to be anti-flat Earth.
The epitome of an anti-flat earther, man.
Well, no, I just mean those videos, the history of the flat Earth or whatever, or the flat Earth, if it was history of flat Earth. It's kind of objective. It's not really.
Wait a minute. If a Glober agreed with us on stuff, wouldn't you agree with him? You wouldn't just say no. That's not true, right? You'd say, "Oh, you agree with me then," right?
Yeah, it's one or the other.
It doesn't make sense when they don't do it, right? They're either stupid or something's not right? So
who would you put on Mount Rushmore to represent the globe?
People show their true colors when they're out in the open.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Up in here, it might be different, but out in the open, and people show their true color.
I mean, I'd probably put good people, dude, like Aristophanes.
No, like we're putting like Eric DeBay and stuff. Who would you put for the globe?
Like people in this community?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Because this is going back to the other day where we were asking, like, who's the de facto globe expert? So, you would know.
Well, Scott Veach is a good friend of mine, and I'd probably put Jem up there, too. And I might even put Soundly up there, just because he's recognizable.
Cherry picking Soundly. Okay.
And also my buddy Curved Water. I'd only put Soundly up there just because he's a kind of recognizable person.
What was that theory that Witsit was going on about, that the current Rushmore is carved over old heads, basically, of native Indians?
Wow, I've never known. I know that the person who made Mount Rushmore, the family who made it, they were working on, like, there was the bigger section of Mount Rushmore. They were making it this famous Native American. It was going to be his whole body, but it's too expensive, and they don't have the resources to put it together. But I didn't know that what you just suggested. Yeah, could be true.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about it. I need to go back and listen to that video from Witsit again. Can't really remember the details of it.
Wow, I've never heard that. I wonder.
It was something like, there was already heads there, basically. And then the ones that are there today, the founding fathers.
Yeah, they call them the Seventh Fathers. And
yeah, that was it, Godric, yeah.
Yeah, Seventh Fathers. And the Indians already had carvings there, or statues, or whatever you want to call them. And so the U.S. government came in and destroyed them and put theirs over the top of them, or whatever, just to get rid of them. And so that was really that's a super, like, nasty thing to do to a people.
Yeah, that's really
super nasty. I mean, They could have put their statues off to the side or whatever, but no, they had to destroy the Indians' carvings of their seven fathers. Now, that to me is disgusting.
Yeah, on top of everything else in the history regarding the natives, it's just the height of disrespect.
Well, there's a lot of people who, well, at least I agree with the opinion, but the what's it called? The Sphinx in Egypt. So that was probably carved over some older statue.
You know, Kosho, the Sphinx actually proves the globe, bro.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
How's that?
Oh, just think about it. They couldn't have put the Sphinx on something level. It had to be on something curved. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stood flat. It would have toppled over.
That's a good point.
Isn't it, though?
Is that like a really bad joke?
Yeah.
Look, about the Sphinx, did you guys hear that there's like a library, a 3-story library, but beneath the feet of the Sphinx, you can go down in there? Have you heard that?
Yeah, I've heard ideas that there is chambers way deep down.
But I guess they're covering it up.
The pyramids as well.
Another conspiracy right there.
I've also heard that the whole thing, all the Giza Strip or whatever is on this giant piece of rock that's solid. Is that true?
Hey, you know what I've come to think is that when you're underground, like, you know, they're building tunnels everywhere, right? And all the government facilities have places underground for people. I think people are healthier underground. I mean, you got to come up for sun or something, but people are healthier underground. They're getting more grounded. And then the unhealthy people will be like in high-rise buildings and stuff. People say I'm crazy because I think the reason why the creator knocked the people down from the Tower of Babel and didn't want them to build that because they're getting too far away from being grounded. Like, the further up you go, the longer, the sicker you get quicker. Like jet lag and all that.
Yeah,
you're away
I
from the
hear what
ground.
you're saying, yeah. Yeah, like we are designed to function on the ground, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally.
And
it's like our charging pad.
Probably gets disrupted as we stray from it, you know?
Yeah, it's like a wireless charger.
Maybe. But yeah, it's an interesting idea.
Yeah, and anybody that spends any time in I'm going to say in supposed orbit off the Earth, up there for too many days, then their body dilapidates. I mean, they lose their muscle tissue, they lose their coordination, they lose all kinds of stuff. So you're right, Father. I mean, the further you get away from the Earth, then your body doesn't like it at all.
Yeah.
Well, if you're on an airplane, you're kind of limited. You can't really run around and do anything. Right. So I guess you would lose. I guess you would lose muscle mass if you stayed airborne. Yeah.
Yeah. If you stay up there for too long, you're going to come down in some really bad shape.
But I'm saying if it was set up like a room and you just walked around and it stayed the same speed or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it was able to maintain its altitude at all times and not jump around and throw you up into the ceiling, then.
Well, you'd have to simulate the same way that you're on Earth instead of weightlessness.
Well, supposedly they do this all the time with NASA, if you think about it.
I mean, I think all the weightlessness stuff is all fakery.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, there isn't.
Oh, definitely.
Well, they're trying to say that something at the center of the Earth is pulling in on everything, not just metal, not just water, everything.
Mass attracting mass.
That's what gravity is, right?
Mass attracting mass has been debunked 1,000 times. There's no way that's what's going on. Mass does not attract mass. I don't care what anybody says.
It doesn't need to be debated if they're faking the weightlessness in these ISS videos, because we've got the videos of their mishaps where they fucking drop a screw or the card or something like that falls right to the ground.
Yep.
That's it. It's done. It's manipulation.
You know what I've noticed? I think that in every story they put out, there's a tiny bit of truth in everything they say, right? So, like, as far as like somebody, going around the ISS for 666 days, it could be possible that they have high altitude platforms that people are in for long amounts of time, like months at a time, even without coming down, if they had enough food in the high altitude platform, or possibly weeks even, maybe not months, but because those things go up there and they're just running off solar power supposedly, and they're up there for months at a time. One of them, they say they can go up there for a whole year without having to come back down. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm sure that they have stuff up there that's not very high up. It's like simple, but it's advanced. Like they're running it off maybe helium and other stuff.
Are you talking about like the saloons and stuff?
The what? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the saloons, but they have bigger ones that people can be on with like really huge wingspans, but they're not the normal wings like of an airplane.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Have you ever seen the pictures of the high altitude platform?
No.
Watch, I'll post one right now. Hold on.
Is it CGI or is it a real photo?
No, it's a real photo. Can you guys hear that?
Happy Meals, I'm making it.
Hold on, let me mute it for a second. Hold on.
What's that astronaut that he came back from being in orbit for fucking however long, 3 months more, pretty extended time, and then he's at his house and he just falls in the swimming pool, grabs a beer and then dunks in the swimming pool. What's his name again?
You said he fell in the pool?
Yeah, he goes out to his swimming pool and he just kind of like, because he's so overjoyed to be back on Earth, and he wants just drops into the pool fully clothed,
Well, hell, I mean, I guess if you're fucking...
What's his name again, man? Fuck.
Up there for so long. Maybe you're thinking of, what's his name, Kelly?
Yeah, that's it, Kelly, Skull Kelly.
I also heard that because he was up there for so long, that he was in bed one night and without even realizing, like, it happened so fast that his like legs swelled up to like the size of a person, basically, for some reason.
Mm-hmm. None of these astronauts behave as if they've been in a zero gravity environment for extended periods of time. They should be totally disorientated coming back to Earth.
Well, don't they have to get help, like escorted and stuff by medical staff?
Well, I mean, that's just formality. There's always medical staff on hand, and you got to keep the show going. So.
Yeah, they act like they have to be like helped out of the capsule, and like they're all weak and shit like that. Which I think is all an act, because I don't even think they were up there. But
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, you're right, Kosho. Your medical staff does seem to like help them, like they're weak, and they take them into some medical facility and help them. Lift weights again or whatever, and get used to the gravity or the weight of the Earth. I hate to say gravity because that's not I don't believe that's what it is, but the fact that you're on Earth and all the pressure from the atmosphere onto your body, if you're actually up there and you're releasing that pressure off your body, that's got to do something. Like, to me, it makes no sense, because if you got 14.7 pounds per square inch of pressure on your entire body, on every square inch of your body, that's like thousands of pounds of pressure when you add it all up. And if you go up high enough and all of a sudden that pressure becomes less, it doesn't make any sense to me that you could even survive in an environment like that. Your body would just want to expand, and it just makes no sense. If you're in above the atmosphere or in a thinner part of the atmosphere where there's no pressure on the body, then I don't know. I don't see how that's possible to survive, because your body's going to want to expand. Like anything you put in a vacuum and start sucking, the pressure out of a small vacuum that you build. You put a balloon in there, it expands and blows up. You put a pop can in there, you suck the air out, it blows up. I mean, your body's going to do the same thing. It's going to expand. If the pressure is not holding your body together. I mean, 14.7 pounds of pressure every square inch on every square inch of your body. That's a lot of weight and a lot of pressure. And the body's made to function in that environment. You take it out of that environment, and I'm sorry. That's one reason why I don't believe they're sending anybody up there, because
I posted some pictures.
It's probably an instant death situation for me, because your body would want to expand without the pressure on it. And so I'm sorry. I'm not buying it that you can go up there at all.
Yeah, the way you put it, Gorrock, is exactly that, man. The body's so intricately designed to function in this environment. To take it out of it and think that it could cope. Nah.
So Godrock, and you said that one dude knows how to translate Greek.
Yeah, to some degree, he does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, we have to get with him like sometime around evening time over on the Absolute server.
Okay.
If you want to meet me over there tomorrow around 7 or 8 o'clock or something, I'll get with him and see if he'll translate some stuff for you. I'm sure he will. I mean, you can do it yourself or whatever, but
yeah.
I'd be happy to go over and talk to
you know him better than me, though. I don't really know him too well.
Yeah, like I said, I'll be happy to go over and help talk to him with you.
Okay, cool. It's a trip. It's an article that I don't know if somebody translated it into English, but I don't know, either that or they took it down from the New York Times, but it was in the New York Times supposedly. It could have been. The article that I have is printed off the New York Times newspaper over there, right? Or it's a translation of it, but it's a legit article, but it's the only one I could find that's in correlation with this other article somebody posted that said that, about the CEO of Pfizer is paying to rebuild the Georgia Guidestones, but it has to be rebuilt before February 23rd next year. So February 23rd next year is 22323, right? Well, the Skull and Bones number 322, that's reverse, but the Georgia Guidestones were put there in 3/22/1980, right? And then, of course, they were destroyed on George Bush's 76th birthday, which is a champagne birthday, 7/6. So if it's true about that, about them having to rebuild the Georgia Guidestones by 223, the weird thing about that is it's exactly 232 days from the time it was destroyed. 6 months, 6 weeks, and 6 days also. Really strange. Yeah, so the way they have these numbers down, bro, the way they these numbers down, it would have had to have been thought of more than 42 years ago, clearly.
Well,
even them faking George Bush's birthday.
Yeah, I think everything that those fools do is all planned out many years in advance.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, sure. We'll meet up if you want tomorrow around 6 or 7 o'clock or something. You should be there by then. And
okay.
All right.
Yes, it's just weird that this isn't in any American news, and if it was up, it was taken down. But it's not like if this is true, it's not like they're going to stop. They're just going to do it, but they're going to make it so we don't hear about it in our news, you know?
Yeah. Of course not.
Yeah.
Those guys, whoever built those in the beginning and put them up there like that, that's just like in your face. Like, this is,
in your face, yeah.
This is what we're going to do to you, and there's nothing you're going to do about it because we are so powerful. It's like, fuck you. So
I know.
It's terrible. I mean, I just can't even hardly believe that.
You know what I'm really interested. I haven't heard anybody mention this, but I think this is significant. Which pillars they knocked down? Like which language it was?
It was the English, I thought.
Oh, it was.
I thought it was. God damn it! It was. There's 2 languages.
There's 2 languages on each one.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember which 2 languages it was.
12 languages.
So if one's some African language and some other.
No, the ones that they knocked down, the ones on top weren't knocked down. Like the old languages, like Babylonian or whatever, those weren't knocked down. It was like It was like 2 modern day languages. It was 1 pillar or 2 got knocked down. Just 1, right, at the beginning.
I really don't know. I can't answer that.
You know what's weird is they showed a silver car leaving the They said this is the car leaving, right? Well, in like 5 or 6 other news stories, all within like a 4-day period, it showed silver cars, like little silver like sedans, dude. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's like a Honda Accord or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, what they got? If they got films of the cars leaving, then why don't they have films of the people coming and setting up their explosives and all that kind of shit too? I mean, all they have is films of the car leaving. They have cameras. They have 24/7 cameras on them. What? Why?
Well, sometimes the cameras don't work, like at the Pentagon. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, of course, I get you. Yeah, conveniently.
Yeah, they never show that stuff.
Yeah, the 7-Eleven cameras down the street work better.
Oh, dirty buggers anyway.
I know.
A matter of national security. That's why they can't show any more than what they show. I love that about the Pentagon frames that we got. It's like, we can't show you more because, national security. It's like, bro, your national security's fucking failed. Don't worry about it.
You know what day they broke ground? They have a breaking ground ceremony at places when they build a building. Like they'll have the person who's in charge of it all, like the owner, come and put his foot on a shovel and dig in the ground one time.
Yeah.
They had that ceremony. It was September 11th, 1941. And then they put a hot dog stand in the middle of the Pentagon, and it was called Cafe Ground Zero. Oh, Ground Zero Cafe, I'm sorry. That was back in 41.
Jeez.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I said, they got all this shit planned out many, many, many years in advance.
You know who gave the opening speech there?
Who?
That dude that they made a big... It was, what's his name? Lindbergh.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I know, right? So weird, huh?
Yeah.
Back then, they had people that were like charismatic, like speakers that were like representing the U.S., but they weren't necessarily tied with a political party. They were just like these feel-good, charismatic speakers, and he was one of them. I've seen all kinds of clips of him going to other countries, like giving these like patriotic speech. But it's weird. It's not like nowadays. You know what I mean?
Giving a patriotic speech in a different country for them?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it was for. It was just a roundabout speech. I think some of them were to put U.S. embassies in places. Just weird, dude.
Yeah, that is pretty weird.
But that back then they used to put like the propaganda stuff, like at the beginning of movies and stuff too. They were really tying it all together back then.
Well, it's because everybody was so dumbed down back in them days. They had no idea what was going on. They could get away with whatever they wanted,
true. They still are nowadays, even.
Yeah, they still are. You're right, but they're
Yeah.
it's a little more tricky.
Back then, people were mystified by the television, huh?
Yeah.
Back then, like the whole family, they could get the whole family in one shot instead of like nowadays they have to like gear towards whatever the dad, the mom, the kids, because nobody's gonna be watching the same thing nowadays together as a family. That's unheard of now.
Instead of mystified, they're all hypnotized by the TV now.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
There's got to be some subliminal type frequencies and whatever else that's going on with the TV, and that keeps everybody so hypnotized and so like believing in that kind of horse shit. It amazes me to see how people can just watch the TV and buy into all that shit. Like, oh, it's so true. Oh, I'd seen it on the TV. It's so true.
Right.
Fuck. Drives me crazy if I sit and think about it too much. Makes me wonder just how fucking dumb people really are.
Right. Have you been doing anything with your rocks lately? What do you want?
That depends on what you mean.
Excuse me?
I said that depends on what you mean. I view them every day. I do some viewing every day. Yeah.
I made a couple pyramids recently.
I know. I seen those pictures. Those were badass, bro.
Thank you.
How tall are those?
About 6 inches, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that one. The ones with that coil at the very top.
I was impatient with them, and I didn't wait till each layer dried. But the next ones I'm going to be patient with them. I actually have enough resin, bro, to make an... Hold on. Babe, your juice is in here. I put it right next to you. Jackie? I have enough to make one of those chembusters in an actual bucket with the poles coming up. Not the poles, the pipes coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My son.
I just keep.
My son got some resin. He's doing the same kind of shit, but he just barely started. He poured some resin in a ice cube tray, and he put some rose quartz and some amethyst and a few other things in there, some wire coils, and they look like little ice cubes with all that, with the resin and the wire coils and the rose quartz and amethyst pieces in there. They're pretty cool. I mean, my kid, he loves that kind of stuff, like with the pyramids and stuff, like what you're doing.
Yeah, you got to get you can order them for like $15 on Etsy. The molds for the pyramids in different sizes. Different size pyramid. Yeah. Otherwise, it's really hard to make one like that.
I probably should just buy him a couple. Say, here you go.
Yeah, dude. When you put them in, like, if you make a big one with the pipes coming up from it, it's like I think of it as like a gun kind of, whereas like you need a barrel, or like as far as the pyramids, it's like an antenna. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it actually like comes out like the pointy end, just like as anything would. Just like when you get shocked, you notice when they check your nerves or something, they check your knee, it has to be bent. Or when you hit your funny bone, you're getting shocked, but it's only when your elbow's bent, And then when you get a static electricity, it's always at the tips of your fingers, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because electricity is always trying to find the sharpest point of least resistance,
Yeah, that's odd.
It's the same with the orgonite.
I never thought about that.
It's putting out some type of electrical frequency too that counteracts what they're doing, and it's a lot stronger. But it's not as like one little pyramid is only going to make a square if it's like completely overcast with the chemtrails, it's going to make a square in the sky above where I'm at with the pyramid, no bigger than like 25 to, I'd say maybe 25 to 50 feet squared. And that's at the most, like with a 6-inch pyramid, you know? But if you have one of the big ones with the pipes and everything, you can take out something that's like 100 to maybe, I don't know, maybe bigger than that, depending on the wind, like 100 to 125, 150 feet squared above you. But it's not going to be a square, it'll be more circular. I've actually seen ones where if somebody has like 6 pipes coming up, you'll see 6 holes in in the overcast above you. You know what I mean? It's a trip.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's something. That's something to. That's
Dude,
something.
I've seen videos on
because there's something going on there. I mean, if you're actually creating, holes in the clouds from a pyramid on the ground, my goodness.
Because what it does is these things are actually creating natural rain, right? If I've seen big ones where they're like taller than the people and they look like the Gatling guns from like Predator, you know, and these things actually make it rain, like pour, bro. Yeah. So I think the natural rain is the exact opposite of the stuff they're spraying in the sky. I think the stuff they spray in the sky soaks up the moisture and then they can redirect it over the ocean. Or redirect it away, you know?
No wonder we're having such a drought.
Yeah, and you notice when all the droughts really started is when they started the infrastructure, because for the 5G system to really be working, fully functioning, water is one of its biggest problems. Moisture in the air and rain. If it's raining hard, it totally screws with the signal, because those little microwave signals don't, or no, not microwave, I'm sorry, what's it called? Millimeter waves. They don't go very far, you know, and so with the rain, it even worse. It really messes them up. The 4G signals suffered a lot less in the rain than these do, you know. But this is what it's all about, putting in that infrastructure for the zero latency system, you know.
Yeah, I think that 5G system, I think once it gets fully implemented, I think it's going to be weaponized. I really do.
Oh, it is for sure. Bro, you know, I don't really like to talk, people don't like to talk about on this station, but you know, all the things that are happening at like schools, you know, stuff like that. Like the supposed bad stuff where the boogeymen come in. Well, I started to realize, like on the last 2, I was like, it's not about.
Check, Mike. Mic check. Please tell me when my mic's not broke phone and my Discord's fucked up again like it did on my previous last devices, because I will just.
I can hear you.
It's the big nasty. All right, sweet, good. Go ahead.
Okay. So I don't think that it's to do what they call a G grab, you know what I mean, and take away all our things, because that doesn't even make sense. They're allowing the ghost things to be out there where people can make them real quick or order them over the internet for really cheap. They're allowing that on purpose because it gives them jobs. It gives them a lot of jobs. The same with all the substances that come in. They don't want to stop the substances because it gives them jobs. Probation counselors, jail guards, just on and on, dude. There's so many jobs that they're making up. So the
psychology, allopathic medicine mixed with psychology. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I agree.
So everybody thinks, oh, they're doing these things for a G grab. It's not for the G grab. I realize what they're doing is they're making it think that it's for a G grab, but really what they're doing is just to go and implement more infrastructure inside the schools, churches, malls, and hospitals. And it's going to be security infrastructure where you have to go through. Some of them are called like man traps, where you go in one door, it has to shut for the other one to open. They'll do other ones where they actually have to go and put a new frame on the doors, right? And the bottom, see, normal frames only have 3 parts, and then it's just the ground. The ground stays the same when they put a door frame on, right? Well, these ones will have a fourth panel on the bottom, so when the door shuts, like these metal rods come up and go into the door for security, like all these different types of security that normally people would be like, we don't want, why are you doing that in schools? Where now people will be like, You see, it distracts people thinking like they got to hold on to their G's, right? They're gonna and hold on to them because they're going to take in. Really, it's just to put the security infrastructure in there, and it all has to do with the infrastructure of, the zero latency system for the what.
Sounds like a prison.
Yeah, right.
It is.
Yeah.
What do you think this whole thing has been a prison though, right? Like, think about it, like where you can and cannot move, how you can buy and sell, as prescribed by the Bible, guys. Remember, it will literally dictate to who can buy and who can sell, when and where, freedom of movement being restricted by it. An entity, remember, that's invisible, much like a God with a little g. Remember that, guys, yeah? So it's Satan. If Satan was going to do all of the things that are prophesied in the Bible, right? Yeah. Remember, he would do it with a thing that would be invisible. Okay, would be invisible, thus being as similar and omnipotent, omnipresent as possible, and in similarity as similar as possible to the way Yah would do it. Okay. So that's why this stuff's real scary, man, because it fits the bill so big. It's like, not only can you not buy and sell when, it's like, we don't even need real enforcement to enforce this. This is like groupthink. This is other believers of the current problem and how big of a believer they are, like sort of like making sure they corral, the others into compliance, basically through fear that the invisible thing will affect them further.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Yeah, man. Nice to hear you, Big Nasty.
You too, bro. How have you been?
Yeah. I've been good. I've been better, but also good at the same time. Man.
Yeah,
they try. For sure. They try and get you. They try and fuck you up. They try and take away your life. They try and take away your freedom. But didn't affect any of my life, bro.
Right.
Yeah. I'm back and I'm good and I'm strong.
That's right,
nice
bro.
To hear your voice, Good Rockin'. I didn't really get to hear it properly the other night, bro. But yeah, nice to hear your voice.
Thank you.
And you, yeah. That last comment was for God Rockin'. I was like, nice to hear your voice. And you're like, oh, thank you. I'd already said it to you, dude.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's nice to hear both your voices. That's my point.
I was thanking you for him.
Yeah, man. Well, God Rockin' ain't talking to me for some reason. I don't know what I did wrong, bro.
No, there's nothing wrong, bro.
Yeah, I'm just playing with you.
Yeah. Nothing wrong
you
ever.
Good, though? You good though, yeah, man?
Yeah. Yep. How about
I know,
yourself?
but yeah, I'm all good, man. I know, but you're elderly and stuff, like, compared to me, like, not elderly. Oh, wow, you should not talk to me, maybe. You're one of my elders. You're one of my elders whom I respect.
You haven't been around to talk to. That's the only reason.
Oh, no, I know that. I'm just saying that, like, then I was, like, trying to, like,
What am I supposed to do? Get on a plane and fly to you can't try to find your ass, or what?
Yeah, if you could, please do. I'm struggling to find me too.
In God Villain.
Who was that?
If you switch your names around to be Track Rockin' and God Villain.
Yeah. that used to be our old names. And then he gave up the crack, and I'm not going to say I gave up God, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny. We should do that occasionally. Maybe on 24/7 Flat Earth Disco, we could do that, God Rock, and change around our names. So I'm God Villain, and you're Crack Rock. Yeah, man.
Crack Rockin'. That sounds like crack. Crack Rock.
Yeah, Crack Rockin'. You change my first name for yours. I'm God Villain, and then you're Crack Rockin'.
Yeah.
I could make my name Cracker Day Saints, and you could be Flatter Villain. No, Flat Villain.
Flat Villain. Yeah, man. I don't live in a flat currently, but if I did, that would make sense.
Right.
What do you call a flat in America, guys? Apartment, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't really call them flats here, though. But some people, maybe some. I don't know. I think in New York they do.
They're putting them everywhere too. You would not believe how many are going up in the town I live in. They are going up on every street corner, all through. I mean, they're just putting flats up every fucking.
Where do you live again, God Rockin?
In Utah.
Utah, okay. I just know the real estate right now and gentrification in California is off the chain. I know you got family connections out there.
It's crazy, bro. It's so crazy. They're working on the freeway. They're working on the freeway from Orange County all the way up to Redding, bro.
Yeah, that's because that's their new wall. It's their wall, like the wall against the
like a 30-foot wall,
Texas
bro.
to Mexico. Yeah, like they say walls don't work, but like instead of building walls, the rich what they do is they build highways with like high-rise highways to block people from being able to get across. That's their version of a wall.
The walls they're starting to put up are 30 foot, and it goes so far, that 30-foot wall on each side. Yeah, I think they're going to put up toll booths or something eventually,
Oh no, they will to get into the higher priced areas. So Facebook have just bought a big parcel of land where they're putting their headquarters, which looks like it's smack dab in the middle of the ghetto. But if you look at all the gentrification and grant systems that are about to be put in place, they're buying up to try and push out all the poor people of those areas, right? Because that's going to be the next rich area. It's going to become the new it's going to be the media Silicon Valley. So
where's this at?
This is in California. I have to get hold of my friend Pickle and find out exactly what he was saying, the exact place. He does a really good breakdown of it. He's over on Blue Politics.
Dude, where I live is
I know.
We live in the ghetto, right? When we moved in here.
Here in Utah, real estate's gone sky high. I mean, houses are worth 3 times what they used to be 2 years ago.
Yeah, there you go. That's a very simple example of it. My friend talking about how where he grew up and the house was $11,000. Now it's $820.
Yeah, my parents built their house for $74,000 in the year 1974.
And, that one in Cali. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's 4,000 square feet, and they're selling it. They're trying to get $800 for it.
Okay, tell me what you need to give me a geotag of where that exactly is. Let me run it by my friend, and he'll tell me within the next year and a half whether or not there are any gentrification stuff coming up nearby where you are, and it could end up being that it's worth $5 million, and you could sell that real quick to 8 people as a house share.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. He's doing this as a business, and he disagrees with gentrification, but he's trying to make some money off the back of it at least, and trying to support the communities with what he earns and makes. He can't stop it. So he can't stop it. He knows it's wrong. People go, "What's wrong with gentrification? You just build the area up, make it better." And it's no, that's not really what's going on. It's a bit more sinister than that,
Bro, down in Compton, where Grapes, I don't know if you ever heard of Grape Street, Crips, but it's a pretty famous neighborhood in Compton. And I drove through there a couple months ago, past a project go on for I don't know, a quarter mile maybe. They're big ass projects, and they have numbers on them that are alphanumeric. Mm-hmm. Anyway, at the end of the projects where it used to just be in LA, you come to areas where the blocks in the neighborhoods just end, and it ends right at a dead end at a wall of the freeway, right? Mm-hmm. Well, where these dead ended, they built these new apartments that are even bigger than the projects, and they're all gentrification. It's a trip, though. They're literally across the street, and these new places that are opening up, they all have Starbucks and grocery stores and movie theaters down below apartments and shit.
Yeah, that's disgusting. So they keep you in the building. You don't even have to leave the building to go down and get your coffee. It's another way to keep everybody locked up.
Well,
the comforts that we demanded are now mandatory.
Listen, the real worry is that they're pushing out all of the poor people, and they're doing very crappily designed and very crappily upscaled forms of gentrification, in the sense that they're making it look slightly nicer, the houses, the neighborhood, and all of that great stuff, right? They make it look slightly nicer, and all they're doing it for is buy it now while it's low and while it's cheap, right? And then what they gonna do, and you know that's what they're gonna do, is they're gonna put hardly any money into this crap, right? And I mean hardly any money. And then what they're gonna do is effectively wait it out a little bit, right? They're gonna make it to where it's impossible for people to afford rent. They're gonna act like these places are mansions, amazing, but when it's just like old 2 seasons ago, like fixtures and fittings and faucets and all of that. And they're going to hike the price up by like 200%. And the reason they'll do this is so that a group of like Facebook group types, yeah, who are working in the new Facebook headquarters that they've put in the middle of the hood there, they'll push all of them guys out, push their new friends in. The buildings then, within 2 years after that, they'll go up again by another double the amount of money, because all you got to do is make sure people with money are living in the area, which means that any businesses you open up in the area have got money flowing into them, because there's a huge conglomerate, monopolizing business like Facebook that's now paying the wages to the people that have now moved in, because everyone else around it has been moved out, low income. Then they're living in low income places that have just been upscaled a little bit. Now this is when the government grants come in from all of the bent politicians in the local area. All the people that know this is going to occur and this is a pattern, they hop on that train well early. So all the people living in there while they're working at Facebook and spending their money, they're also banking on the fact that just by living there, they're upscaling the market in terms of how much their house is worth, right? They're not shooting AKs outside their window. Or maybe they are on different occasions, right? Who knows? We don't know that people aren't being paid, $100 a night to go out and spray AK bullets up in the air in a ghetto area adjacent to where this new gentrified area is, to lower the prices over there. And then boom, they'll grab that place up. And then eventually, by the time they're about to leave, guess what? They'll do another updo of all the houses in the area, make them worth double again. They bought them at, let's say, 20,000 a piece back when it was the ghetto. Yeah, and then it will be 100 G's now that it's worth, and they can prove it's worth 100 G's because all the people working for Facebook that are getting paid unexorbitant amounts of money, they'll pay the rent at that rate that works out to a house being worth that amount of money when it's just a $20,000 slightly upscaled apartment building.
Well, especially
So
after they push all the
idea.
especially after they push all the riffraff out.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And so they'll reify the idea that it is worth that money by paying overpriced rent while working at Facebook. While in the boardroom, they'll be telling them, look, just hold out, keep paying the price of rent. It's over the amount, it's over the odds. But when we get enough of us doing this, at the end, what we'll do is we'll set it up into a share market. You buy in as much as you want and you own as much of your properties as you want. And then, because we've got a whole block area of like 5 to 10 miles squared that was the ghetto, that we've just upscaled a tiny little bit, maybe 5 G's a house, we'll make the houses worth 800,000 a piece and make this the next Silicon Valley. We've got Facebook here. So that's all they need to do is just build a Facebook type place, Silicon Valley type-esque place, techie market type place in the middle of a ghetto, then push everyone out, gentrify it a little bit, then get bent, governors and all that to pour money into the area like it's a new up-and-comer, and then buy up all the property just before all of that while it's cheap, give people cheaper rent, and then hike the rent up to an exorbitant amount of money, so where now it's like it makes sense for the people in the hood to move away and have more money and basically be able to afford somewhere better. And then they'll take it over, they'll upscale it a little bit, and before you know it, they could charge $1 million a piece for these places, man. It's complete monopolization. That's socialism at best. It's like having communism but with open-ended cronyized capitalism to really fork in the riches on top of it. It's disgusting, guys. Sorry, a bit of a rant there. But you know me. I can't stand this shit. It's disgusting, bro. But yeah, Goldrocking, you really want to look into that property where it is, whether or not there's a big conglomerate like Facebook 10 miles down the road. Because in the next 5 years, you hold out on that place, put 10,000 into it, put in some new fixtures and stuff like that, and just standardized stuff. It could go from an 800,000 place, split into like 4 houses effectively instead, or like a 4-house share. right? For these like hippie types, and it could be worth like 2.8 mil, instead, and that could just be in a year's time. Just got to find out what's being built near it, if people can hold out.
Hey, where in California did you say that one place is?
Which one? You talking to Gold Rocking?
It's going to be like the new Silicon Valley.
It's going to be the media version of the Silicon Valley. Wait there. Let me find out.
Where in California though?
It's near Sacramento, but let me just find out exactly where, okay? Because I prefer to give you the exact. New Facebook headquarters. Oh yeah, I've got something funny to show you guys as well in a minute. Right, new Facebook headquarters, California. Right, Facebook's headquarters in Menlo Park sit on the edge of San Francisco Bay on a sprawling campus. It feels more like a town than an office, because it is. It's like a ghetto that's just been like gentrified and everyone's been pushed out. It's where all the homeless were.
Yeah.
MPK, and inside they call it MPK basically.
Oh my God.
It's 250 acres and more than 30 buildings on it. Does that sound like a building or a building at all? No, it sounds like 30 buildings over a big area. That's them making their foothold. Then they can get their 30 top best paid, workers to move in there, put a gated community around that area, right? Then they can start to say, well, we don't want to drive out into the druggy areas and all this sort of stuff. They'll start offering money to people that live in the houses nearby. Okay, they'll probably pay some agitator groups to fire off rounds more often to make it worth less even money.
Yeah.
Then they'll come in and swoop into all the small families that aren't involved in the shootings and that. They'll say, look, we'll give you a good price for it. And then before you know it, they're buying that for their like new Facebook campus, right? And then the politicians want to move grants there, business grants, to make it cheap for businesses to run there, make it cheap for businesses to build there. Why? Because they know that conglomerate Facebook has got, 30 buildings they'll probably turn into, let's say, maybe 250 apartments, right? So you've got 250 high-paid Facebook executives who are living in the area now, right? And that's just in that one area. That's without gentrifying the radius around them, which will be quadruple that number, right? Okay. Then they know there's money there. So then they'll start putting money into the streets. They'll start putting money into new buildings. And all of the poor people will be pushed out. They won't be able to buy food there or afford to buy food there. So they'll naturally just move out, right? And they then took over an area, and then they've now upscaled it and made it worth millions when these people have lived in it for the last 50 years, bro. Then politicians will pour money into the area for like road maintenance, everything like that, all the such, and they will make it to where that place is something that's worth living in just because Facebook decided to move in there, right? Is this healthy? No, because no poor people, that's why we've got a housing crisis. They're changing any housing that is affordable into unaffordable housing by mere moves like this. One company alone takes on a 250-acre allotment in a city with 90 buildings on it. Bruh. And I will post that in the live stream for anyone else if they want to follow it. There's a guy called Pickles at Blue Politics it's called. He can explain this stuff much better than I. He lived in the Bay Area. He lived all over California. He explains this stuff quite eloquently, and he really shows like what I guess what gentrification's aim really is. How you can make money from it, but in the long run, ultimately, like someone tried to use the analogy of like, well, lions are the fittest and strongest animal out there, right? And prey's prey, and you got to get out there and you got to be a lion, you got to make the money. Okay, that's all well and good, but that analogy being used to this is like, well, also conservation is a big part of what lions also know. They don't go out and kill 50 gazelles a day because they know they'll have nothing to eat in the future. This is more like lions doing that, not lions just eating a gazelle occasionally.
Right.
I just thought I would highlight that since it's you that does live in California, and I know that Gold Rocking has a place in Gold Rocking. Gold Rocking has a place in California that he's looking to sell. So I believe, right? Or am I completely off the mark there? With
No,
you,
no.
Planet
Yeah,
Nasty?
dude, we live in the ghetto right here on Ventura Avenue, right? It's like
Mhm.
it's like less than an hour north of Hollywood. And
Mhm.
there used to, when I first moved in, there were shootings all the time. Like every weekend, we'd hear multiple shots, right? And it was just I imagine it was mostly just gangbangers, like, causing havoc and not shooting anybody per se. But I mean, people did get shot, but it wasn't very often. Like, it wasn't like a normal thing, but there was always gunshots. And we haven't heard any gunshots in, like, how long has it been, babe? Over 6 months, probably. And the people who just bought the house next door, it was like an old, like, war veteran dude, and it was like just a shack. I swear to God. And these people bought it and had like they had a crane bring in over the front of the house to the backyard, like a hot tub, and like now they're just renting it out for
Good.
Airbnb all the time.
But she paid over 800,000 for that.
Yeah, she paid 800 grand. This house was like a shack, bro. It was like a 2-room shack. And then now she's doing the Airbnb. Yeah.
800,000.
But yeah, there's a lot of places down the street, like Snooki's. Used to be a strip club. Now it's like an art studio or something. A lot of places have been changed right here. They're gentrifying.
You feed them?
Yeah, I fed him.
What you were paid? Go down there. Yes. Water?
No. Yeah. I gotta go to the store and get water right now.
That blue thing.
What blue thing?
Right below your feet.
Right.
They're playing that same gentrification game in Phoenix too.
Sorry about that. Alright, someone knocked on my door. I'll be back 1 second.
Yeah, what's that? Yeah.
Yeah.
D. And I'm looking at building lots in the area where I live, and half an acre building lots are going for anywhere from 150,000 to 375,000 for a half an acre. Crazy. I need to buy one because I'm gonna sell the house that we own for probably 700 or 800, and then build my mom a house, and then sell it when she passes. I'm gonna try and do it so that we end up making some money, but I don't know how well it's gonna work. But it should work out all right. The prices of lots are just crazy. Gosh. Here's one for 0.32 acres, 200,000. Good luck. Thank goodness I can build the new house myself. I'll just hire subcontractors and just do it myself. And won't have to pay the exuberant contractor prices. Probably build it for half the price it would cost to have someone else do it.
Well, I'm not a beachside.
What's that?
Pretty relaxed. I don't.
Too much money.